Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Corbett Meadow is a beautiful meadow in my constituency, which is risk development, but in the local plan it has been designated local green space. Does my honourable friend agree with me, right honourable friend agree with me, that should, when the final plan comes out, that should be respected?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Due to my role in planning, I cannot comment on specific plans, but national policy empowers local communities in making it clear that they can designate areas of importance as local green space through those local plans. Such designations ensure that these important assets are provided protection, reflecting their importance.
The airline Wizz Air has offered to fly Ukrainian refugees from Poland, Slovakia, Hungary and Romania, and there are indications that Cardiff Airport could be a destination for some of these flights. Now, I understand there have been initial discussions with the Welsh Government, but would the Secretary of State lend his support to coordinating a post-flight visa processing facility at Cardiff Airport so that Ukrainians fleeing the war zone can be brought to Wales quickly and safely?
I'm very grateful to the honourable gentleman for raising that, and I will look closely with my colleague, the Home Secretary, at that proposition. It is important that we have appropriate biometric checks for reasons which are well understood, but I appreciate the generosity of the offer, and indeed we have been talking to the Welsh Government about how we can coordinate our effort.
Robert Goodwill.
Thank you. Many people are still planning to staycation this year. Would the Secretary of State extend the scheme that worked so well during the pandemic so that permitted development rights can be relaxed, so pop-up campsites can allow people to have holidays in places like North Yorkshire?
I now know what my Easter plans will be. And he's absolutely right that making sure that we can, through the exercise of permitted development rights, provide people with the opportunity to holiday in places as beautiful as North Yorkshire is an entirely welcome development.
Christian Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reported cases of anti-Semitism continue to rise, with the Community Security Trust recording a record 2,255 cases in 2021. The government's funding for security at Jewish locations, including synagogues and schools, is unfortunately vital for ensuring the safety of the Jewish community. Will the Minister commit to the continuation of this funding next year, as well as ensuring it's adjusted for the increased cost associated with inflation?
Well, the honourable gentleman makes an important point, and as the Minister who, as Secretary of State for Education, initiated that scheme, I will do everything I can in order to make sure that it continues. But I make one additional point, which is that one of the things that we can all do across this House in order to tackle the evil of anti-Semitism is to stand against the boycott, disinvestments and sanctions campaign, and that is why when we bring forward legislation in order to outlaw BDS at local government level, I hope we can count on the honourable gentleman's formidable voice pressing on his front bench the importance of supporting that legislation and not, as they did, abstaining in the past.
Speaker, for levelling up, it's absolutely crucial to rejuvenate our high street and make sure that we don't have buildings such as collecting dust and no use, which has often been the case in Ipswich. In Carl Street, which isn't the case. We've got micro shops there now. We've got fantastic businesses such as Trini Flavour, Central Vintage, and the Juice Mix Bar. Does my right friend agree with me, though? But to do this, we don't just need funding, but a local council with a bit of proactive, can-do attitude to bring those businesses back into use.
Yes, we need a council which is composed of simulacra or clones of the honourable gentleman, my honourable friend. If every Ipswich councillor was as ambitious for Ipswich as he is, then Ipswich would not only be in the Premier League in football terms, which it doesn't at the moment, of course, it would also be in the Premier League for places to visit in the United Kingdom.
Ronnie Cowan.
7 out of 10 of the most deprived areas in Wales, 6 out of 10 in Scotland and 3 out of 10 in England have not received any levelling up funding. When will you give them that opportunity? When will you publish the timetable and the criteria for the second tranche of money?
Spring statement, but I should say to the honourable gentleman, whom I count as a friend and whom I much admire, that he should have a word with the honourable and learned lady, the member for Edinburgh South West, who seems not to want this money to go to Scotland because she believes that it works against devolution. He wants that money to come to Scotland. Can the SNP please make up its mind?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past week, I've worked with Anna Buckley from Wrexham's Polish Integrated Centre to logistically manage the unprecedented UK response to her call for donations. Businesses and people across Wrexham have answered that call with hundreds of volunteers sorting 5 warehouses full of donations going to Poland. So would the Minister please congratulate Anna and the community spirit of Wrexham?
Anna, the Polish community and indeed the wider citizens of Wrexham set a brilliant example, as so many do. do of community action to support those in need. I congratulate her and I congratulate my honourable friend.
Will the Secretary of State speak to his colleague, the Home Secretary, and make her aware that only issuing, up until now, 50 visas for Ukrainian refugees is quite wrong and brings shame upon this country?
I talk to my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, every day. The Home Secretary was in Poland at the border, talking to those who were working with refugees. She was delivering, while others, I'm afraid, seek to make political points. We have a Home Secretary, energetic, determined, on the job, talking to those at the front line, making a difference. And I'm afraid that people, when they want unity and they want purpose and they want delivery, will say to the honourable lady...
Order! Mister! That's not acceptable. It's topicals. You can go on your rant, but you're not going to rant on my watch. One more question. Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Will the Secretary of State confirm that when it comes to local plans, the idea that you need exactly the same proportion of extra housing in every part of every council is wrong, and instead the different needs of different communities, like in my constituency in Haverhill, Brandon and Newmarket, can be treated differently, not with one size fits all?
Seriously?
100% spot on, totally correct.
Excellent. Every question and answer like that will be wonderful. We now come to the allocation of time motion. I call on the Minister to move the motion. Moved. The question is as on the order paper. Under the order of the provisional allocated 3, put the question. The question is as on the order paper. As many that the opinions say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Economic Crime, Transparency and Enforcement Bill, second reading. Now.
No, thank you. Now, I now call the Minister to move second reading. Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the bill now be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom is united in opposition to Putin's horrific, unjust war on Ukraine. The depth of this feeling was seen in the way, Mr. Speaker, the entire House rose to applaud the Ukrainian ambassador, Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday at Prime Minister's questions. And the fact that you allowed this rare intervention in our parliamentary procedures speaks about the unity of this House. Putin must fail, and the government is taking a wide range of actions to that end, along with our extensive package of support for the heroic Ukrainian people. Putin is a gangster. Yes, I will give way.
I'm grateful to her for giving way, and I know she's straying at the moment to points out with the bill. But, you know, and so I want to address that. The airwaves this weekend have been full of criticism, both internal and external to the United Kingdom, of her scheme to help Ukrainian refugees. When is she going to announce something to speed the scheme up and to give it the degree of urgency that their dreadful plight necessitates?
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the honourable lady for her question, because she does actually give me the chance to clarify what is happening when it comes to the actual fast-moving picture. My right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Deluxe, has already said that I was in Poland on Friday. But this is a rapidly moving picture. And I think, Mr. Speaker, it's important for all colleagues in the House to know that the first quality assured figures on the Ukrainian family scheme will come this evening, and they're going to be published this evening. The figures that are public are absolutely inaccurate, and they have not been assured by the Home Office. So I do want to just make that abundantly clear. She's also asked about our scheme. It is absolutely right to say, Mr. Speaker, before I come on to the rest of my remarks, our scheme is the first of its kind in the world, and we cannot measure it against any other countries. We have had already 14,000 people apply. We also have a sponsorship scheme that will be announced later on. And of course, this extended family route was announced on Friday. Mr. Speaker, I will give way.
Can she clarify, has the Home Office set up a visa application centre in Calais, or are people still being sent on hundreds of miles journeys back to Paris or to Brussels in order to basically get the checks they need to get safely into this country?
As a point of clarification, as I set out in the House last week, we're absolutely surging capacity across our backs to ensure that as many people as possible are getting access. Now, let me cut. If you'd like to listen to my response rather than shouting from the seat, it is absolutely right that we've already had people in Calais. So let me again clarify, I've said this over the weekend, we have staff in Calais, we have support on the ground. It is wrong to say that we are just turning people back. We are absolutely not. We are supporting those that have been coming to Calais. And it's also, Mr. Speaker, important that we do not create choke points in Calais, but encourage a smooth flow of people. And in particular, I can confirm that we have set up a bespoke back en route to Calais, but away from the port, because we have to prevent that surge taking place. And also, there is another issue, Mr. Speaker, which I know is not relating to the bill, but I think the House should know about this, about our checks. There are people smuggling gangs roaming around Calais, and not only that, Mr. Speaker, I have been on calls over the weekend and today, prior to coming to this House, where human trafficking cases are now manifesting at the border, and it is absolutely right that we have the right process in place to check people and to safeguard people. Mr. Speaker, I walk away.
Can I thank the Secretary of State for what she's doing, and also for the staff that have been put in place to try and help move things on. The Secretary of State, only 50 people have been processed so far, just to say that. My constituent, who I spoke in this chamber last week, is in Ukraine today to collect her son and her daughter, uncertain of how to bring them home. I just seek the Secretary of State's clarification on how we can make the process better for those people who go through Poland or through Romania to come here, who have families here. Thank you very much.
My friend actually is making a very important point. Having been to Poland myself and seen the processes, I am due to speak to my Romanian counterpart later on today. They themselves have issues about capacity, and we've already had requests actually for technical capacity and support, not just through our VACs, but actually to help the host countries, the home countries, to actually work at the borders and do a lot more work. We're doing everything we can, but you've also, the Honourable Gentleman has mentioned his constituents as well. If they're in Poland, we have got a huge amount of capacity. We have plenty of spaces for people to be processed. They do need to come to our centres, but if he would give me their details, I'll make sure that in country we are joining that up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will give way. I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Very grateful to the Home Secretary. She has a lot of support on these benches for the compassionate and sensible way she's going about this. And will she confirm that she is listening to what the refugees themselves want, who often don't want a long-term settlement a long way from Ukraine, and to the security issues which it all poses?
Well, my friend is absolutely right, Mr. Speaker. I must emphasise to this House, every single crisis requires a bespoke and a unique response. It really does. There are two very big calls that are coming from the region and from our counterparts. First and foremost, they are asking for help on security measures right now. That is a consistent theme that is coming over, and this comes down to checks. They themselves are undertaking checks, but they're also very concerned about wider security issues, some of which, Mr. Speaker, I simply cannot discuss in this House for clear reasons. The second point, and in fact even the Ukrainian ambassador made this point to me yesterday as well, and it's a point I'm hearing every single day from my counterparts. There is a call to keep people in region. There is a big demand, and this is where the wider aid effort has to focus, in addition to the work that we are doing on humanitarianism.
The flow of the Secretary of State's speech for very long, but on just one point. We all know that some of the brightest minds in the City of London are at this moment, burning the midnight oil, finding ways to dodge anything that this government, with the support of the opposition, is bringing in. Isn't it a fact we need rapid action, as rapid as any of the other countries that are taking sanctions? Will she promise me this will be fast, furious and efficient?
Yes, Speaker. I will give way.
Thank you, Secretary. I was contacted on Saturday by a former constituent who had escaped from Ukraine with his Ukrainian wife. He then contacted me again last night to say I don't need to help him. He'd been to our embassy in Berlin and everything was expected to be sorted out today and be coming to the UK this week. So could I reassure her that actually the system is working and that people are getting the help they need?
Well, I thank my right honourable friend for the example that he shared with the House. And this is really important because we have surge staff across every EU visa application centre. I came to the House last week and said we would absolutely do that, and Mr Speaker, we are indeed. Mr Speaker, if I may, I will take one more intervention, then if I may.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I have been told that people arriving at Calais are being told that they have to go to Paris or Brussels to get visas. Is that correct or not? If it's not correct, please tell me why it is being said. In 1972, we took into Kent thousands of Ugandan nations. We did it almost overnight and without any difficulty at all. Last Monday, my right honourable friend told me that she would cut away the red tape. Why aren't we doing it?
Speaker, if I may, to the right honourable gentleman, I've already made it quite clear in terms of the visa application centre that has now been set up. En route to Calais, we have staff in Calais, and importantly, people have been coming to the UK from Calais. So we are not, I'm afraid there's been a lot of misinformation as well around all of this, and I've clarified our position today. In addition to that, I won't give way. I do need to make progress, and I've been generous with interventions. In addition to that, Mr Speaker, the right honourable gentleman has made the point. I did say that we would cut away process, but he has already heard me say, Mr Speaker, there are security concerns and considerations.
There's just too many conversations going on, I'm struggling.
Thank you very much. Mr Speaker, Putin's regime, Putin is a gangster, and his regime is underpinned by a mob of oligarchs and kleptocrats who have abused the financial system and the rule of law for too long. Putin's cronies have hidden dirty money in the UK and across the West, and we do not want it here. Expediting this legislation, which I know this whole House supports, will mean that we can crack down on the people who abuse the UK's open society. I will give way.
That she's bringing up not only the oligarchs but the enablers and the facilitators. What does the government think about various potential bad actors in the House of Lords, and what should we be doing about them?
My friend, who I have spent some time with previously on the select committee that he represents, where we looked at this very issue, is right to highlight enablers, and with enablers, of course, that means many other associates too. It is right, Mr Speaker, that through this bill and the changes that we are bringing in, we find a way to capture as many of them, and that's what this bill is seeking to do. I will give way.
Further to the point of my friend, would the government be willing to look at adapting some of the language of the Titles Deprivation Act 1917, which was used to withdraw peerages from peers who gave succour to Germany in the First World War, after a proper investigation by the Privy Council?
Well, look, as we have said consistently, and this is only part one of the economic crime bill, I should also, which I will come on to just expand upon shortly, is only part one of the measures that we are taking. But we have to rule nothing out. I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Very grateful to the Secretary for giving way. We all, right across the House, want to see these bandits nailed. But when it comes to the disposition of properties, is she content that, as drawn, this bill will actually stop the disposal of these properties? Because the inhibition, as expressed, to go on to the register on the face of it, in my view, it may not succeed. And we want to stop people getting away with it now and disposing of these assets. Will it do that?
May, the honourable gentleman is absolutely right. He's right to raise this point and highlight actually the legal basis. It is a legal basis within which we can confiscate assets, property, etc. And of course, unexplained wealth orders are also one of the several tools that we can use, which is covered in this bill. But Mr Speaker, I will take one more intervention and then make
do so. A lot of houses are owned by criminal gangs for money laundering purposes, often in rural areas, and left empty. So if they don't register, then will this not only allow a fine to be put onto the people themselves, but also allow us to sell those properties so they can get back into the community rather than left there to rot?
I've just spoken about UWOs, unexplained wealth orders, just very briefly. It's just one of several tools. We have other tools that have to be deployed. And, of course, registration, beneficial ownership, all of these aspects, Mr. Speaker, are covered within this legislation, and rightly so. We, of course, by accelerating this legislation, Mr. Speaker, are concentrating on the sharpest tools that we can bring, the powers that we can bring into force in the most focused time. But, Mr. Speaker, by expediting this legislation, it will send a very strong signal that the UK will not be home for corruption. I will shortly, but if I may make some progress. And of course, with that, Mr. Speaker, this will be about hurting Putin and his vicious regime, which has robbed the Russian people not only of their chance for democracy, peace and prosperity, but actually even their own wealth has been used and abused by these kleptocrats and oligarchs. So, Mr. Speaker, the reforms in this bill give us the greater power and more information to identify and investigate the illicit wealth of Russian criminals, their allies and their proxies. The new property register will have an immediate effect, dissuading those intending to buy UK property with illicit funds. Oligarchs could be slapped with an unexplained wealth order, just one of the tools that we will have at our disposal. And the Treasury will be better able to act when financial sanctions are breached. We're implementing the most severe package of sanctions ever imposed on Russia or on any major economy, Mr. Speaker. I will give way.
For the Right Honourable Lady giving way. She talked about unexplained wealth orders. Has she also got a commitment from the Treasury to ensure that National Crime Agency and other agencies dealing with them are actually well financed?
My right honourable friend has made a very important point. And in fact, I'm pretty certain he's raised this in this House several times about some of the legal protections and the finance and the approach to give law enforcement the tools that they need. This bill is doing that, and not only just through the legislation, but it is the wider way in which we help these agencies and law enforcement to function and operate, to go after those that have been undermining our system. I will.
Right, but following on from that point, this bill is very welcome, but many of us believe it could go further, which is why we've supported various amendments and indeed tabled them. But on the issue of legislation and regulations are only worth their salt if they're properly enforced. National Crime Agency, for example, has seen cuts in recent years to its funding. Is this bill going to put that right, not just for the NCA, but for all enforcement agencies?
Mr. Speaker, this is a really important point. And with that, of course, this is about how we operationalise the bill, how we use the tools that we are giving our agencies. And yes, resourcing is required. We've already we've stepped up, we've got a new kleptocracy unit in the NCA. But even so, with that, we put more resources into that. We're not going to stop. We are absolutely not going to stop. We can't stop. We're catching up in many quarters. We really are. And with that, we want to use the full force of legislation, but also the full force of the law to go after many of these individuals. I will give way.
My honourable friend, can I first of all thank and congratulate her for driving this bill forward so quickly and to try and cooperate with all sides to get it on the statute book. I just want to raise one particular point, which is, I did notice in the original draft, although there's been a slew of amendments since, that there were all sorts of little caveats, such as it let people off the hook if they didn't knowingly or recklessly give the wrong information. I hope she'll agree with me, as an amendment that I've raised, that we'll actually strike that out. There is no excuse, knowingly or recklessly. You either did or you didn't cooperate, and if you didn't, full force of the law.
Right honourable friend is absolutely right. He's also pointed to the vast drafting that has taken place over the weekend with various amendments. And, Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to all colleagues on both sides of the House for their cooperation with many of those amendments as well. My right honourable friend is absolutely right. People have an intent, and it's that intent that we are going after. I will give way to my right honourable friend.
My honourable friend for giving way. The Russian sanction regime is across 8 different sets of regulations. Even the Commons Library couldn't disentangle them for me. In some cases, simply stopping people using their assets doesn't go far enough. For those found to be working on behalf of Putin and his elite, we should be expropriating their assets. Can she tell the House whether this bill simply allows freezing or does it actually allow us to confiscate assets?
Well, My right honourable friend has really hit the nail on the head, if I may say so. I'm going to come to some of that in my remarks shortly, so if you can just bear with me. I would like to make progress, Mr Speaker. I'm very conscious of the protected time that we have today, so to all colleagues, please bear with me as well. This legislation, Mr Speaker, is concise. And it's concise and tight for very good reasons, and hence the number of amendments that have been made, because we want to move at pace. But we can't stop there at all. And for the benefit of this whole House, I know colleagues are aware of this, there will be a second economic crime bill, which will be a follow-on bill in the next parliamentary session with further measures, because we simply cannot get all the measures in right now. We've focused on the ones that will have the greatest impact and the greatest enablement. It will enable the greatest... I will. I'll take one more intervention.
Thank you. I'd like to ask this. In the 2018 Act on sanctions, many of the problems that we face today are due to amendments that were made in the other place. And it's subsequently come to light that many of those amendments were by those who are acting for oligarchs and then legislating for loopholes. Can she confirm that the other place should listen very carefully to the elected House on this matter and make sure that this bill, with these amendments, gets sent back here forthwith without more loopholes being put in by the other place as they were years ago?
I wholeheartedly agree, Mr Speaker, with my right honourable friends. We could do a rerun of exactly what happened back in 2018, but I think for the interest of time, we want to crack on with where we are going with this. And of course, Mr Speaker, this bill will enable the greatest changes to the company's register since it was established nearly 200 years ago. Companies House will be reformed, Mr Speaker, and we will verify the identity of every company director and beneficial owner. And I know, Mr Speaker, members of this House have been calling for this for a considerable period of time. No criminal or kleptocrat will be able to hide behind a UK shell company ever again. Those infamous brass places will go. This will be a boost to all legitimate businesses in the UK and, importantly, making it easier for them to get the information that they need. The next bill will also bring forward reforms to prevent the abuse of limited partnerships, new powers to seize crypto assets from criminals, and that is a new and emerging area where we've got so much more to do, and measures to give businesses more confidence to share information on suspected money laundering. It will be a very substantial piece of legislation, and I can assure the House, Mr Speaker, we're already drafting that legislation, and it will be brought forward as soon as we are able to and can get the time in the House. Today's bill and our commitment to a second bill will show that this government, we're all acting, and I will say this again, collectively and unitedly to root out the dirty money in our economy and, importantly, to hobble Putin and his cronies. Before I come on to the measures in the bill, Mr Speaker, I will give way to Right Honourable Lady here and then the lady over there.
I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way, and I welcome the indication she's given us as to what will be contained in the bill when it comes, I hope, very early in next session. Will she also look at the role of enablers, that's the lawyers, the accountants, the banks and others, who either condone or themselves facilitate a lot of the money laundering?
The Right Honourable Lady is absolutely right about this. I am going to come on to this. A lot of work has been done on this, and I'm also, I have to say, Mr Speaker, very grateful to members of the House that have actually not just highlighted this issue, but specifically given examples of many as well. It is important that we have a collective approach to this institutionally, and that all our legal basis is absolutely sound and solid on this. So, yes, I will give way.
She's very grateful in allowing so many interventions. In the 2015 Parliament, we had, by the former Prime Minister, set up a czar, for want of a better word, who fought within this House on anti-corruption. Over the years, that role has been less effective. Could she say whether she thinks that that role should be re-established, refreshed, as somebody who could really call out a lot of the issues that we know are a problem in the House of Commons and the House of Lords?
Well, I thank my the Right Honourable Lady, because she's just highlighted the role of our anti-corruption czar. My honourable friend fought Weston-super-Mare, who I have to say has been supporting the government at every level. And if I may say so, he has also supported me with a lot of our work on illicit finance and economic crime. He comes to our roundtables, spends a lot of time with the city and on transparency. So, Mr. Speaker, just for the benefit of everyone in this House, we have that function up and running. We have a superb colleague absolutely supporting this government on all those measures, and I'm very grateful to him for his work. Mr. Speaker, if I may, I would now like to set out the measures in today's bill in some more detail. The bill sets a new global standard for transparency, and that is thanks to the work of my honourable friend for Weston-super-Mare, but also it takes on something that many reports, if I may say so, Mr. Speaker, in this House have called for. It takes a whole-of-government approach, and I think it's fair to say I've read a few reports from colleagues and friends on select committees where they're saying we need a whole-of-government approach, and that's what we have done, and it's reflected in the fact that it contains several measures from several departments. It creates a register of overseas entities to crack down on foreign criminals using the UK property market to launder money. A foreign company that wishes to own land in the UK will, Mr. Speaker, they will be required to identify its beneficial owners and to register them with Companies House. Once registered, an overseas entity ID number will be provided, and that entity will be required, Mr. Speaker, to update its information annually. I will give way.
I'm very grateful, and I welcome the measures she's introducing in this bill. One concern many people have in this House is that people who have already bought those properties through a discrete structure will sell those properties before the measures in this bill take effect. Would you look very carefully at the Amendment 64, which the Speaker has gratefully accepted, the manuscript amendment, which effectively prevents them doing that by her prohibition through the Land Registry?
Friend, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend actually for Amendment 64. He's been in touch with me over the weekend about this as well. He's absolutely right. We are looking at that. We are looking at the detail.
I will give support for her giving way. In this section, she'll be aware that the Secretary of State has given exemptions that they would be able to use to have people not be on the register, and one of them is for the economic well-being of the United Kingdom. There are many of us cross-party, and I do thank ministers for being very constructive on this point, who are worried that this could drive a coach and horses through this entire legislation. Is this another one of the amendments she's looking at, or would she care to just accept it?
Let me just, at this stage, Mr. Speaker, I'm outlining the measures in the bill. We are considering, we've got committee stage coming up, we are considering all the details because we have to get this right. We absolutely do need to get this right and ensure that all the measures are obviously going to be effective in the way in which they are brought in. If you please let me make some more progress. Overseas entities will be required, Mr. Speaker, to verify information regarding beneficial owners and managing officers before making an application for registering or updating or amending information held on this register. And this is incredibly important because, quite frankly, the current system, out of date, we need to have the ability to keep this information fresh, agile and constantly having the right checks and balances. They will have to provide evidence to underpin that verification, and Companies House will be able to query all information under the broader powers we will create in the second bill. If a foreign company does not comply with the new obligations or submits false filings, its managing officers can face criminal sanctions or civil sanctions. Criminal penalties in England and Wales could, depending on the offence committed, be a prisonable sentence of up to 5 years or a fine. And we are also introducing a mechanism by which financial penalties can be enforced without the need for criminal prosecution. More importantly, I'll just finish this point, please. More importantly, overseas companies will be restricted in their ability to sell or lease their land if they do not comply with the requirements, and I will give way to the right honourable gentleman.
Grateful, and it's very naughty because I've just been in the Foreign Affairs Committee, so I've not heard all that she said. But just in clause 31, it does seem a very high bar to have. And to say that it is only an offence for a person knowingly or recklessly to give false information. Oh, all right. So I apologise again.
The honourable gentleman has clearly been occupied elsewhere. We did cover this amendment earlier on and the points that were made, so we did say we'd look at it. I will.
I'm grateful to her. I have been in the chamber since she started speaking.
My right honourable friend might be aware that over many, many years, one of the problems with Companies House has been the capability of a small business to register in a name, to take your money by selling you something, not deliver the goods, then go into liquidation and set up the next day in the same name but with a different sort of and sons or something at the end of it. Can my right honourable friend reassure me that this bill will also deal with that issue, with the changes to Companies House?
No, well, if I may, Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend has made an incredibly important point and used a good example, basically, as to how the system is being used and abused. We have to be clear about that. And with all of this, this is a two-stage bill. I do want to reiterate that to the House. The first stage will deal with many aspects of this, but the full Companies House reform will come in the second economic crime bill, and that detail will all be worked through. And not only that, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important to say this is the first step to absolutely put in a clean sweep in terms of how we update, clean sweep in terms of accountability, but also holding individuals and the enablers, managers and all others responsible to account. And the House has just heard me speak about the penalties. If I may, the honourable gentleman has been waiting. So.
There does seem to be a rhetoric and reality gap in what the Home Secretary is saying. Last week, the government was briefing the press that they were drawing up plans to seize British property and to use it to house Ukrainians fleeing their homeland. Well, if there's only 50, that's probably only one property. But where is the freezing? Where is the seizing of assets here? All that this bill is proposing is a relatively generous time limit on publication of information. When are we going to get those steps that actually bite?
Speaker, I know I've been speaking for a while in this House, and I'd had hoped the honourable gentleman had been listening to my comments and remarks about the many tools that this bill will bring to enable asset confiscation, freezing, etc. Which, Mr. Speaker, brings me neatly onto unexplained wealth orders, because this bill removes key barriers to the use of unexplained wealth orders. And let me make it clear to people who think that they can obstruct law enforcement investigations, because this will end now through this bill. I've already touched on, Mr. Speaker, the work of the National Crime Agency. Yes, we will be resourcing them. Yes, there is more to do. We're very open and honest about that, and we have to be. We will reform the cost rule so that agencies that act to protect the public will be protected from substantial legal costs when they've acted reasonably in their investigation. And, of course, the maximum period that a property can be frozen while unexplained wealth orders are in place will, Mr. Speaker, be extended, allowing the full force of the law on proper investigations. Unexplained wealth orders will also be more effective against those who hold property in the UK through trusts, which is another complex entity which tends to lead to complex ownership schemes. Individuals will no longer be able to hide behind opaque shell companies, trusts and foundations, and we will do everything in our power to counter the unwillingness of kleptocrats to provide reliable information. And these reforms, Mr. Speaker, will have an immediate dissuasive effect. My honourable friend.
I'm very grateful to the Home Secretary. I support the measures in this bill, but of course it all hinges on enforcement. So can she explain to me why she thinks that unexplained wealth orders have been used so little, and what research has she done with other countries, particularly the Criminal Access Bureau in Ireland, which has a much higher success rate at pursuing unexplained wealth orders and tracking these people down and prosecuting them?
Well, Mr. Speaker, we can't compare London with certain other countries and economies for a start. And there have been barriers, there have been well-known barriers to the application and the utilage of unexplained wealth orders. Many of them are legal, many of them are legal, and also it's the individuals that tie our law enforcement system down in knots and also expose them to huge costs and legal costs. The purpose of this reform now is to change the entire way in which UWOs are operationalised, and also giving law enforcement agencies the legal basis, legal powers, the protections that they need to go after many of these individuals in the way in which the system has stopped them from doing so. And of course, if I will give way.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. I understand that our right honourable friend for Spelthorne has put forward the idea of having an enforcement unit actually at Companies House. Will that be available for
individuals who want to make allegations of false information being given on the register, or is there some other mechanism by which we'll be able to investigate and press the case?
Well, I think first of all, Mr. Speaker, if I may, in relation to this bill that is being discussed this afternoon, we are speaking very clearly about known individuals, known oligarchs, and this legislation is actually enabling the government and our agencies, NCA and other aspects of government, to focus on those individuals, and that is really our priority. Of course, the second economic crime bill, which does link to Companies House reform, which will take slightly longer but is being drafted right now, will cover many of these wider issues around reporting, but also how the system in particular with Companies House and law enforcement can join up. Mr. Speaker, if I may make progress. I'm going to make progress, please. I've taken plenty of interventions and I'm very conscious of the protected time for the committee stages as well. I'll take an intervention shortly, but I do want to make progress. This bill also toughens up the enforcement of financial sanctions, Mr. Speaker. It will make it easier for the Treasury to impose significant fines, even where it has not imposed a fine. The Treasury will have the power to publicly name those who have breached financial sanctions. This will both censor them and deter others. And we are expanding information sharing powers to help the government shine a much brighter light on malign actors abusing the financial system. And of course, all of this will be a major boon to the Treasury's ability to clamp down on financial sanctions breaches, and that is work that will take place with financial institutions and, Mr. Speaker, much of the work that takes place through our economic crimes are and wider work across government. We have to work with the financial sector on this too. And, Mr. Speaker, on all of this, in terms of the legislation that will be going through the House this afternoon in this expedited way, we are, of course, working closely with the devolved administrations on this legislation. The bill contains provisions relating to the register of overseas entities and unexplained wealth orders that engage devolved powers in both Scotland and Northern Ireland. And we are moving together as one country, and I'm confident that we can rely on their support as we continue to expedite legislative consent. And I do want to emphasise we are doing this in lockstep. We are doing this together, and I'm grateful to all colleagues across the DAs for their support. Mr. Speaker, the government has widely consulted, we've engaged on the measures in this bill, and the new property register has been designed carefully, drawing on extensive discussions, and it balances the need to clamp down on misuse while protecting the ease of doing business. Unexplained wealth order reforms have been designed in close consultation with law enforcement agencies. Yes, the NCA, but also the Crown Prosecution Agency, HM Revenue and Customs, and of course, Mr. Speaker, the Serious Fraud Office. We also engage widely with representatives from accountancy, financial, legal sectors, and with others. And colleagues have many, many times raised the whole issue of enablers. Of course, they are at the forefront of much of our work. And the Treasury will engage and consult on updated civil monetary penalty guidance for financial sanctions before this reform comes into effect. We're acting decisively, but we are getting the balance right, and I would urge all sides of the House to support this bill and actually work with us on some of the technicalities, just bear with me, on some of the technicalities on how we kick out dirty money out of our country, make it harder for Putin and his associates, but effectively as well, help us to bring this into legislation so that we can operationalise this as soon as possible. Not yet, Mr. Speaker. As I've said so far, further measures are coming in other legislation shortly, and some of these measures will take more time to be developed, and they will come shortly. The honourable gentleman was waiting.
Yeah, I thank my right honourable friend. Yeah, on the vexed issues of trusts, whether they be domestic or probably more likely foreign trusts, if they're of discretionary nature, there is, by their very definition, no absolute beneficiary. They may be tucked away in a trust deed from, in some foreign jurisdiction that we don't have details of. I've looked through this legislation and can see no way that we can actually penetrate some of those trusts, or even whether we should, because of the nature of discretionary trusts, where there will be a list of potential beneficiaries, but no absolute beneficiary. Absolute beneficiaries will be caught by this legislation, but discretionary trusts, I cannot see how they can be, or frankly ever could be.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I may, My honourable friend has made a very, very important and significant point. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, this is exactly what the work of the Transparency Czar has been heavily involved in, and actually giving the government advice on this work across government departments. So, of course, all of this has to be looked at. And I do come back, Mr. Speaker, to the point that we have to make sure that these measures, recognising that this is expedited legislation, that we carefully not only consider, but we work through the practicalities and how we operationalise this. Mr. Speaker, the government is also amending the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act 2018. We are doing this to streamline the current legislation, and I know this act has been referred to many times. We are streamlining the current legislation so that we can move more swiftly and effectively to sanction oligarchs and businessmen associated with the Russian government. The amendments we have tabled will remove the statutory test of appropriateness in designating individuals and entities, and by that means speeding up designations. It is important that we do this in real time and fast time because of some of the complications around this. I'm not going to give way because obviously there's protected time and the honourable gentleman will get to speak on this later. We will remove some of the constraints around designations by description so that the government can designate groups of individuals more quickly. And Mr. Speaker, with that means more agility and flexibility so that we can act. And this will help in quickly listing members of defined political bodies such as the Russian Duma, which has been highlighted, the Russian Federation Council by body rather than by individual names, all of which can run into hundreds. And it's the power of actually applying this to groups. It will ensure that the Foreign Secretary can mirror the listings already adopted by our allies, but via urgent designation procedures. The United States, Canada, Australia and the EU are listed on the face of the bill, Mr. Speaker, and that is for this purpose. Others may be added by a power as needed. And of course, this will facilitate the closest possible international coordination on sanctions. And I think, again, Mr. Speaker, if I may just on this point, emphasise the coordinated approach that we are seeking to take at a time of crisis and a time of conflict. It will help us to strip back unnecessary requirements regarding the making and amending of regulations under the Sanctions Act to streamline the process of establishing or augmenting the sanctions regime. And of course, Mr. Speaker, we want to protect the public purse by only permitting the payment of damages in connection with designations in the case of bad faith, removing the possibility of damages for negligence. The bill also provides a power to impose a cap on damages for actions under Sanctions Act, and these provisions will apply to any proceedings issued after the 4th of March, when the amendments were tabled, and even if these proceedings relate to designations made previously. And this will limit the ability of many of the deep-pocket oligarchs, Mr. Speaker, and we've had this with UWOs, who then go on to claim massive payouts from sanction challenges. This is a fundamental change to our laws and how we operationalise these laws. A streamlined review and reporting requirements under the Sanctions Act will follow. So specifically, through the legislation today, we can focus on Putin and his cronies. So, Mr. Speaker, we do not choose between a transparent economy and a strong economy. It's transparency, Mr. Speaker, that makes our economy and our country and our approach to these issues stronger. The government is providing our law enforcement agencies with the crucial powers and, of course, the resource they need. We want to go after the dirty money and crack down harder on those who violate our financial sanctions and, quite frankly, violate our country. Putin and his brand of thugs must not be able to hide their wealth in the UK. This is as much for the sake of ordinary Russians robbed of their wealth as for the sake of our country and also the West more broadly. And we're calling on all our countries, all our friends and allies to take a similar and robust approach. It is by working in coordination that we can make a difference. And of course, Mr. Speaker, there is indeed an overwhelming global condemnation of this regime and this, quite frankly, grotesque war that is raging on in Ukraine. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, is part of our effort, and I commend it to the House.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Shadow Home Secretary Yvette Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome the bill before us today at a time when rocket attacks are continuing, when homes, community centres and even kindergartens are being hit. Families fleeing through streets in Ukraine are being targeted for attack. The Russian president has launched an illegal war against a democratic state. It is a crime against a brave nation. And as we stand united with Ukraine, we know this is a battle for democracy against despotism. And our country has to play our part. So all of us want to see the strongest of economic measures against Russia and the oligarchs that are linked to the Russian regime who have made their wealth through corrupt and illicit practices, against those who made their money not through their own sweat and toil, but through corruption and through the concentration of power. As the Russia report from the Intelligence and Security Committee a few years ago said, the UK has offered ideal mechanisms by which illicit finance could be recycled through what has been referred to as the London laundromat. That is damning. And they warned then, nearly 3 years ago, it is not just the oligarchs. The arrival of Russian money resulted in a growth industry of enablers, individuals and organisations who manage and lobby for the Russian elite. Chatham House has referred to Britain's problem with kleptocracy. So the fact that corrupt elites from all over the world can launder their money and their reputations through our capital city is shameful. The fact that an industry of enablers has grown up here to facilitate those corrupt elites, to help them hide their money or evade tax or launder proceeds of crime is deeply damaging to our economy, to our international reputation, and also to the rule of law and to democracy. So yes, we welcome this bill. We welcome the chance of stronger sanctions measures to make it easier to put pressure now on Russia in the face of this appalling war. We welcome the improvements to unexplained wealth orders, making it easier for the police to use them and harder for those with endless wealth to use their riches to block them. And we welcome the register of overseas entities to get some transparency and to make it harder for corrupt elites to hide their wealth in the UK property market. So we will support this bill today and support the process to get it through Parliament as fast as possible. Many of those measures, we know, those should have happened some years ago. Some that we need and have long been promised are not yet before us, and all of us should accept that some of this action should have taken place earlier, because we have been warned by Transparency International back in 2015, by the evidence from leaked international documents such as the Pandora Papers, by the National Crime Agency, who said that unexplained wealth orders were too hard to use, by members of this House, when we confronted the murderous intent and actions by Russian agents on British soil during the Salisbury attack 4 years ago, by the damning Russia report. And we were promised reforms in many of these areas in 2016. There was consultation in 2018, reference to a bill in the Queen's speech in 2019, and we still don't have the much-needed Companies House reforms before us today.
Me that had the government got a move on this years ago, we would be able to deal with Phoenix companies today, which rip off members of our communities day after day, and we could have dealt with that as well in one blow.
So I do agree with my honourable friend that action should have been taken much earlier to address this. And that should mean there is even more imperative on all of us now to ensure not just that this bill passes, but also that the subsequent economic crime bill that we badly need is also brought forward as swiftly as possible. It is one of the areas where we have submitted amendments. I will give way to my honourable friend.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. Is she as surprised as I and as worried as I that the Office for Financial Sanctions Implementation, which is in the Treasury, has 37.8 full-time equivalent people working in it?
Well, my honourable friend makes a really important point, because unless we have the ability to actually use the powers that we have and the powers that we may be discussing in this bill, then in practice nothing will happen. We know that there is considerably more investment in the US, for example, in taking some of these measures, and there are issues around enforcement resources for the National Crime Agency as well. I give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful. The enforcement issue is really important because, for instance, following the invasion of Crimea, the annexation of Crimea, we made it a criminal offence to support tourism activities in Crimea. But quintessentially, which is run by Ben Elliott, has been providing restaurant recommendations in Crimea to Russian oligarchs. Surely he should be investigated and everybody should be distancing themselves from him now.
Well, I have to say that the information that my honourable friend has just provided is actually deeply disturbing, because there is a huge responsibility on all of us, and particularly on the government, to make sure that there is no conflict of interest in terms of the source of any political donations to the party or any role in the party, and make sure that there is a proper distancing from the appalling activities of corrupt Russian elites. I want to just make some, very briefly on that point, and then I'll make some progress.
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. At the last election but one, a former intern of mine, now a very wealthy Hollywood lawyer, sent me £5,000. I immediately, because it was a foreign donation, sent it back. Shouldn't be that a sort of example every member of this House should give as an example of how you behave when foreign people offer you money?
The honourable member makes an important point, because we have had discussions, rightly, there is discussion as part of this bill about shell companies, for example, and about ensuring that action is taken in terms of economic crime. But of course we did have similar discussions about shell companies in terms of the election bills, where actually not strong enough, the measures that were taken on there were not strong enough. So let me just, I'll come back and I'll give way. I just want to make another point first. So, overall, we welcome this bill, even though we obviously want some of the further measures to be introduced swiftly. Welcome the government's agreement to accept some of our amendments, which have pushed them to go further, and we will press them still further on committee stage on some of these issues, but we want to continue to work with them, and there are many areas of consensus. But I must say that that makes the area where the scale of the government's failure on supporting Ukrainian refugees is so troubling. And I must pick up some of the points that the Home Secretary made earlier on. She said, "I can confirm that we have set up a bespoke visa application centre en route to Calais, but away from the port." Number 10 have said, "I don't believe there's one there now, but we'll keep it under review." The Home Office website is still telling people to go to Paris. Journalists who are in Calais and looking for any centre that there might be are still unable to find anything, and in fact all they can find is a few Home Office staff in a building with a crisp machine but no visas. And one family there this afternoon, who has been there for 5 days, has been told they cannot get an appointment in Paris until the 15th of March. So I have to say to the Home Secretary, what on earth is going on? Because if she cannot tell us where this visa centre is en route to Calais, then there is no hope or chance of Ukrainian families being able to find it themselves on the way to Calais in order to be able to get sanctuary. I will give way to the Home Secretary to clarify.
I think, first of all, the Honourable Lady did not hear what I said earlier on. I actually said that I can confirm we are setting up another VAC en route to Calais. I made that quite clear in my remarks earlier on. And I also said it would be away from the port to prevent the surge that we do not want to have taking place. This is news to me that she said that there's a family. Well, it is. I did touch on this earlier on, that we do not want to create choke points in Calais for the issues of people trafficking and the smuggling issues that are being manifested and materialising. This is a fact, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry that members opposite are just very dismissive of this, but I'm the one involved in a lot of engagement on this, and I'm seeing all sorts of concerning matters. It is news to me, Mr. Speaker, so I do need to pick up with the Right Honourable Lady on the point that she's made about a family that said that they cannot get an appointment at a VAC in Paris. I have not been told that is the case. I've been told very clearly that there are appointments and people are not having problems getting access to appointments. I am very happy to, later on today, call her office directly and give her the facts on that.
That would be very helpful, but I think we also need to know when this visa application centre is going to actually be set up and when it's going to be operational, because right now that means people are being turned away from Calais because they don't have the biometrics or the security checks they need and are being sent back to Paris in order to do so. We need to know when that is going to be in place. I will give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. Isn't the issue here that the government and the Home Secretary is absolutely out of step with the British public on this? Yes. When bombs are raining down on families across Ukraine, the public wants us to open the doors and welcome them in.
I think the public do want us to see us do our bit. And actually that is not what is happening. What people are seeing time and again is families having to leap through additional hurdles, additional bureaucracy, people who are being told to wait 72 hours after their security checks are all cleared just because of bureaucracy. Lots of relatives are still being left out. Elderly aunts or 19-year-old nieces are not included and are being turned away. That is a point. Well, if the Home Secretary says that is not correct, I really urge her to stand up, because at the moment her guidance says that elderly aunts and 19-year-old nieces are not included in the family visa scheme.
Support. I appreciate that this is now becoming a much wider debate, but first of all, we on Friday launched an extended family route which covers the very family members that the Right Honourable Lady is referring to. That scheme is up and running, and Mr Speaker, I did say in my earlier remarks that later on this evening, and people are applying, but over 14,000 people have applied, later on this evening we'll be providing assured data and assured numbers on the people that are coming through that route. And it is wrong to say, Mr Speaker, that this government is not welcoming Ukrainian refugees. We have a very unique scheme, and as I say again, it is the first of its kind in the world, and it cannot be measured against any other country.
No, I think I need to come in just for a minute. Can I just say, at the end of this, I expect when the ministers wind up to pick up some of the points that haven't been answered. That's the idea of the minister coming in at the end as well. So hopefully that we can actually make sure that, given time for the government to think about the answers, that they can prepare some of the questions that may have been laid. John Byrne, do you really want one or not? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, because I think there are some very serious questions. The Home Secretary has just said that elderly aunts are included. That is not what the website says. Elderly parents are, yes, but elderly aunts are not. So we really need to know what the facts are, because right now there's a lot of families who are being turned away. Lots of relatives who are families of Ukrainians who are working here on healthcare visas or on study visas are also not allowed to come. They are not included in her scheme, and families are desperate now. So this is shameful, what is happening. There are too few relatives arriving and no sign of the sponsorship scheme that the government has promised, and there's promised that will allow those who are not family members in order to become. So I would just say to the Home Secretary, please stop claiming that this is all world-beating and world-leading and that she's doing everything possible, and actually accept that it is not working and that things are going wrong. Otherwise, how can we possibly have confidence that she is going to put this right and make sure that refugees can get the sanctuary that they need? I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. As of an hour ago, there was a poster up in Calais that says simply, no visas delivered in Calais. It tells people to go to an online form and then go to Paris or Brussels. Does she understand why the Ukrainian community in this country are horrified, frustrated and furious to see their relatives who are in Calais being given such information and such a lack of clarity? Does she agree with me that we need to tell people where this processing centre is, because people seeing this sign now will give up hope, and that's what they need from this country?
And I think if we in this House, my honourable friend is exactly right, because if we in this House are so confused and cannot follow the chaos in this, this is devastating for families who are desperately trying to be reunited. Now, I hope that the Home Secretary will deliver some of the promises that she has made, but there is a huge gap currently between the rhetoric and the reality that is badly letting Ukrainian families down. Give way to the member.
For giving way. On the topic of confusion, is she not concerned, as I am, by the fact that the Home Secretary seemed to indicate earlier that the number of 50 visas is inaccurate, yet the Foreign Secretary, in a response to a question from the member from Rhondda in the Foreign Affairs Select Committee just earlier today, said, and I believe, the Home Secretary announced that, is it 50 or isn't it? Does this confusion not cut to the heart of the issue?
Well, we clearly do need to have updated figures, but the 50 visas was a figure that was issued by the Home Office, is my understanding yesterday. I hope that we will have a further update on this. But look, the problem here is we are now 10 days into the conflict, and the government was also warned, the Home Office was warned,
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but we have been waiting for the Economic Crime Bill for many years. There are a huge amount of amendments on the order paper, a huge amount of people wanting to speak. This is not directly related. This is a very important issue, absolutely critical issue, but it does not relate to this legislation. Could I have a ruling from you, sir, on that point?
The decisions, and I think it's all right for them. What I would say is when in fairness, the Home Secretary took well over 30 minutes, in fact, I think it was nearly 40 minutes. Therefore, I'm giving some leeway. It's a very, very important matter. The fact is, it is also protected time, so one needn't worry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the concern for the House is the Home Secretary has provided information today which does not yet seem to be accurate. And what we urgently need is accurate information. What we also need is a simple sanctuary route for people who want to join family or who want to join friends or who need sanctuary in the UK to be able to do so. That is not happening yet, and we desperately need the Home Secretary to get a grip. Mr. Speaker, we need the action around to support refugees. We need the UK to do our bit. We also need the measures to be swiftly in place on sanctions, on unexplained wealth orders and on the register of overseas entry. Mr. Speaker, we need Putin to feel the full force of sanctions now. We welcome the sanctions that are in place, but more than a week into the war, we have sanctioned only a handful of oligarchs and are still falling behind other countries. So I hope that this legislation will make it possible to speed things up, but there are concerns that still there are people who may be subject to sanctions who will have time to move their wealth. And I know this is an issue that we will be discussing later at the committee stage, where there are amendments that may be able to address that concern. On beneficial ownership, we know too that UK property has been used for too long to launder illicit wealth. We welcome measures to reveal for the first time who the ultimate foreign owners of UK property are. And we welcome too the government's recognition that the initial draft did not go far enough. They have accepted our amendments on stronger fines and on proper identity checks, and that is welcome. But giving people 18 months to dispose of all of their assets, as set out in the original draft, so they can hide it in some other regime instead, as the original draft bill suggested, was clearly ludicrous. The chance for them to get out of London and to stash illicit money somewhere else instead. But even giving people 6 months gives them a very long time and just isn't justified by the scale of the problem we face. People have already had 6 years of warning that this was coming. That is why we have called in our amendment for it to be 28 days instead. We support the measures on unexplained wealth orders for them to have only been used in 4 cases in 4 years and none for too long. It just shows that it is not working. They are too hard for the police to use, too easy for the clever lawyers of rich criminals and oligarchs to block, and the costs on the National Crime Agency if they lose a court case are too great. We have called for more action to monitor progress to see whether these reforms make sufficient difference, and we welcome the government's acceptance of that amendment. But this must only be the start. We badly need the long-promised reform to Companies House. We're calling on the government to publish that draft legislation imminently, and we need to ensure that it has action on enablers and on cryptocurrencies too. We will also need more actions on golden visas. The Home Secretary has rightly made a decision to halt them, but her own statement said the operation of this route has facilitated the presence of persons relying on funds that have been obtained illicitly or who represent a wider security risk. Still, there's been no published review, no information on the number of people suspected in involvement or posing a wider security risk, or how many of them have now become British citizens. I did write to the Home Secretary to ask questions on this, and she has not responded, and I would urge her or other ministers to explain when they will be able to do so.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. The question I was hoping to put to the Home Secretary was very simply whether she could illustrate through this legislation, which of course is extremely important, how, say in the case of Roman Abramovich, this legislation would actually bring into effect the changes needed, and what was reported to the Home Secretary back in 2019, that this is a person of interest to Her Majesty's Government.
Well, my honourable friend is right that what we need is a clarity, obviously, about how in practice this will actually work and be used to make a difference. And this does raise questions about individuals. And I think we are all aware, as other members have raised, that there have been very serious allegations raised this weekend about the appointment of a member of the House of Lords with close family links to the Putin regime. I will, as a final intervention that I will give way on.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me that it's deeply concerning that the now Lord Lebedev, despite warnings...
Order. We can't name another member in another place unless it's on a substantive motion, so it's the proposal. We must keep to where we are. Yvette Cooper.
I would say, I think, given the seriousness of this and the seriousness of allegations that security advice from our intelligence agencies were dismissed, and given the importance of the Prime Minister always demonstrating that the defence of our national security is always his priority, I think it is immensely important that all of the information and advice pertaining to this appointment is now made available to the Intelligence and Security Committee so that they can also scrutinise this process and examine the information that they are given. The number one responsibility for all of us, and certainly for our government, must be the protection of our national security. Mr. Speaker, today we will speed this bill through and wish it well. We want to see stronger action against Russia at this time of international crisis. We want to see stronger action against economic crime that puts us to shame and undermines our economy and the rule of law. And we need action on transparency, on regulation, on enforcement and on accountability, too many areas where there has not been progress for too long. And we also need action so that the UK plays our part and properly gives sanctuary to those who are fleeing the Russian bombardment in Ukraine, for those who need our support and our help, not just family members, but those more widely who need our support here in the UK. And we must vow that never again will we allow our major institutions to be so corrupted and so influenced by corrupt elites that we will give those involved in corruption and economic crime no place to hide. Be it for Russia or anyone else in the world, we will no longer stand for this here in the UK.
Can I start off saying I expect members to take around 5 minutes. Now I start with David Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given the nature of the debate, I'm going to try and make my simple points in 3 minutes. All of us, cheers from our side anyway. Now, I expect that we're all going to vote for this bill. The House is of one in wishing to stop the murderous behaviour of Putin in Ukraine and to punish him and his elite for carrying out such evil crimes against humanity, which is not to say that this is a perfectly crafted bill. To some extent, that's inevitable. It's had to be constructed in a hurry from an original economic crime bill which was designed for a different purpose under different circumstances. And in some ways worse than that, it's being operated by 3 or 4 departments, some of whom are operating in areas which they're not used to, which is often not a pretty sight. I speak as an ex-minister in that respect. So the government, I think, is going to do 2 sensible things. I think it's going to accept most or many of the amendments that have been put in front of it. And that is sensible because most of them are thoughtful and they're all well-intentioned. Secondly, the Home Secretary actually said that we're going to see a second economic crime bill. And of course, we're making plans and projections for that, but one of its functions will be to correct the mistakes we make today. And there will be many, because we're dealing with a difficult and sophisticated adversary, and we're making decisions quickly.
I'm grateful. I want him to just expand his time slightly. So I'd like him to just agree with me, and I hope my honourable friend on the front bench is listening, that whatever happens with the economic crime bill when it comes down to it, we are very clear that those in the other place who last time deliberately amended to water down the provisions in that bill that would have got after many of these people, they have some warning that they're never going to do that ever again.
Well, I'm pretty sure they'll hear that warning when they look back on this bill today. Now, as Lenin, I don't often quote Lenin, but this is probably appropriate. As Lenin famously said, a bayonet is a weapon with a worker at each end. And that is also true of this bill. It will do great harm to the Russian economy. It will do great harm to our adversaries in Russia. But it will also do some harm to us, or at least the retaliation will do some harm to us. We will see, and particularly it will hit the least well off. So we'll see greater price inflation, we'll see less growth, less trade, and therefore less jobs. And we must recognise that when we undertake what we're doing here. We can make Russia a pariah state, but Putin will retaliate, and we must be ready. We need to be ready for fuel crises, for cyber attacks, and for the ludicrous threats from the Kremlin. There are many further things beyond this bill, however, that we can do in the West, and we should be ready to do them too. To pick just one example, the Allies should be ready to reduce every Russian embassy to a bare minimum, to a skeleton status, by expulsion of diplomats at the first sign of retaliatory action from Russia. It must be clear to Russia that they will pay if they retaliate again. We have said, and we must keep saying, that this is not aimed at punishing the Russian people. That is incredibly important in what we're doing. This bill should be targeting the Russian government and Putin and his henchmen themselves. That's why the actions against the oligarchs in this bill are just as important as the actions against the Russian banks and commercial institutions. There have been some briefing from Whitehall over the weekend which implies they're not. That is wrong. We've all heard the rumours that Putin has something like $200 billion of personal wealth. He doesn't hold any of it himself. It's held by the 140 plus oligarchs around the world. Therefore, targeting them is, as I said, at least as important as targeting the Russian state banks. And to do that properly, we will have to act fast, and that is the thrust of my amendment later on when we come to the committee or report stage. We should not kid ourselves. This is not an economic crime bill, it's an economic warfare bill. And it's a war that the liberal democracies cannot afford to lose.
The SNP spokesperson, Alison Foulis.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And we on these benches are also very glad to see this bill. It is well overdue. We've called for action on these issues many, many times in this House, in bill committees, in select committees in Westminster Hall, and yet no action has been taken until today. And the measures within this bill are not yet the full package of means that we need to tackle economic crime. Far from it. And we look forward to hearing the further measures coming forward soon. Tom Keating of Rousey has said that war has not made this money dirty. It has been here, corroding society and undermining the country's institutions for decades. The failings that we hope the economic crime bill will address have long been identified, yet they have been ignored through incompetence, disinterest, or worse. And this really goes to the heart of why this bill is so urgent. This money has been sloshing around in the UK. People have benefited from this money, but it hasn't been the people from whom this money was stolen. And we need to take further action to make sure that we address this.
I will, of course.
My old friend's absolutely right about where the money was stolen from. And many of the kleptocrats which the Home Secretary referred to made the money by looting Russia after Yeltsin's privatisations. Would she agree with me that no matter how many times that cash has been through the laundromat, it's still stolen, it's still unexplained wealth, and does she share my concerns that the use of the unexplained wealth orders will never actually get to the root cause or the root of where some of that grubby stolen money actually came from?
My honourable friend is absolutely correct to point that out, and this money has been round the world many times. We may never ever find out where it has come from, but we could take further action to stop it coming through bank accounts in this country, helped by lawyers in this country, helped by accountants in this country, and this bill does not go far enough to deal with those people who are facilitating this economic crime. On the Register of Overseas Entities, members will know that I sat on the joint committee with the Lords looking at the draft Register of Overseas Entities Bill, because I've mentioned it several times before. I can't understand why it's taken so long before we could have had this coming before us as legislation today in, I should say, such haste. The bill introducing a registration of overseas entities is intended to shed light on the individuals behind those overseas companies that control property in the UK. It is welcome, but again, it is too late. The proposals were discussed in detail during that scrutiny committee, and I still don't understand and would like some kind of explanation from ministers, if they'd stop by chatting, as to why they have twiddled their thumbs for 4 years instead of getting on and implementing this legislation. And I should note as well that the Scottish Government have moved on this. The register of persons holding a controlled interest of land in Scotland will come into effect, will start operating, start taking names on its register on the 1st of April this year. And I seek some information from ministers as to what exactly will be the interaction between this register of property in Scotland, which includes overseas entities, and the provisions that they are trying to make today. And it has been remarked upon by a number of organisations that the Scottish Register will actually have transparency at its heart and has better transparency than what ministers are proposing here today for their register. And I would ask that they go to that higher level rather than asking Scotland to level down on what they are putting on the register of persons holding a controlled interest in land. Transparency International have estimated that £6.7 billion of questionable funds have been invested in UK property since 2016, of which at least £1.5 billion has been bought by Russians accused of corruption or links to the Kremlin. And when you take into account the secret nature of these transactions and how hard it is to get that actual information, the real figure is likely to be much, much higher. The bill as it stands would give the owners of around 95,000 foreign-owned properties 6 months to reveal their identities. I am glad that the government has cut back from the original 18 months that they were proposed within their original draft bill. But as things stand, really, 6 months gives people an awful long time to move their money down what Oliver Bullock calls the money land tunnel, to hide those assets, to spirit them away to where they cannot be seen and where they cannot be found, because those secrecy jurisdictions are there and they will be used by people who want to do this. And I would like to know from the Minister as well, on this register, will it be to the same standards as Companies House Register just now? Because the Companies House Register just now is basically full of guff. And I have said this many times. You can register it to any town, any place. I could register it in the Minister's name if I wanted to register it in the Minister's name. And if I didn't put any indication that it was me that's done it, I would get away with it scot-free. So the Minister really needs to tell the House what the standards of registration for these companies will be. Our new Clause 4 says that it should... I will give way in just 1 wee second. Our new Clause 4 suggests that Companies House should be an anti-money laundering body. It should use the Government Verify scheme to make sure that a person is a real person when they register on Companies House. And I want to know what this Register of Overseas Entities is going to look like and how we can make sure that that data being put in there will be maintained. I'll take...
Grateful for the honourable lady giving way. Does she agree with me that full transparency of who owns companies on Companies House is in everyone's interest? It was only because of the investigation undertaken by Catherine Wheeler of the Sunday Times that we discovered that Victor Fedotov was one of the beneficial owners of Aquin, a company that then has given huge sums of money to individuals in this house as donations. Do you think it would have helped some of those individuals perhaps decide whether they should have accepted that money if they'd known that Fedotov was an owner, especially because of his track record of alleged corruption in the Transnet gas pipeline deal?
I think that's a very fair point to make, and I absolutely agree with them, because one of the difficulties the government has here, and I'll go on to speak about this in the sanctions part later on, is they don't know who has what in order to sanction them, because the Companies House register is such nonsense, and because we don't have a good enough understanding of who actually does own property in this country right now.
To the Honourable Lady, does she share my concern that there are still 11,000 companies at Companies House that don't have a person of significant control actually registered? Yet there's only been 119 prosecutions. Surely we have to transform the regulatory power of Companies House to get rid of this nonsense.
Absolutely agreed. I was going to speak about Scottish Limited Partnerships later, and I'm actually going to jump forward onto that bit as soon as he's mentioned it, because it ties in very nicely with that point. So the House will have heard me speak on numerous occasions about Scottish Limited Partnerships, which have the distinction of being able to hold assets, property, yachts, whatever that might be, as a company. And they have been used in the past as a means of funneling money out of Ukraine, as well as out of other countries. And Open Democracy reported last year that they had found 35.9 million euros in an SLP account, which had been stolen from people in Ukraine through a fraud. And Rimini Consulting was the company involved in that. But as the Honourable Gentleman points out, the key to a lot of this and tracing those fraudsters who are involved in those kinds of things is the persons of significant control. The Scottish Limited Partnerships have been obliged to have a person of significant control now for several years. It was a reform that the SNP pushed for, and a reform that the government said that they were going to do. And sure enough, the numbers of Scottish Limited Partnerships decreased on the Companies House register. The number of people that weren't registering persons with significant control also decreased. But as of the most recent figures, 203 companies were still Scottish Limited Partnerships who had no person of significant control registered. Now that is just not right. And what is happening there is that it's not being pursued either, because of all of the thousands of Scottish Limited Partnerships that have existed, that still exist, only one has been issued a fine for not having a person of significant control, and that fine was £210. That is absolutely pathetic, and it goes to the heart of this government not even bothering to enforce the rules that they have. So the government is proposing in this economic crime bill to fine companies that don't comply. They are not fining companies that don't comply right now. And that's not just not enforcing the rules, that's money that's walking out of the Treasury as well. It's money they could have had to spend on services and do other things with. And they're not enforcing these rules. They are not fining the companies that aren't playing by the rules. They are not striking them off the register. They are not doing anything to make sure that the rules are complied with. And this bill doesn't go far enough, in my view, to address this. The fines suggested are £2,500 a day. Now, to many companies that are shifting billions and billions of pounds through shell companies, that is nothing. That is the cost of doing business. And it is nothing to the oligarchs with deep pockets stuffed full of Putin's money. And the government should be doing a hell of a lot more about that. And at this moment in this bill, as welcome as this bill is, they are not doing anything to address that imbalance. I will.
The honourable member that there's concerns across the House on this issue, as you can see, as the honourable member can see from those of us who signed various amendments. In the last 5 years, the number of prosecutions for money laundering has fallen away. The prosecutions from the serious fraud squad has fallen away, and indeed from the National Crime Agency has only managed to prosecute 5 a year on average. Does she agree with me that laws and regulations are only worth their salt if they're properly enforced, and we need to come together on both sides of the House to really address this issue and make sure monies are available to properly fund our enforcement agencies?
Yes, and I do acknowledge the strength of cross-party support in the House on this issue, and I very much agree with him. And you will have read, I'm sure, the Treasury Select Committee's report onto economic crime as well, where it was highlighted that not enough is being done in enforcement and not enough is being spent on investing in those law enforcement agencies to give them the skills, because otherwise the crooks are going to continue to be several steps ahead of the law enforcement agencies who do not have the resources or the skills and the talent to get around those schemes and to stop them in their tracks. So I do absolutely agree with them on those points. And I wanted to point out, to signal my agreement to the Honourable Member for Oxford West and Abingdon about the loophole that she has highlighted in this bill, allowing individuals or their assets to be exempted if so doing would be in the interests of the economic well-being of the United Kingdom. That gives the government a whole lot of scope to do something to exempt people from this bill, because there are clearly huge sums of money involved here. And the economic well-being of the United Kingdom through many different things, not least Brexit, is ailing in many respects. So the government could look to that as a loophole, and I think that loophole must be closed, and I very much support the Honourable Member's amendment. I don't think I got in time to put my name on it, but I fully support what she is putting forward here. Moving on to sanctions as well, Madam Deputy Speaker. The bill sets out a series of reforms that are likely to intensify sanctions enforcement, and we did push for greater action and sanctions and enforcement of those sanctions back when the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Bill went through this House. And there are limitations at the moment for the Office of Financial Sanctions implementation, and I think that, as I mentioned earlier on, it's very difficult to impose sanctions if you don't know where somebody is hiding their money, if it's very difficult to track those people down and to enforce them. So I think there needs to be a great deal more done there in that regard as well. And as my honourable colleague on the Treasury Select Committee pointed out earlier in the debate, the Office for Financial Sanctions Implementation only has 37.8 staff. It doesn't really seem quite sufficient to the size of the task facing them, and I hope that they will be able to get more resource in order to do this. Clearly nobody could have quite anticipated the scale of sanctions at the moment, but it needs to have further sanctions resource going to that, to have the expertise and to make sure that our sanctions are aligned with other jurisdictions around the world. And I wanted to point out just briefly and finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, that according to the figures put out by the Minister for Brexit Opportunities over the weekend, the UK sanctions, for all they are a fraction of the EU or the US's efforts, have captured more in value than either of them. And I think that's a very interesting and curious point, Madam Deputy Speaker, because if this is an indicator how much Putin-related cash is swilling around in London's economy, this is quite a serious point. If these figures are to be believed, the UK has more assets belonging to oligarchs than the EU and the US combined. And that really does show us, Madam Deputy Speaker, the scale of the problem that this UK government has got itself into. So we support the measures within this bill which will strengthen measures on economic crime. They do not go far enough, they do not go fast enough. They are long overdue. And we will look forward to moving some amendments later on this evening, and we hope that the government, if they have any sense at all, that they will accept them. Thank you.
I'm going to introduce a 5-minute time limit, but I'm sure honourable and right honourable members will be very aware that if they take less than that, we will get onto committee stage more quickly, which colleagues might wish to do. And if there are those who particularly wish to speak at the committee stage, they might bear that in mind as well. Sir Robert Neal.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is an important bill, and it's an exceptional bill because it's not normally the way we will go about dealing with such matters, but it's necessary. My right honourable friend, the member for Horton, Price and Howden, talked to it in terms of being an economic warfare bill. Well, sadly, there is an element of that, isn't it? Because at the end of the day, a vicious and genocidal war is being waged in our own continent, and we have to take actions as a law-abiding country, as a country which believes in the rule of law, which might not normally be the way in which we go about things. But that's necessary. One thing I say about that is this, that there will be some aspects of this bill which involve, for example, removal of a proportionality test in the seizing of assets. In the case of the acolytes and the fellow travellers and the hangers-on of the Putin regime that's murdering people, I think it's perfectly proportionate to move swiftly and immediately. But that might not be the case in all other cases in which entities are held in this form. So I hope perhaps the Minister will reflect that whilst none of us are going to delay this bill today, the second bill coming along, which I welcome, may give us a chance to look in better time about whether that approach is appropriate as a global provision as opposed to a specifically targeted one for the instances of this case. because there are legitimate business grounds why assets may be held in various forms of entities that will be caught by the bill, and we don't want to destroy our ability to do that in this country, but at the same time we want to prevent abuse. I also welcome what is said about strengthening the enforcement provisions. We need to do much more around economic crime. The Justice Committee is looking at fraud at the moment as an inquiry, but we need to look at crime internationally as well. Our reputation, both as a financial centre and a legal centre, depends upon that. But that does involve us committing the money in a way which, for example, the United States does to a far greater degree in relation to economic and extraterritorial matters. The fact that Russia is not a country unlike us that abides by the rule of law couldn't have been more amply demonstrated by their non-attendance at the International Court of Justice in The Hague today. It's a measure of the arrogance of a regime that, being party to the Genocide Convention, being party to the Convention and having signed up to the jurisdiction of the International Court, doesn't even bother to turn up and has the brass neck to suggest that it is defending, wholly falsely of course, Russian speakers against genocide, is a measure of the perversion that has taken over the Russian state. Regrettably, for those of us who love Russia's culture and its history as a European nation, under Putin it has become almost as much a rogue state as the mullahs have made Iran. And we therefore have to act with exactly the same rigour to destroy it economically. And that will bring awful pain to the people of Russia, which is terrible, and it will bring a considerable amount of pain to many people in this country and beyond as well. But that is sadly the price that we're going to have to pay unless a genocidal, homicidal dictator, who has clearly never changed from being the KGB torturer that he once was, is not going to be able to blackmail us going forward. In terms of the specifics of the bill, I do hope the Minister will look at some of the amendments. There are a number of important technical amendments that have been suggested by the Law Society, which I think do merit looking at the committee stage. For example, we mustn't forget that those who have significant control are not necessarily the same as those who have beneficial ownership. There is a risk of a loophole there that needs to be tightened up. Secondly, it's really important, therefore, that we ensure that the various registers which are now being created align sufficiently so that we actually get to the economic beneficiaries of the trusts rather than the intermediaries who might be dealing with it. That's where the oligarchs in this case and the criminals are likely to be. And it's also, I think, particularly important that we look at the time frame from this. 6 months to register seems to me needlessly generous. Equally, 28 days, I think, in fairness, is too short, because we must bear in mind there are legitimate businesses that will hold their assets through these entities and formulas as well, and we need to give them time to register. Can I just say to the Minister, if in the other place there was an amendment that brought that time limit down to 3 months, many of us think that would meet the balance very sensibly and would enable legitimate businesses to register properly, but would still put the pressure on the villains who we really get to. And I hope the Minister will think about that. Subject to that, I commend this bill to the House. This is actually a fight not just for democracy and decency, but for the rule of law as well. And that's why we must get this bill through.
Dame Margaret Hodge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'll try and keep shorter. Like others in the House, I welcome the bill. But it should never have taken the nightmare of a war in Ukraine for us to act and to halt the absolute avalanche of dirty money that has been allowed to enter Britain today. Today we are the jurisdiction of choice, not just for Russian oligarchs, but for kleptocrats, money launderers, people traffickers, smugglers, terrorists and other villains. And that is the result of the failure of this government and previous governments to act. I think the Labour government also had some responsibility for this, but the inaction over the last decade or so is down to this government and the previous Conservative governments. This bill, as everybody else has said, has to be the first step, and I look forward to a further bill coming forward swiftly at the beginning of the next session so that we can enact the other important things. And the other thing that others have said, this isn't anything great and inventive. This was first promised to us by David Cameron, I think, in 2015. Others think 2016. There was then a massive consultation on it. There was pre-legislative scrutiny. There was a bill in 2018. It was in the Queen's speech in 2019. It was the G7 summit in Cornwall. It was reinforced. And then we heard there wasn't going to be an economic crime bill. And it was all going. Then war comes in Ukraine and suddenly it re-emerges. The implications of the bill go well beyond Ukraine, although the bill is vital as we try to put the pressure on Putin and his utterly dishonourable gang of cronies and try to de-escalate the conflict through economic sanctions. But we do need to move faster and we do need to go further. And there are some amendments before us today. I don't want to use the time now because people will want to talk about it during the committee stage. But freezing an oligarch's assets whilst the lawyers consider the case for sanctions is an important amendment, and ensuring appropriate funding so that we actually don't just put something on the legislative into law without enacting it and using the law to properly go after the oligarchs is very, very important. Yep.
Is she concerned, as I am, that some estimates put economic crime as a cost to this country of nearly £300 billion, billions, and yet we only spend something like £850 million on all the nationwide enforcement agencies? Other countries spend a lot more and seem to have a higher success rate when it comes to prosecutions. Does she think that's a coincidence?
Coincidence, I completely concur, and I put the cost of economic crime to the economy much greater. The latest figure I've seen is 260 billion, so it's much greater. So the government's got to go tougher regulations, more effective enforcement, proper resourcing, and clear accountability are the key things we need. I thank the government actually for listening to the representations that we've made, and there are some changes in the bill even as we consider it this evening, which are very, very welcome. The tougher penalties, the greater accountability with an annual report to Parliament. I remember arguing that case as the legislation went through and it was resisted. The speeding up of the processes with the new clauses that the government's introduced. And I hope that today, during the course of the committee stage, that there will be further improvements. And at this stage, I would ask the Minister, in his winding up, whether he's looked at our Amendment 3, in my name and in others, which is a loophole that was mentioned, I think, by the Honourable Member for Bromley and Chislehurst, where I think it's a drafting mistake, but it does look to me there that individuals could escape the transparency that is intended with the bill by using nominee directors and corporate trust providers. We have received legal advice, and I shared a copy of this with the Security Minister. So I wonder whether the Minister who's answering has looked at that, and whether he will respond actually on that drafting issue. Finally, this isn't an economic crime bill. It's an important piece of legislation that should have been put in place years ago. The economic crime bill is still desperately needed, and I look forward to urgent discussion of that. In the meantime, I hope that we will have time for proper consideration of our amendments.
Nigel Mills.
Pleasure to speak in this debate and to follow the Right Honourable Lady. And I join with her in welcoming the long-delayed bill. I think I've chaired the all-party parliamentary group on anti-corruption for nearly 7 years, and as she said, it's 6 years ago that we were actually promised this particular measure. And the irony is, at that time, the government were probably ahead of the curve. They were probably ahead of the world in coming up with measures like this. And if only we'd had these rules in place and these disclosures available to us now, we could have moved so much faster in this crisis. So I wholeheartedly welcome the fact we've got these measures today. I support them all. I just want to take a few moments just to slightly disagree with some of the comments that have been made. The actual transparent register of overseas entities is not about economic warfare. It is, I think, a perfectly normal and necessary measure for us to have in our economy to ensure we have a clean economy that is free of dirty and criminal and corrupt money. And it should not be seen as a measure just for this crisis. This is a measure for life, for the rest of the year. This is a measure needed for our economy, and it is not intended to be an attack on investors who are perfectly normal, acting properly. It will catch Americans, Australians, Canadians, Europeans, anyone that has property in this country owned by a company will be caught. They are still welcome to come here. We want them to come here. We want them to invest here. We want them to create jobs. What we don't want is dirty, corrupt money. They can sling their hook. They can go. That is what these measures are aimed to correct. That you have nothing to fear coming here and investing if you're doing nothing illegal. That is what we want. So please, let's not pretend that this measure, which has been planned as an anti-corruption measure for all these years, is solely a measure for this crisis. I hope it helps in this crisis. I hope somehow we find some property owned by an oligarch or two we wouldn't otherwise have found that we can freeze or sanction or whatever. Personally, I suspect this is not a measure that will make much difference to that. If we don't know what assets they've got already in our intelligence services, and we can get those sanctions and freezes in place quickly, I suspect having a register in place in a few months' time that they may or may not comply with isn't going to make a lot of difference. I will do.
My friend makes a good point that this is not just for this crisis. He will have seen the excellent article in The Spectator by Professor Richard Eakins, where he and Sir Stephen Laws, former Junior Treasury Counsel, suggest that the best route for this crisis would have been a standalone bill, naming all those to be sanctioned in a schedule and with power for that to be added to. But that's not what we've got. So the reality is we're going to have to get this through, but perhaps think about that better approach should eventualities like that arise again in the future.
I agree with him. That's beyond my expertise or interest. My interest is in anti-corruption measures here. But as I say, how can we have this? I'm nervous of the speed of the drafting of this bill, and some of the technical provisions may lead these provisions not to work as they should. I fear that the very people we're most after are not the innocent businessmen who's chosen to run a company, but we're after the really dodgy rich ones who use every machinery they've got, and they may well be able to find some loopholes, some ways of exploiting here. I mean, it's a fact that this bill actually requires registration of the beneficial owner of the company that owns the property, not the actual property itself. Now, that may sound like a distinction without a difference, but I suspect you can find ways through nominees and careful shareholdings where those two things can be distinguished. So I think we need to watch very carefully as we bring these provisions in that they are hitting the people we think they should hit, and we're getting the disclosures that we want. And if we're not getting them, we need to come back quickly and tighten the rules, change the provisions, tweak them, and not just think we've done this today, that's it. It doesn't matter. We've got a few thousand registrations in all the innocent ones are there, and we haven't got the important ones. And that, I think, is where we need a huge culture change in the city, in the government, in the law enforcement agencies, that Parliament is now serious. We mean these provisions to have effect. We want you to enforce them. We want them to work. We want them to be resourced. We don't want them on the statute book and kind of being ignored. There'll be a bit of a deterrent. It doesn't really matter if they're used or not. We want this stuff to make a huge culture change to our economy. We want it to happen quickly. I commend the bill. I look forward to the rest of the stage.
Leila Moran.
Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the member for Amber Valley, and could I associate myself with his comments, because whilst it has, as the member for Barking said, taken a war for us to get to this point, we also, I think, I find myself forgetting how often I go to other countries or I speak to family members who live abroad who say how they look to this place as what should be best practice. And yet when it comes to economic crime, I'm afraid we have been lagging behind. The Secretary of State said that this was done speedily. Well, I'm reminded of when I was a teacher and people used to stay up all night to do my homework that I'd set 3 weeks earlier. The fact is they could have done this better, they could have done this sooner, and they didn't, but we are here now. I will.
You're making an excellent speech. But would my honourable friend agree that actions speak louder than words? We've had an awful long time to get this right, back to 2016, so let's see some action and action now.
And she's right, and I don't say this in any other spirit than one of we want to help, and I hope, and I thank the ministers for the way they've engaged with us, and I will keep working constructively with the government on this, because we need to get this right. Not just for the people of Ukraine, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, before I came into the chamber today, I was talking to some Russians in Russia who I cannot name and I will not name, because if I do so, it puts their lives in danger. On Friday, members will be aware that Putin put in place legislation to give them 15 years imprisonment for simply saying that Putin is waging a war as opposed to an exercise or a peacekeeping mission. They described what's happening as strict and cruel legislation designed for political oppression. And they are asking members of this House to work with the Russian community here in the UK to get the message out through their networks and to their friends about things like how to circumvent the internet clampdown that Putin has put in Russia, to get the BBC in Russian to people on the ground. There is something all of us can do to help those Russians who want to help us here, and they are desperate not to be tarnished with the same brush. So to the bill specifically, I look forward to committee stage, and so I'm going to keep this brief, but I would love to hear from the Minister what exactly is going to be in the next Economic Crime Bill Part 2. In particular, what we're looking for is that reform to Companies House. Can I also associate myself with remarks made about enforcement? I was asking some of the very, very doughty third-party groups like Transparency International and RUSI and others, why is it that other countries like America, say, have managed to get far more companies and far more people on their list? And they said they've got fewer laws, but they enforce the hell out of them. Exactly. Can we be a country, please, that enforces the hell out of this legislation and any further legislation that we won't want to bring to this House? And the other thing that we need to make sure is in there is the clamping down of enablers. Now, there are amendments that talk to this, but we know it's going to need standalone legislation. It's not just the lawyers. It's the PR firms. It's the accountants. It's the banks. It's all of those who knew what they were doing. And it shouldn't be that they were doing it recklessly, as there are some get-out clauses in this bill that we need to be careful. They knew it, or they decided to turn a blind eye, and that can no longer be good enough. I do appreciate that this cannot be covered in this bit of legislation. When is it going to be covered? I look forward to working with the Minister in future iterations of these matters, and I especially look forward to committee stage, where we can discuss some of the holes in this bill in more detail.
Rose.
At bleeding last, it's here. We have been waiting for years. Alleluia, that it has finally arrived. And we've all heard some of the history about how long we've been waiting for this. It's also true to say, Madam Deputy Speaker, that a few years ago, Britain was in the forefront of this legislation. In fact, in some respects, we are still the one-eyed man in the land of the blind. There are still many other countries which don't have even the initial steps of beneficial ownership transparency, which we have long had in this country. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is absolutely essential, but because we have the City of London here, because we have wholesale financial markets, which are the envy of many other countries in the world, that makes us having to live up to a much higher standard than many other countries already have to do, and that means that we have to go further. We know we have loopholes in our existing laws, and it is absolutely time and past time that we plug those loopholes, that we get on with this, and that we move to fill in the gaps, which this bill is the first step on the road. But it is only a first step, and I am delighted as well, Madam Deputy Speaker, to hear the promise of more in the White Paper and the promise of a second bill, I hope, as my right honourable friend from Barking said, I hope early in the next session, because only if we do both these things in parallel, in tandem with each other, will we finish the job which was started back in 2015 or 2016, depending on which version of history we all adhere to. And it is also essential, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm delighted that the manuscript amendment, which has been tabled in the name of myself and my honourable friend from Thirsk and Moulton, about trying to speed up the application to make sure that that oligarchs that own property in this country and will want, at the moment, they will even now be searching for buyers to palm the asset off onto so they can get their money out, because they know that we are moving and they know that they have some time as things currently stand in order to complete their transactions. It is absolutely vital that we move to do this faster, and I'm delighted that we're going to have a chance in the later section of this bill to consider the manuscript amendment. I give way.
Thank my very good friend for allowing me to intervene. I presume this bill will hopefully freeze assets. Would the second part of the bill, when it comes, actually allow confiscation of assets? I hope it might, in which case we might even put it to good use and help the people of Ukraine. Is that out of the question?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's a question which I think probably the Minister sitting in his place, who I know who was listening carefully, will be able to answer in his summing up. But to my gallant and honourable friend's point, you can't sanction an oligarch's cash if you don't know where it is. So the first step, the absolutely essential initial step, is to rip back the veils of anonymity so that we can find it, so we know what we are looking at, and so we can at least stop it from leaving the country before we then move on to those other steps. There are two other points, Madam Deputy Speaker, which I just wanted to mention, which I hope that the Minister in his seat at the moment will be able to address in his summing up remarks. And those are things which could be in this bill but aren't, and I hope that they will either appear later or they will appear in the follow-up bill which we are all being promised. The first of those is proper measures to deal with whistleblowers. We've heard a great deal already about the importance of enforcement. Enforcement is vital, but it is so much faster, so much better, and so much better applied if there is proper whistleblowing legislation in place. And again, Madam Deputy Speaker, like the points about transparency of beneficial ownership, a few years ago this country's legislation on whistleblower protection was one of the best in the world. But the world has moved on, other countries have overtaken us, and we urgently need to improve the quality of our whistleblower legislation. It's good that the Minister who will be responding is from the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy, because it is in his department that the whistleblowing team sits. And I fear, Madam Deputy Speaker, that they are well behind the curve of where we need to be if we're going to move promptly on this. We have a long way to go and a great deal of thinking to do, and I hope that he will be able to make some commitments when he gets to his feet at the end of this second reading in order to bring it in very briefly.
Very briefly. I will be very briefly. New Clause 14 and New Clause 27 both deal with the establishment of an office for the whistleblower to do exactly what he sets out.
Absolutely, I acknowledge that point, and I'm not sure whether or not the government will be able to accept it, but even if it doesn't, I hope that it will therefore be able to make some commitments about what it intends to do very soon in order to plug those undoubted gaps. The final point I want to make, Madam Deputy Speaker, is about trusts. My honourable friend from South Thanet, in the Home Secretary's initial remarks, made a point about trusts, and it is absolutely essential that we don't forget that one of the issues which we're dealing with here is to do with companies, because they are an excellent vehicle, as has been proven, for covering up the ownership of assets. We've also heard from the spokesman from the SNP about the problems which have in the past accrued for Scottish limited partnerships. It is equally true that trusts can be misused and could be misused and potentially are being misused in exactly the same way. This legislation does something for the use of trusts when it comes to unexplained wealth orders. It does not do the same thing for disclosing both the settlers, the trustees and the potential beneficiaries of trusts for everything else. And those vehicles could easily be misused, and we do not want, Madam Deputy Speaker, to be coming back in a couple of years' time saying, if only we had thought to plug that loophole at the same time. So I hope that my honourable friend, the Minister, when he gets to his feet, will be able to deal with that omission and promise us some progress on that very soon.
Order. Just a gentle reminder that if we, I've absolutely no problem with interventions, but I think it'd be quite helpful to other colleagues, especially if the House does want to get onto the committee stage, that still stick to 5 minutes if there are interventions taken. Peter Dowd.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The bill is a first step, but the proof is in the eating of the pudding. But it shouldn't have taken the tragic and brutal invasion of Ukraine to see government action on economic crime. For too many years, we've only heard warm words from the party opposite. And it's our British overseas territories that are often at the centre of these networks of dodgy financial flows, depriving citizens everywhere through tax avoidance and evasion. We've become the #1 safe harbour to criminals and kleptocrats the world over, and that's a shameful record. And despite this, Part 1 of the bill on the registration of overseas entities has sat on the statute in draft form since 2018. Why? Indeed, only a couple of weeks ago, the government had pulled the economic crime bill from the legislative calendar altogether. And so by avoiding this matter for years, the party opposite has forced us now to rush through this complex legislation in a day. And over the same period, we on this side have repeatedly requested today's register to be introduced, along with several other corporate transparency measures that we proposed in our tax transparency and enforcement programme. We've also called repeated for the introduction and strengthening of the Magnitsky provisions. And no one knows quite what has influenced their dithering and delay on economic crime. Coincidentally, lawyers at the Good Law Project surveyed Russian donors to the Conservative Party at the weekend and found that not a single one had been included on the sanctions list. Perhaps this is pure chance, perhaps not. Now, turning to part 1 of the bill, this register is crucial to demonstrating the way the UK property is still used to stash illicit wealth. Transparency International has identified 1.5 billion worth of property in the UK which has been brought by Russians accused of corruption. The glaring hole in the first part of the bill was the 18-month transition period for the full register, reduced to 6 months. Nevertheless, 6 months remains plenty of time for those with assets to dispose of them through their army of lawyers. We've called for 28 days. Will the Minister accept that 6 months is untenable? A coalition of organisations include 2 all-party parliamentary groups, Transparency International and Tax Justice, suggest amending the money laundering regulations to strengthen due diligence on property transactions in the interim. This would be one way to limit the obvious get-out offer by a 6 months compliance time frame. The sanctions for failing to comply with the register were not sufficient either, given the plentiful resources of those who wish to avoid the spotlight. And the government has again sought to address this via amendment. One wonders why they sought to introduce such a tax-lax framework in the first place. So this section of the bill also gives wide powers to the Secretary of State to exempt individuals from register, in particular the exemption, quote, in the interests of the economic well-being of the UK seems pretty dubious. So can the Minister give examples or circumstances in which such exemptions will be applied? After all, many of the people who hopefully will be targeted were ostensibly in this country in the first place because they were here because of it being in the interest of the economic well-being of the UK. So I ask the Minister, what's changed? Under Clause 4, the legislation also allows for a statement to be provided to the register that does not identify the beneficial owner of an entity. Why? Little guidance is given in the schedules for the circumstances on which a move would be appropriate. Such a move would be appropriate. Cannot think of many. So can the Minister enlighten the House on that? Allowing lawyers to submit excuses in place of a beneficial owner will surely be a major stay out of jail free card, almost literally, for anyone hoping to maintain their secrecy. And it should be removed or much narrowly defined. Finally, there is also the matter of our Crown dependencies in overseas territories. While serving as the Shadow Chief Secretary of the Treasury, I was amongst many calling for publicly for country-by-country reporting by multinational companies to ensure that they were not engaging in tax avoidance. Public reporting still has not been brought forward by the government despite clear support of the House, and we cannot allow the Crown dependencies in overseas territories to be used to undermine strong rules on beneficial ownership in Britain. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that members think hard on this, that this hasn't just been a Damascene conversion at the last moment. This awful war shows that the party opposites can no longer dither and delay. The time for half measures is long past. We must act now, act fully and act decisively to end the UK's reputation as a sanctuary for economic criminals. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Second Party.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I refer to my register of interest as a practising chartered accountant and an auditor who's worked on many anti-money laundering schemes and helping to design them with companies. Before I speak to what I believe are the merits of the bill, and I believe it is an excellent bill, I want to speak about a visit I did to my constituency just this Friday. I visited the WMG Academy for Young Engineers, a fantastic college in Smithswood in my constituency, and I was subject to what I can only describe as an impromptu interrogation by around 10 of their exceptionally talented students. And what struck me was how the phrase World War III kept coming up during that discussion. And on the third time it was mentioned, I asked them whether they thought World War III was inevitable. And I got a row of nodding heads. So today, this bill is incredibly important, and we shouldn't underestimate what today means to my constituents and to many across the country. The Ukrainian people have shown immense bravery and honour in the way they have dealt with the Russian onslaught. Thanks to the free press across the Western world, journalists and social media, we can see in real time the great tragedy that is unfolding before our eyes. The indiscriminate shelling of residential areas has not only destroyed buildings, it has destroyed lives and destroyed dreams. And the callous bombings of refugee corridors, of residential areas and non-military targets have resulted in the murder of innocent people up and down the country. The Ukrainian people, even as we speak, are losing their families, their children, their loved ones, and the carnage they are experiencing will be another sad chapter in a long history of brutality in Europe, a brutality that we'd all hoped we'd left behind. And war is unpredictable, Madam Deputy Speaker, and the slightest miscalculation could see an escalation that could lead to a greater devastation and spill over into a larger global conflict. And that's why today and this bill is so important, because we in the West need to do everything we can to ensure that Vladimir Putin realises, or is made to realise, the magnitude of his miscalculation so far. And the people he has bankrolled, and who have in turn enabled him to be an international murderer and thug, need to know that they won't be able to do so in the future without repercussions. The sanctions regime, along with our international partners, means that we are imposing some of the most severe packages that Russia has ever experienced. In particular, the removal of the test of appropriateness in designating individuals and entities, and the removal of the constraints designation by description, will mean groups like the Russian Duma and the Russian Federation Council can be sanctioned much more quickly. And I'm particularly supportive of the period of reduction of the transition period for overseas companies to be reduced to register their beneficial owners. And I know it's been the subject of much tension, but for these changes to be effective, they must be given sufficient time, and Companies House must have a regime in place to be able to police this register. And registering new changes should not take too long, but having a detailed register that goes back in time may well take some period of time to get ready. And I hope the Minister in his wind-up will be able to give some further detail as to the resources that will be allocated to ensure the effective functioning and the policing of this register. And perhaps the Minister would also be able to clarify what personal data would be needed, or whether the same similar thresholds will apply as they do for persons with significant controls. And will exemptions for the data provision exist, as they do in respect of the UK register of people with significant control? Madam Deputy Speaker, every legislation we pass in this House serves a great purpose. But this weekend I reflected on the comments of the students I met on Friday. And after the uncertainty of COVID, they were clearly grappling with the uncertainty of a global conflict, as many of us are. The government has led the way in standing with the Ukrainian people. We have given them military support, we have given them medical support, and through this bill we'll be able to ensure that there are some of the strongest economic repercussions for those who flout international law. We here in this House have made it clear that this barbaric war on the sovereign, democratic, free nation of Ukraine cannot be ignored. To do so would have grave consequences for the free world. And while we must do all we can to avoid further conflict, we must be resolute in our actions. And today, this bill sends a clear message. It says that we will not stand by and let the ideologies of a 20th century despot prevail over the rights of a free, democratic nation like Ukraine.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sure we all agree that this bill is urgent and that it is good as far as it goes, but it is inadequate. It's inadequate because it's hastily drafted, and it's hastily drafted because the government has dragged its feet. If I understood the Home Secretary's argument earlier, it was that the number of amendments that are down show the degree of support. The number of amendments that are down are to show what the gaps are in the bill and the inadequacies here. Hopefully we will correct some of those in committee stage later on, but I would like to hear from the government which of those amendments it is proposing to accept, and if it isn't on technical grounds, to at least give assurances it will, during the passage of this bill, bring forward its own version of those measures. I said earlier on to the Home Secretary that there is a gap between rhetoric and reality there. And what I was thinking of was a briefing given to the Financial Times on the same day the bill was published last week, to this effect. UK Cabinet Minister Michael Gove is drawing up plans to seize British property owned by Russian oligarchs with links to President Vladimir Putin without paying them compensation. Ukrainians fleeing their homeland could be housed in the lavish UK residences of oligarchs hit with sanctions under the proposals discussed. But I don't see very much of that in this bill. What we saw was initially 18 months, now 6 months, to publish information. Yes, there will be penalties for the failure to publish that information, but there will also be ample warning and time to either disperse or transfer those assets. And so whether it's the chairman of the Justice Select Committee 3 months or our own proposal for 28 days, that has to be cut down. But in addition to that, and looking at the new clause 29 that the Honourable Member Halden Price has put forward, we need early freeze of assets to prevent them being dissipated during this period of time. And the government itself, if one believes their own briefing, thinks we should be seizing those assets. Now, where are these proposals? Where is the comprehensive coverage of people to be whose assets can be frozen, and what assets they are likely to be? And how are they going to drill through the elaborate network of shell companies in order to do that? Which brings us on to another point, which is absent from the bill, which is regulation and enforcement. Let's be clear, we do not need more enforcement agencies. We need the ones that are there to work properly. And the National Crime Agency and the Serious Fraud Office do not, partly because of a lack of funding, partly because they need a higher quality and ability of staff, and quite partly because of the revolving door between those agencies and defendant law firms, which goes on all the time at the moment, I'm afraid. We've got the stage now where the Attorney General has ordered an investigation into the head of the Serious Fraud Office because cases are collapsing or because the wrong targets are being pursued, the minnows rather than the sharks. And indeed, we've got the absurd position where the Serious Fraud Office itself is a target of slap litigation by the Eurasian National Resource Company. And I hope also we're going to have time to discuss the amendments that Professor Hodge Hill has put forward on SLAP, on preparing legislation on SLAP, and also on protecting whistleblowers, because these are difficult things to do. Oligarchs are entitled to lawyers. What they're not entitled to do is to misuse the law in this country. This legislation requires careful drafting, as will the seizure of assets. These are draconian and dramatic steps which our courts are not used to taking. And so in order to make sure they're waterproof, but also to make sure that they are fair to all parties, they require careful drafting, not things done on the back of the envelope at the last minute. I was delighted to see Tom Burgess win his case against ENRC last Wednesday. It shows that our courts are prepared, if they're given the tools, to be able to stand up in that way. And but I was astonished to read this comment by the losing party there. This is the ENRC. We have seen a growing campaign of xenophobia pervade aspects of the media and Parliament that targets individuals and companies based on their nationalities, including bizarrely ENRC, which is a UK company with Kazakh shareholders. I don't think Tom Burgess was intending, his anti-Kazakh prejudices were driving him when he wrote his book Kleptopia. On the contrary, I think that he was doing us all a service, and the government needs to rise to the challenge now, and it isn't help if the government is not clear on where the donors to the Conservative Party are coming at present.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And seeing as many of my colleagues, interestingly more on this side of the House, are fond of quoting Lenin these days, there is a, my honourable friend, the Right Honourable Member for Halton Price and Howden, there's a quote from Lenin, I think, which is something along the lines of, history needs a push. And it does feel that the march of history, regrettably, by the actions of Vladimir Putin, have given us a push. They have given this economic crime bill a push. But it is important that we bear in mind the thoughts of the excellent speech of my colleague, the member for Amber Valley, that this legislation is here for the long term. This is not dependent on what is going on in the Ukraine, regrettable though that is. Some of the actions the government have rightly taken is temporary, and it is designed to deal with the Ukrainian issue. This is long-term, and there's been a lot of people on both sides of the House who have worked for that, and we need to bear that in mind as we legislate. First of all, on the register of overseas entities, these proposed requirements will not, in my view, disincentivize honest investors into the British market. We are a place that's open for business, we're pro-business, but we want clean money, and I think this bill completely bears that in mind and does the right thing. I also want to push back on some colleagues who've suggested that somehow we need to, from the opposition amendment for 28 days for the register of overseas entities to be set up. All of us want this to happen as soon as possible, but I fear that many in the House are underestimating the challenge of turning Companies House, and we've heard lots of sort of war stories about various things at Companies House that are not as we would like, and I would agree with those, but underestimating the challenge of turning Companies House from effectively an administrative office into something like a quasi-regulator. That is hard, it will take time. And there are those who say, well, you should legislate anyway and force them to do it quickly. Well, yes, we could. We could force them to do it tomorrow. But then the next day, when our constituents and the media and various other people say, why is the government, why is Parliament not enforcing the law that itself has passed? Well, the reason would be that we weren't ready, we weren't capable of doing it through Companies House. So I think that 6 months, and to some degree these things are arbitrary, but I think 6 months is a fair time period in order to do those things. But of course, I will listen carefully in the committee stage for what the Minister says from the Treasury bench. A couple of technical points for the Minister. The first, in focusing on the holding and transferring of qualifying interest in land in order to trigger, almost as a trigger point for this bill, does the bill capture sales of property-owning companies, i.e. share sales, not asset sales? I think that's one point that should be cleared up. The second, does the bill cater for nominee arrangements, which could allow the purpose of the overseas register to be quite easily evaded? Again, that would just be a very interesting point that the Minister could clarify. In relation to the Office of Financial Sanctions, this has come up a little bit so far. The really important thing and good thing that this bill does is it moves us from a position whereby the office can only impose penalties if an individual knew or had reasonable cause to know or suspect that sanctions would be breached. This moves us to a strict liability position, i.e., if the sanctions are breached, you can be fined. I think that is the right approach. I think it's overdue, and I commend the government for doing so. But just to finish, it's really important. I speak as somebody who's formerly in the City of London, both as a lawyer and a banker, as an advisor and in a bank. I think it's really important the City of London helps this House, helps the government take a lead here. The world is looking at the city to see if they can put these things in place in a cooperative way, and I mean that everybody from the institutions and advisors and everybody else, because morals and markets need not and should not be mutually exclusive. And I think that is of absolute critical importance. And to finish, now, we're all politicians, indeed we're all human beings, though those two things are not always mutually exclusive. And there are very heightened tensions in this House and across the country. Whilst we legislate, we have to bear in mind the rule of law. When we talk about dealing with seizures of assets, that is a serious business. That should never be done on a whim. This government, I think, with this bill and the other measures, has struck the right balance between doing what we need to do, but also making sure that we are seen as sensible, proportionate, and within the rule of law, because without that, then we lose everything. Thank you.
Kevan Jones.
Okay. Can I welcome this bill like others have? But it angers me and saddens me that it's taken the invasion of a European sovereign nation and that women and children in Ukraine tonight, as we speak, are being bombed to actually bring this forward. Now, we've heard the Right Honourable Member for Western-super-Mare saying it's about closing loopholes. No, it's not, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is because there was a choice here. The Right Honourable the Member for Barking, Barking said that action should have been taken early. It should have done. The ISC produced its report in 2020, the committee I sit on. In its annual report of 2021, I shall read it. It said the extent of Russian influence in the UK is very clear. The previous committee found it was a new normal as successive governments have welcomed Russian oligarchs with open arms. As a result, there are a lot of Russians with very close links to Putin who are well integrated into the UK business, political and social scene. Yet few, if any, questions are being asked regarding the provenance of their considerable wealth, and this open-door approach has provided a mechanism by which illicit finance could be recycled through the London laundromat. So this hasn't happened by accident, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's happened because we've had a government who's turned a blind eye to what is going on. It now comes as a great shock to some people that we're now going to have to legislate. And the Prime Minister says we're going to bring in the most toughest sanctions against oligarchs. The Honourable Member for Meriden has just repeated we will have the toughest rules of the law. No, we will not, Madam Deputy Speaker, because this bill won't do it. We're going to have another economic crime bill which needs to bring in further legislation. But this has been around for years, and this government has turned a blind eye to this. And it's no good doing crocodile tears to the people of Ukraine that somehow we are going to react now when we could have reacted years ago, and this government took a political choice not to. The other thing which the Honourable Member for Oxford West and Abingdon made, it's about having the right culture of enforcement. We have not got that culture of enforcement, and the Honourable Member for Amber Valley, correct. This is not just about Russian oligarchs, it's about cleaning up the entire system. The Right Honourable Member for Holton, Price and Howden and myself have been having a campaign for the last 10 years on landfill tax fraud. Again, an area which has just been completely ignored. So it's been a light touch to economic crime by this government. But the security implications of around the money which is around Putin was well documented in the Russia report from the ISC. And all I'll say, because I can't say any more, it's further well documented in evidence in the annex, secret annex, which has not been published, will not be published quite rightly for political, for security reasons. So the government saying somehow we don't know how to go after, we don't know what the actual standard, they do, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I just finish on a point that my honourable friend Hammersmith said as well? As part of that will to actually have enforcement, we've got to ensure that any of the measures in here are properly financed. It is no good the National Crime Agency taking a knife to a gunfight when you're going up against some of these individuals. And that's exactly how it's been described to me by some of the individuals who work for the National Crime Agency. I asked the Home Secretary whether she'd actually got extra resources for the NSC to implement these measures. She ducked and weaved around the answer. Without that, Madam Deputy Speaker, these will not be effective. And if we want a lasting testimony to actually do something really good and actually ensure that people who are now suffering in Ukraine know that we're actually doing everything possible we can, not the glib words of the Prime Minister, which we know are just sound bites which don't often stand up to a great deal of scrutiny. What we need to do is make sure we do this bill and very quickly bring in any other provisions to stop this illicit finance, because it will have not just an effect in this area, but I agree with the Honourable Member for Amber Valley. It will clean up this country, and that's been long overdue.
Peter Gibson.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome this economic crime bill and I'm pleased that the government has brought it forward. This bill will bring in measures to allow us to better prevent and combat the use of land in the UK for money laundering purposes, cracking down on the ability of foreign criminals to hide behind secretive shell companies and revealing the identities of true owners of land in the UK, putting us in a position to ensure our sanctions against Putin's Kremlin regime will have a real impact. This government has brought in targeted sanctions aimed at crippling Putin's regime, and this bill will enable us to go even further. In amending the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2018, this bill will streamline current legislation, allowing us to respond even more swiftly and effectively to sanctions, oligarchs and business with links to Putin's regime. Madam Deputy Speaker, just by making it clear that these measures are being brought in, it will have an immediate dissuasive effect on those who seek to commit economic crime in the UK. By creating a register of overseas entities that require anonymous foreign owners of UK property to reveal their real identities, this bill will help to address the risk of money laundering through our property market, making clear to foreign criminals that there is no longer anywhere to hide. I'm pleased to see the government have brought forward an amendment to ensure those who do not comply will face real penalties with fines and imprisonment. I would, however, urge ministers to ensure that all these measures do not just apply to businesses, but also apply to discretionary funds where the beneficiary is not known, a point ably made by the member for Thanet. We must ensure that there is nowhere to hide. I note the concerns about the length of the transition period for retrospective registrations for overseas entities. Businesses are not automatically bad just because they are owned by an overseas entity. 95,000 properties in the UK are owned through around 30,000 overseas registered companies. Only a tiny number of these will be owned by corrupt individuals linked to Putin's regime. Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome the proposals from my honourable friend, the member for Thirsk and Malton, to stop avoidance in the coming 6 months, and I note the Home Secretary's acknowledgement of his work on this point. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill builds on the work we are doing to crack down on illicit finance and economic crime, and I'm pleased to support the bill and its measures today. But finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, could I ask the Minister to address 2 points in his winding up? What plans does the government have to mandate the registration of ID for all company directors at Companies House? And further, this bill specifically focuses on registered land, registered at Her Majesty's Land Registry. I would be grateful if the Minister could comment upon the quantity of as yet unregistered land which would fall into the scope of this bill.
Alan Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We support this bill. We support the aims of it. We've called for them long since. But we do have a high degree of frustration that it's taken a tragedy in Ukraine to bring this legislation forward and shake the government into action when the problems of dirty money washing through the UK's economy really have been there for all to see for a long time since. So the tone, the self-congratulatory tone of the Home Secretary's statement earlier, I thought really didn't hit the right mark. There's a number of people across the House have been pressing for this for a long time, and the only thing that the UK has really been leading on is being the destination of choice for dirty money of the world. So this is a problem to be fixed, and we'll help in the fixing of it. But the self-congratulatory element of the presentation from the Home Secretary really wasn't appropriate to my mind.
Never is.
So it doesn't deal with a number of things that we would like to see more action on, and I appreciate there's more to come. But let's move that forward. It doesn't deal with Companies House reform. We think a white paper, welcome as that is, as a step forward, isn't going far enough, given that we do know what needs to be done. It doesn't properly deal with Crown dependencies in the overseas territories, because we do believe that there's a real risk that what we'll see is displacement. That as the rules change here, we'll see movement into trusts, into other overseas territories. So this needs to be done as a comprehensive package. It also doesn't deal with corporate liability reform, which we think is a really important thing to be dealt with. It also doesn't do much for the UK's anti-money laundering regime. So we would like to see further action. We think today's a start. We'll engage with it positively to make it better, but we do want to see an awful lot more. Scotland does not have the power to regulate this in Holyrood. This place has reserved those powers, so it's important that that's done properly. So we've engaged positively with this bill to make it stronger. New Clause 4 from us would give Companies House a greater role in anti-money laundering. We think that's overdue. We think that's necessary. We know what needs to be done. Let's get it done. Let's get it started. So New Clause 4 would commence at least that work. I take the point that there's a lot of things to be done, but that's a reason why we need to do it now rather than wait for later. New Clause 23 would ensure that Scottish limited partnerships, the beneficial ownerships, would be published. That again is long overdue. We've seen that particularly on land holdings in Scotland, and getting dirty money out of various jurisdictions has been used, so that's long overdue. And our Amendment 41 would also ensure that companies claiming to have no beneficial owner or person of significant control would have to better explain themselves. We think that's also long overdue. And more generally, I would be grateful for an assurance from the Minister, as other members have said, that all of this is going to be properly funded, because if it's not properly funded, it won't matter. We already have significant powers, like unexplained wealth orders, that have not been properly funded, that have not been properly utilised, and have not been the deterrent that they should have been. So where there are a number, as the member said earlier, taking a knife to a gunfight, we need to make sure that the law enforcement bodies are properly resourced and properly tooled up to deal with the people that they're dealing with. So that said, we do support the legislation and we'll engage with it constructively as we get to the committee stage. Thank you, Madam Deputy Presiding Officer.
John Barron.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is an inconvenient truth that no matter how good the legislation, no matter how robust the rules and laws, they can be made ineffective if they're not properly enforced. And to be properly enforced, they have to be properly funded. So while many of us on both sides welcome this bill, and while many of us also, or some of us at least, think it should go further, and we've put our names to various amendments and have actually tabled amendments to that end, I would suggest to the government that we fundamentally need to look at the issue of funding. This bill should be called Economic Crime, Transparency, Enforcement and Funding. And I do look forward to hearing from my own front bench as to what importance the government attaches to this, and more importantly, what hard money is going to be put to reinforce many of the new regulations and transparent rules, if you like, that are being introduced. I suggest, Madam Deputy Speaker, that various estimates suggest, including an organisation called Spotlight on Corruption, that if one looks at the last 5 years, the number of money laundering prosecutions have dropped by nearly a third. The National Crime Agency has only obtained, on average, 5 successful prosecutions a year, and the number of individuals convicted by the Serious Fraud Office is on a downward trend. We can speak strong words in this place, but actually what's happening at the front line is that with the criminals, those committing economic crime, are winning. It's as simple as that, and winning big time. I suggested in a previous intervention that the extent of economic crime in this country could be approaching something like £300 billion, and yet we spend less than 0.1% of that, 850 million, on all of the nationwide law enforcement agencies. That cannot be right. And then we look at the comprehensive spending review over the next 3-year period. We know that investment over this period of 42 million in the last autumn's budget for economic crime just represents 1% of the 4.2 billion increase allocated to the Home Office. Indeed, we should remember that the National Crime Agency has received a decrease in its core budget over the last 5 years, with the outgoing Director General calling for a 54% increase for the agency. We must ensure that our law enforcement agencies are properly funded. And this is why I will be supporting, amongst a number of other amendments, new Clause 2 in the name of the Right Honourable Member for Barking, and why I tabled my more expansive new Clause 24, which addresses not only the resources required to police the measures inside this bill, but all economic crime more generally. In the long term, we could introduce perhaps some ideas with regards to our law enforcement agencies to let them take a share of the proceeds that they successfully prosecute. Why not? Some other agencies nationwide, overseas rather, do that. But in the short term, they need to be properly funded in order to bring them up to speed and actually bring those many criminals to task. Putin, in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, thinks the West is weak. He thinks this country is weak when it comes to this issue. It is up to this House, on a cross-party basis, to prove him wrong. But to do that, we've got to properly fund our enforcement agencies, and I look forward to hearing from the Minister how the government is going to set about doing that. If not in this crime bill, economic crime bill, then perhaps in the one that should be coming round the corner, I hope, in the very short term. Thank you.
Stephen Flynn.
you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been listening closely to a lot of the contributions that have been made across the House in relation to this debate, and I think it's important to reflect that this is an important piece of legislation. It's something that's clearly long overdue. Will it have an impact upon the situation as it stands at this moment in time, the invasion of Ukraine and the mindless slaughter of those people? I sincerely hope that it will, but this is also a time for reflection and a time for the government to reflect in particular upon how we found ourselves in this situation as it stands here today. Because this, as my friend from Stirling said earlier, this is not a time for self-congratulation. This bill is in effect not new. This has been spoken about for years upon years, because this government has willfully presided over this city becoming a laundromat. And they've been content to allow that to happen. And despite all the outrage from politicians, the outrage from civic society, the outrage from indeed some financiers, not a single finger was lifted. We had the Russia report, we had indeed the ISC report that's been mentioned at length, we had the promises from Prime Ministers now long gone past, and of course we had the Panama Papers not that long ago, I think it was about 4 years ago now, 11.5 million documents which highlighted corruption and how those with vested interests facilitate it. And yet we still had absolutely nothing from this government. This isn't a time for self-congratulation. This is a time for head-shaking, reflection and a promise to do better. And does this bill do better? Well, of course it does better than nothing. But will it be the panacea? Will it be the thing that delivers the change that we all want to see? And like I said earlier, I sincerely hope that it does. But I am somewhat sceptical. And my scepticism sits not just in around the fact that it's the government, the very same government who's overseen much of this laundromat corruption within this city, but the fact, you look at some of the details, and then the member opposite rightly in his remarks spoke about this. How do you make this function? There is nothing to do with funding. Is the enforcement going to be clear? Is it going to happen swiftly? Are those involved in this going to seriously face the wrath of the law in good time, in time enough to have an impact upon the situation as it stands at this moment in time? There is, however, some positives. Of course, the situation in relation to sanctions. Now, the government came, obviously, subsequent to the initial drafting of the bill with additional new clauses which outline the fact that we will be able to sanction in collaboration, or certainly in timely collaboration with our partners elsewhere in the world. And that is a step to be encouraged and grateful for and to be positive about. But that stands alone, in my view, in relation to a lot of this. And I still genuinely believe that those individuals in particular who are linked to the Kremlin, who've hidden their money, who've stolen their money, will be using the time it has taken for this government to put these measures in action to hide their money already. Much of it will already be gone. And that's where time is so crucial in all of this. And I would sincerely urge the Minister to reflect upon the fact that not only did his government think it was acceptable for 18 months to pass for people to acquiesce to what the government are seeking to do here, they now think that 6 months is suitable. So I simply say, will 6 months help those in Ukraine?
Matt Hancock.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise to support this bill, and I'm delighted to hear the full-throated support from across the House for this bill. As the anti-corruption czar in 2015 to 16, I had some role in putting together the policies that are finally making it onto the statute book now in what I regard as the first half of the economic crime bill. And I pay tribute to the current anti-corruption czar, who's done a magnificent job of making progress since. And I want to, whilst I welcome many parts of the bill, I want to focus in particular on sanctions, because the action taken on sanctions against Putin's cronies by the UK so far is amongst the strongest in the world. 258 billion designated, over 200 individuals, entities and subsidiaries, and 3 million companies debarred from raising funds in the City of London. And so the government and the Prime Minister deserve credit for their leadership on this. But I believe that measures can and should go further, whether tonight or in the second part of the bill. For instance, I'm attracted to Amendments 26 and 27 and new Clause 29. I'd love to hear from the Minister the Government's attitude to those. But I also want to put on the record the answer to the question, why have we to act legislatively at such pace? Because the 2018 Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act was riddled with holes by the other place during its passage. And if you look back now at the speeches made in the other place then, some of them, which looked unwise at the time, look extremely unwise now. For instance, an explicit argument for more judicial review. At report stage, the argument, and I quote, "Can the Minister explain why sanctions should be imposed on a person simply because they are connected to a specific country?" Well, I think we have an answer to that question now. The opposition to delegated powers when ministers need discretion to act quickly in relation to sanctions. Even the Shadow Home Secretary earlier described those who act for oligarchs and then legislate for loopholes as clever lawyers. So I hope that the other place listens to this debate and sees the strength of feeling. This must not happen again this time. And one further point, and maybe it's a point of detail on this subject, I'm surprised to discover too that some of those who spoke so powerfully in favour of putting in place loopholes and make the case for confusion and delay in law are also those who stand to benefit from confusion and delay in law and do not declare this conflict. Simply declaring earnings from the bar is not good enough. Parliamentarians should make their interests crystal clear so there's no confusion around the interests that they have when they legislate in this area. One final point. Because whilst we legislate rapidly in this case, we must also understand the cause of the challenges that are currently faced by ministers trying to sanction Putin's cronies. The cause is not the technology and the way in which money is held. The cause is the weakness in the law due to the 2018 Act and the flaws in it that were introduced during its passage. For instance, the Shadow Home Secretary also mentioned the challenges around cryptocurrency. But cryptocurrency is not a cause of avoiding sanctions. By contrast, by its nature and the nature of the technology, there is the potential for more transparency in some of these new financial assets, so long as the legal framework is correct. And indeed, cryptocurrency exchanges can find out and follow the flow of the money more easily than under traditional forms of finance because of the nature of the technology, as the FBI have recently demonstrated with some excellent actions to crack down on economic crime in the United States. So let's put the right law in place and let's give ministers the discretion that they need to act fast. Let's get this legislation through fast and then let's use it, because with shells raining down on innocent Ukrainians, there isn't a moment to lose.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am very pleased to be called to speak in this. As others have said, and as I, along with others, recognised on the TV and media yesterday, none of us can be untouched by the images on our screens, and indeed I believe the image just last night of a mother and her two children lying lifeless on a pavement will remain with me and with others for a long time to come. Those images stir up in us all the anger within me, and that is difficult to manage. And while this is a time for righteous anger, and I'm a great believer in that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do welcome this economic crime bill today to take on Russia's oligarchs and also Putin at the same time as well. I think it's important that we do, and we see that. And what is clear, however, that this chamber is not the place for anger and for knee-jerk reaction. It is, however, the place for cool heads and measured, useful action. It is the place for the message to be sent to Putin that the sanctions will be targeted and that this economic crime bill will continue, and the preparation for further action, because I wish to ask the Minister for some idea of what was intended to come out of this and what will go for the next stage, because I think the next stage will be even more necessary to support Ukraine and to make sure that Russia is sanctioned. Putin's decision to invade Russia was one that was based upon, and I say it with great respect, USA reading from COVID and infighting. He looked to the same towards the EU and perhaps towards the United Kingdom. So tonight, this is an opportunity for us in this place to do our bit, and then the rest of the EU and the USA to do their bit as well, and maybe a bit more. Will this legislation freeze the assets, ensure that monies, bank accounts, houses, vehicles, boats can be seized and used to rebuild Ukraine? Putin was wrong, and he's very much wrong. What he's forgotten is that the British stand together in times of conflict. He's forgotten that the people of this great nation, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, remember the sacrifices made by their grandparents in the wars and are prepared yet again to sacrifice comfort and more to prevent the spread of oppression. He has forgotten that our DNA rebels against injustice and that we refuse to turn a blind eye. He's forgotten that we pull together when needs be. He must remember this very shortly before he receives a response that he has not anticipated. That is why this economic crime bill, the sanction legislation that is before us tonight, is so very, very important. Can I ask the Minister a question? The Honourable Gentleman referred to the cryptocurrency. I understand it's very hard to follow the cryptocurrency around the world, to know where it goes, where it comes from. But again, the Minister perhaps can tell us, rather than people trying to get out of it in some way, that the cryptocurrency trail and history of where it is can be followed, and people will be accountable for that. My heart goes out, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the Russian citizens who do not support the actions of this despot. Putin sees these young Russian soldiers as mere cannon fodder. And as long as his oligarchs have the funds, he doesn't care that his people starve. That's why we must hit every oligarch with any British link and hit them hard. And where these sanctions are not against the Russian people, it has to hit at the highest at Putin and all levels around him. It's very important, Madam Deputy Speaker, as the Secretary of State mentioned earlier on, that we have a two-pronged strategy of what we're doing. Tonight is about the economic crime bill, about the sanctions, and it's also, I think we have to recognise the great work that's been done, the generosity of spirit across this great nation, across the religious divide in Northern Ireland. Hope for Youth, and they've sent 20 40-foot lorries from Northern Ireland in the last week. My councillor colleague Janet MacArthur said she has been overwhelmed by how far people are willing to go to meet the need. We also have missionaries in situ in Ukraine, Mr. and Mrs. Sloan, who are feeding the Ukrainians. And all of these things are so important they can continue to do that. The fact that they have to do that, I think, is the reason why we have this economic bill here before us tonight. Faith in Action, based in Newton Ours, who have their church in Ukraine. Sadly, one of their workers was killed last week. I think to date in this chamber, Madam Deputy Speaker, we recognise the need to have this legislation in place with as hard-hitting as it can be to ensure that we can make the changes. The words spoken in this chamber are important to send the message to Putin. However, the actions are essential. We say we stand with them. We need to show that alignment with Ukraine and across the world. What I ask government to do is this: hit Putin and his cronies where it hurts. Make it hard, stop their ability to have a normal life, freeze their assets, take those assets off them and use those monies to help rebuild Ukraine. Use Russian monies to build the land that they are destroying. Can we do that, Minister? If we can't, that's the sort of legislation I want to see. I want to see them hitting them where it hits most, in their pocket, and probably somewhere else in their anatomy as well. Thank you.
Yeah, you can.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I am sadly fully aware that it is my constituency that holds potentially the largest Matryoshka doll of Russian-owned investment in the UK. Dirty money in particular is an issue with deep Kremlin-linked roots. And as the Member of Parliament representing the cities of London and Westminster, I do support this government's objectives to cut the financial and professional arteries to the Kremlin. Clearly, one of the biggest barriers in tackling money laundering has been the inability to track funds overseas. The bill undoubtedly raises the bar for transparency globally and may also provide and prove to be a watershed for global economic crime enforcement, given the increase in international collaboration between law and enforcement agencies across the world. Madam Deputy Speaker, broadly speaking, the register of the beneficiaries of overseas entities is most welcome. However, like others in this place, I would like to see a shorter time frame for implementation for the register. On this note, I welcome amendments that see the register updated annually and others that work to fortify our long-term defences against illicit finances. Of course, I would like to see the government go as far as possible and consider even strengthening our compulsory purchase order laws to allow local authorities to be able to sell long-term empty properties which do not comply with the proposed new register. Indeed, I'm sure council leaders in Surrey and central London would not argue if they were allowed to sell one or two 10 million plus properties and invest the proceeds in building more affordable homes. Equally, I think we must ensure that the buyers, conveyancing solicitors and estate agents play their part when involved in sales of prime properties within the register.
Thank you for giving way. I welcome this bill, but I also share desires to look very, very carefully at the enforcement issues that we've seen dog previous legislation. But as you represent, as my honourable friend represents such a multicultural constituency, does she agree with me that it's really important that we are careful about the anti-Russian message against all Russians and comments about Russians being made to go home because the law-abiding citizens that live here should be made welcome and continue to be so?
I completely agree with my honourable friend, and we must remember that there are many Russians living in this country because of Putin and have escaped his clutches. Going back to the register, I would welcome the Minister's thoughts on whether the law could actually be introduced that on day one of the register coming into effect, that nobody can sell a property that may be on the register. Not talking about 6 months ahead, but on the day that this law comes into law, that nobody can sell unless it's been registered. And I think that would then close the loophole of this 6 months issue. I think, in a similar vein, strengthening the use of unexplained wealth orders will be a valuable tool in our arsenal. I spoke with Charles Begley, the Chief Executive of the London Property Alliance, at length on this issue. We know that billions are settled in Westminster property alone, again, most under shell companies. Very few of them are ever lived in, and I've lost count of the number of times I've knocked on doors when canvassing in Belgravia, in Mayfair, in Knightsbridge and other places, and have been met by housekeepers who tell me that sir or madam don't live here very often. So I'm sure that I'm relieved to see that this bill will encompass property, land and tied together with reasonable retrospective clauses and formally recognises complex ownership structures such as properties held in trust. All of this will create a potentially significant compliance burden for relevant entities, with breaches causing serious criminal liability. I do hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, that this bill, soon to be an act, means Londongrad is finished. The severity of these sanctions is the beginning of a new London. Right now, oligarchs enjoy the grandest of lifestyles money can buy. They shop in Selfridges, on New Bond Street, they eat in the Michelin restaurants in Mayfair, they easily move money through shell companies, and their children benefit from being privately educated in the UK's world-renowned public schools. No doubt this bill, and the next one to follow, is the first step in cleaning up dirty money in our capital once and for all, and I commend this bill. Thank you.
Shadow Secretary of State, Jonathan Reynolds.
Madam Deputy Speaker, all of us know that a week can be a long time in politics. But amazingly, it is just 40 days since the resignation of Lord Agnew, who cited, amongst other things, that he thought the government would not be willing to bring forward an economic crime bill this year as his reason for walking out. And that statement was of huge concern to many of us. And the urgent question we took on that matter showed the coalition that exists in Parliament on all sides to see real action taken on these issues. And listening to the second reading debate today, it is clear that coalition has been assembled once again. It shouldn't have taken Ukraine for this to happen. but at least we have the first stage of this legislation today. I counted 19 backbench speeches, all of which agreed the legislation should proceed. For our part, we also welcome this bill. We welcome what it contains. There are things we want to strengthen, but we are clear we will work with the government to secure its passage today. But as this debate showed from the beginning, this bill is not the totality of what is required. Other reforms, such as those to Companies House and to Scottish limited partnerships, must follow it. And the promised economic crime bill for the next Queen's speech must be presented in the early part of the next session and do that. Now, I've been able to be in conversation with the Minister for much of last week, and I welcome the assurances that have been given and indeed that the Home Secretary gave from the dispatch box when she opened the debate today. In terms of what we do have today, there are three main areas covered by this bill: the register of overseas entities, the changes to unexplained wealth orders, and the changes to the sanctions regime. And I'll respond to the debate by covering all three of these. The main part of the bill deals with the register of overseas entities. Now, many colleagues understandably focused on this part of the bill, and I very much agreed with the member for Amber Valley who said this should be considered as a mainstream part of a healthy, transparent economy. I agree with him. It's not economic warfare to expect this level of transparency, to tell us for the first time who actually owns property in the UK and make that publicly available. I've long believed that transparency in this area is essential. Football clubs, luxury yachts, they get attention because they're visible. What I want to know is who owns the property in plain sight all around us. Not just because of oligarchs and their position to the Putin regime, but because of the money launderers and the tax evaders, because we have needed transparency in this area for years. I'll give way to the Honourable.
And would you accept that it's one thing to have a register, it's one thing to insist that people fill in that register and fill it in honestly, but it's another thing to ensure that that register is properly checked. Yeah. And without the resources, without the skills, without the acumen to do that, then it's just this could become just another piece of legislation which people can bypass.
Well, I understand his scepticism, and he's right, of course, to say that we've had many times in the debate the acknowledgement that any measures are only as good as the enforcement mechanisms that exist and the resources behind that. I think what is significant about a register of property is if you do it properly, you can prevent essentially the selling of that property, because you can refuse to register the new ownership unless the measures have been followed. But I think his argument about the wider reform that is required, certainly in relation, I think, to Companies House, is absolutely well made, and that's why the second piece of this legislation, the second bill, is so essential. I give way to the honourable member.
The right honourable gentleman. I mean, this issue of register is obviously important, but I don't think it answers all the questions that the government asserts that it answers, because you might want to refuse the re-registration of a sale, but on what basis will you do it? If the individual concerned, the oligarch or whatever, is already being sanctioned, of course you can do that. But if they're not being sanctioned and it's taking 6 months or a year to get to that point, you can do nothing about it.
Well, the honourable member, I think, preempts my comments about the timescale for implementation and the worries that relate to that. And there were some very interesting and valid speeches from all sides pointing out the dangers of that. But I also just want to address, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I know we haven't actually heard it in the debate today, such as the seriousness of the issues, but I know there is, and we should acknowledge, an argument against the transparency that all of us are seeking. And it's that there are some celebrities or some people with high net worth who will cite concerns about privacy in relation to this measure. They're worried that there'll be potential risks to them, they would say, by this register coming into effect. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Well, just on transparency, I raised it with the Home Secretary when she was here. It was issue around Companies House. It was only because of Catherine Wheeler from the Sunday Times we actually found out who the other shareholder was in Aquin, a company that has actually donated tens of thousands of pounds to individual members of this House. Now that was because, strangely enough, the Luxembourg register was more open than ours. Does he think that if members wish to accept donations, this would be helpful to them, because at least then they could actually discover where the actual money came from originally?
His point about donations is absolutely well made, and I think the earlier point he made, which is that only some of the things we're seeking to address with this legislation we know about because of whistleblowers and investigative journalists, that we've been able to get some sense of the scale of the problem, is what should worry us, because we have to decide as British members of Parliament about the proportionality of concerns about this. And I would ask those people who have those concerns to understand that the lack of transparency in the UK, as things currently operate, it doesn't just open us up to the risks of criminal activity. That lack of transparency in this area is now a threat to our national security. Like many people, Madam Deputy Speaker, I once believed that as countries developed, as they became wealthier, that created an irresistible pressure for political reforms, for strong institutions, for independent courts, for the rule of law. But the fact is that hasn't happened in many parts of the world. We're all too familiar with stories of people who have looted the national wealth of their countries and then stashed those assets safely here in the West. There are examples from Nigeria, from Kenya, from Indonesia, China, Afghanistan, Russia, and many, many others. And I'd also like to thank the work of Transparency International for their campaigning and advocacy on these matters. Ukraine itself was once a major victim of this under the corrupt presidency of Viktor Yanukovych. And this corruption often leaves behind countries that are poor and dysfunctional, where the state is starved of the resources and legitimacy it needs to function properly, and where millions are denied the path to prosperity that they deserve. In that space, extremism and terrorism can thrive. So we simply cannot allow this to go on. Now, tackling this properly clearly requires international cooperation. But when it comes to registers of beneficial ownership, that cooperation does now exist. That's why there is a clear consensus on this happening in relation to property in the UK. And this debate has shown that the principal difference of view between ourselves and the government, which we will obviously discuss in committee, is what length of time is reasonable to give people to register the beneficial ownership of the near 100,000 properties that will be affected. I think people know we want 28 days. The government originally proposed 18 months, and I do acknowledge they have moved some way in reducing that to 6 months. And I also acknowledge this is a significant change for some people in relation to their property rights. But I would say this was a change that was announced in 2016 by David Cameron. The pre-legislative scrutiny took place in 2018. My honourable friend, the member for Barking, outlined some of the history of this. So this change has been a long time in coming, and people have known it was coming. It's not really a 28-day implementation period that we're seeking. It's the 6 years and 28 days that adds up to. And that's why I do believe it is reasonable, proportionate and necessary to ask the government to act at speed. The second part of this bill proposes changes to unexplained wealth orders. Now, I raised the problems with these orders when we had the urgent question, and I'm pleased to see them included as part of this. And I again acknowledge the government has already accepted several Labour amendments on this matter. The problems with these orders relate to issues with implementation that have occurred in the courts, so clearly it's good to see those addressed. But many members went further in their speeches, because there are concerns, because of the way that Russia operated in the 1990s, that it can be hard to use unexplained wealth orders to take the action that is required now. Several members proposed a new set of powers which could freeze relevant assets while cases are made. And again, we can deal with those amendments in committee, but I am sympathetic to the arguments that were put forward. The third part of the bill relates to sanctions and their application. People are asking us as members of Parliament, why are there people who have been subject to sanction by the US and the EU, but not currently by the UK? And the debate today recognised that the regime laid out in the Sanctions and Money Laundering Act 2018 is not sufficient. There is clearly a widespread desire to see this improved, and proposals in this area are welcome. But I would also say, separate to this, there is the issue of resources and enforcement. My honourable friend, the member for North Durham, and the member for Basildon made this point in detail. My understanding is that as a country, we are underpowered in terms of the resources and capacity we devote to this. And just last month, the former leader of the House, now the Brexit Opportunities Minister, said he wanted to cut 65,000 civil servants over the next 3 years. But this is a clear example of an area where we need more capacity, as well as the right legal regime to do what is required. And the seriousness of these matters means the government must devote the resources that are required to do that. To conclude, I'll give way to the honourable member.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Very briefly, we are going to see a second economic crime bill come through. I think it would do the House a great service if the Labour Party actually put forward concrete proposals when it came to funding that perhaps would gather more support across the House than he imagined. Because at the moment, we're just talking in very vague terms. Everybody seems agreed, but we need actually to see some concrete action.
Well, I'm always happy to be of service to the honourable gentleman. We'll be looking to do that. He will, of course, know there is a comprehensive spending review imminent as well. I feel I must proceed, Madam Deputy Speaker, as we'll get to the committee stage, given how important it is. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, the measures in this bill are necessary, they're overdue, but I'm pleased they will make progress today. There is much more to do, but I hope this legislation will mark a turning point in the UK no longer being known as a destination of choice for hiding ill-gotten gains. They will have an effect, and it's possible some people will argue they will limit foreign investment in the UK. I would say that any money that is stopped by this bill is money we should never have been open to in the first place. As the journalist Edward Lucas wrote a decade ago in his book, The New Cold War, if you believe money matters more than freedom, then you are doomed when people who don't believe in freedom attack using money. Too many parts of this country have been compromised by their proximity to the extreme wealth and influence that oligarchs can yield. And the perception that the UK has been willing to turn a blind eye to this has been of considerable detriment to our reputation and legitimacy. If this bill marks the moment where that starts to change, it will be very welcome indeed.
Minister Paul Scully.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow the honourable member for Stalybridge and Hyde. And can I thank him for his engagement over the last few days, the last week, because it's so important that despite any differences about finessing this bill, I think we're all in agreement, and it's so important that this Parliament, this House, is united in our drive to right the wrongs of the people of Ukraine and to drive Russian money out of London and indeed to punish the oligarchs. Because it's, there are many responses that I'll try and cover made by honourable members as soon as possible in the time available. But first of all, I just want to remind what this bill signifies and what we are hoping to achieve, what we believe it will achieve. It will improve transparency over the ownership of companies and property in the UK and strengthen the enforcement of financial sanctions. The bill will create a register of overseas entities to crack down on foreign criminals using UK property to launder money. The new register will require anonymous foreign owners to reveal their real identity to ensure that criminals can't hold property behind secretive chains of shell companies. By legislating now, we will send a clear warning to those who have or thinking about using the UK property market to launder ill-gotten gains, particularly those linked to the Russian government. I'll happily give one.
I thank the Minister for giving way, and he's absolutely right, and this bill, of course, is welcome. Many of us believe it should go further, but putting that to one side for the moment, does the front bench accept that all these well-intended regulations and rules, if they're not enforced properly, come to nothing? And when is the government going to bring forward the concrete figures with regards to the proper increase in funding required to make sure that these rules and regulations and others have full effect?
I thank my honourable friend, and indeed I will come to those figures, because I totally agree with him that in its enforcement of these rules and new laws that will have that effect. We can talk as much as we like, but it's action, and we are leading the way on action. This bill will also reform unexplained wealth orders, removing those key barriers to their use by law enforcement. And it will include amendments to financial sanctions legislation, helping to deter and prevent breaches of sanctions. But clearly, there's been a number of questions raised today about why it's taken this long to come up with the legislation. And clearly, we had pre-legislative scrutiny on the register of ownership a couple of years ago, which obviously was interrupted by parliamentary time required by COVID. But nonetheless, it means that we've been able to adapt those paragraphs that are already being drafted, that have already undergone pre-legislative scrutiny, but already had a clean bill of health by committees in this place, adapt it to the new norm that is following the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I'll give way.
Thank the Minister for
Giving way. On the Treasury Select Committee, we've just published a report on economic crime, and the evidence we took included a great deal of frustration amongst those who are around this area trying to make the system work, particularly with his department's lack of progress on reform of Companies House. That is in his own specific bivouac. Why hasn't more been done faster?
Well, I hope that, I think maybe bailiwick, but yeah, rather than bivouac. But yes, I think, look, I hope the Honourable Lady will agree that actually allowing us to reflect on that bit of legislation to align it with the broader reforms that we've subsequently announced of Companies House, that the legislation will work together and be more effective as a result. And that's been absolutely essential to ensuring the new requirements are workable, that they're proportionate, and that the register strikes the right balance between improving transparency and minimising burdens on legitimate commercial activity. And yes, I'll give way.
Thank the Minister for giving way. In the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Bill, the second reading, the Prime Minister, who was then the Foreign Secretary, said the aim of the bill is to grant Her Majesty's Government full power over British sanctions policy after we leave the EU, and in a memorable phrase, to take back control. Does the Minister actually think that we've used the full power in the fullest way to take sanctions against those we think are a threat to us in economic terms?
Well, I thank the honourable gentleman, because it was indeed the Shadow Chancellor that was boasting afterwards how she managed to weaken the government's approach during the passage of that very bill. So, but I believe that we have gone as far as we can. But we need more measures, which is exactly what today is all about. And this is the first half of those measures to make sure that we can introduce the remaining economic crime bill, which it also includes company house reform in that process. We have, as we've heard, tabled the amendment to reduce the transitional period from 18 months to 6 months, but I'll outline in a second a little bit further that we will look at how we can make this work effectively to ensure that people cannot just move money out of this country. Yes, I will.
Will you in fact welcome the conversion of the party opposite to supporting the strengthening of the sanctions regime? Because the bill was introduced, a very strong bill was introduced in this House by the then Foreign Secretary, but it was watered down by the House of Lords with the support of the Labour Party. So I don't like to make party politics out of this, because we should be united on it. But that is a matter of fact.
I agree it is, but he's absolutely right. But let's come back to a sense of unity. We've had some ding-dongs throughout, but I think it is time now to make sure that we can come together and, as I say, to send the most powerful message as a House, as a chamber, to the oligarchs, that their behaviour will not be tolerated for a moment longer. But it is also important to remember that the majority of property held via overseas entities will be owned by entirely law-abiding businesses and people. We're talking about 95,000 properties in England and Wales, owned by some 30-odd thousand overseas entities. So only a tiny fraction of those are likely to be held by criminal or corrupt interests. So the transition period is really important, protection of the rights of those legitimate owners of property. The government doesn't interfere with individuals' rights lightly, and the interference could not have reasonably been expected when rights over the properties within scope of the register were acquired. So we must ensure that we're respecting those rights in a way that cannot be challenged. No doubt those wish to avoid these requirements and who are able to afford expensive legal teams will take any advantage of opportunity to do so. Yes, I'll give way.
I'm very grateful. I mean, the transition period is the key thing, which is the debate in terms of timescale, 18 months, 6 months, 28 days. Does he not agree the most effective way of dealing with this, to prevent the asset flight we're all concerned about, is through something along the lines of Manuscript Amendment 64, which means that people who want to sell or transfer that asset have to disclose the beneficial owner prior to doing so to Companies House, and therefore to Land Registry can block it. Would he accept that's the right way forward?
He will, and can I thank him for his work and for raising it? And I'll come back to his very point in just a second, because I just wanted to say as well, looking at the law-abiding British companies who have adopted structures and that type of ownership for very legitimate commercial reasons, including real estate investment trusts, which are public companies whose core business is to manage and own properties that generate income, and particular pension schemes schemes holding land and properties, and others will be British nationals who have adopted the arrangements for legitimate reasons of privacy, as we've heard, maybe celebrities who don't want their address to be known publicly, and they may wish to apply to Companies House for their personal details to be protected from public view on the new register, but the threshold for exemption for the public register is going to be high, and so it's right to that individuals have time to seek advice on their options and how to make a case to the registrar. But before I give way further, I just want to acknowledge that I'm really aware of the strength of feeling that corrupt people must not be allowed to set up and escape this transparency that this register will bring. I can therefore see merit in requiring all of those selling property to submit a declaration of their details at the point of the transfer or land title during that transition period. And that would mean that for anyone selling, we would be giving them a 0-day transition period. But that goes further than the 28 days, but it's in acknowledgement of the work that has been done across this chamber, and in particular with help from my honourable friend from Thursk and Moulton. They would have to register ownership of selling, and that way would either get their ownership details, or if they don't sell, we'd get it at the end of the transition period anyway, that still protects legitimate owners. And we'll give this further consideration ahead of finalising the bill in the Lords next week, because it's really not right for British businesses to be taking the brunt of HM government's, Her Majesty's government's pursuit of the Russian cronies. I'll happily give way.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I'm just interested in where he's got his information from, because I have not seen data which suggests there are a large number. I mean, I understand about the, Hollywood stars and things who want to hide, don't want their ownership of property to be revealed. But my understanding of it is, from both Transparency International and Global Witness, is that most of these properties that are bought through shell companies, often located in the BVI, are probably a mechanism for laundering money. I just wonder where he gets his data from. And the other thing I would say is those who do, some of the British companies that choose that structure do so to avoid stamp duty. And we don't want to endorse that either from this House, do we?
No, indeed. I mean, if the Honourable Lady looks at the Pandora Papers and the Panama Papers, I think it was the Panama Papers that cited Emma Watson, who bought a house under the Shell company for risk of security. In the Pandora Papers, it cited a former Prime Minister of this country who bought a house in Harcourt Road, which ultimately saved them £300,000 in stamp duty. That's something that we shouldn't be supporting, clearly. We have to get the balance right. So there will be legitimate reasons. There will be people that are avoiding tax, which we also want to stamp out. But the first thing for this, in repurposing this bill, and these measures, we want to make sure that we are stamping out oligarchs' money. I'll happily give way, and then I'll give.
I'm very grateful for him giving way. He was aware of, and we'll discuss it in committee stage, but Amendment 4 is asking, why is there this exemption on the so-called economic well-being of the UK? He will be well aware that many of these oligarchs own big companies that employ thousands of people. They could be using this as a loophole. Is he going to accept that amendment? And if not, can he explain why it's there in the first place? We're very confused.
I'll happily talk to that amendment in the committee stage that's following. But I do take the point of the spirit of which she moves the amendment, but maybe we can debate that a little bit later, because I totally get what she's saying. But in respect to Russia specifically, we've swiftly implemented the strongest set of economic sanctions ever imposed against the G20 country, including the recent sanctioning of Kremlin associates Alisher Usmanov and Igor Shuvalov. That's worth a combined $19 billion with immediate effect. And the new government amendments to the bill will also stream the current legislation, so we can respond even more quickly. But there was a discussion about the funding as well and the resource, and we've developed a sustainable funding model, including around £400 million over the spending review period. It announced new investment of £18 million in the next financial year and £12 million in the years after that for economic crime reforms, in addition to £63 million across the spending review period for the reforms of Companies House. Since 2006-07, just under £1.2 billion of the assets recovered under POCA have been returned to law enforcement agencies. I'll give way one last time, Madam Speaker, and then I'll...
I'm very grateful, Minister, and the Minister will know that I raised this with him earlier. There was confusion today in Northern Ireland that without a legislative consent motion, some of the Contents of this bill would not apply to Northern Ireland. That would create another loophole. It would allow oligarchs to retain assets through the back door within the United Kingdom. Can the Minister confirm that through the transition period, and knowing that the majority of the contents of this bill do extend to Northern Ireland, that he will ensure that there are no loopholes or backdoors?
I thank the honourable gentleman. And yes, the bill does contain provisions relating to the register for overseas entities and unexplained wealth orders that engage devolution powers in both Scotland and Northern Ireland. And we are engaging closely with colleagues across all three devolved administrations who are all supportive of the measures in the bill, and we continue to work with Scotland and Northern Ireland to complete those respective legislative processes at the earliest opportunity. Madam Deputy Speaker, we clearly want to make sure that we have that Companies House reform. It is the biggest reform that we're proposing to Companies House since its inception 200 years ago. It's a complex area of law, and we will come back to it in good time, at the earliest possible time. But to conclude, I'd like to thank right honourable and honourable members for their contributions to what's been a really excellent and informative debate today. I look forward to discussing it in committee, but for now, I commend it to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the money resolution. Whip to move?
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Under the order of the House of earlier today, we shall now move to Committee of the Whole House. Order.
Economic Crime, Transparency and Enforcement Bill.
We will begin with Clause 1, with which it will be convenient to consider all of the other clauses and schedules of the bill and the selected amendments and new clauses as listed on the selection paper. The selection paper includes 3 manuscript amendments, which the Chairman of Ways and Means has selected. That is Amendment 63, in the name of David Linden, New Clause 41, in the name of the Secretary of State, and Amendment 64 in the name of Kevin Hollinrake. A separate paper containing those amendments is available from the Vote Office. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. I call Minister Paul Scully.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Over the last 10 days, the world has watched in shock and horror at the actions of Vladimir Putin. The ability to tackle dirty money and impose economic sanctions has never been so important. We're putting this bill through in an expedited way, and it's important that I put on the record what the bill will do and to set out the intention behind the amendments tabled by the government. I'll seek to be brief because obviously there are a number of right honourable members who I'm sure are keen to speak to their amendments. As my right honourable friend, the Home Secretary, set out earlier, the Economic Crime, Transparency and Enforcement Bill has 4 main objectives. Firstly, to prevent and combat the use of land in the UK for money laundering purposes through the establishment of the public register of beneficial owners of overseas entity owning land in the UK, which will be held by Companies House. Secondly, to reform the UK's unexplained wealth order regime to enable law enforcement to investigate the origin of properties and recover the proceeds of crime. Those measures remove key barriers to the effective use of UWO powers and will increase and reinforce operational confidence in relation to their use. And thirdly, to amend financial sanctions legislation, including the test for imposing monetary penalties and powers to publicly name those breaching financial sanctions. That will make it easier for the government to act against those who fail to comply with these sanctions. And fourthly, to amend the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act to streamline the current legislation so the government can respond even more swiftly and effectively to sanction oligarchs and other businesses associated with Putin's regime. Now, Part 1 of the bill establishes a new register of overseas entities that will require overseas companies owning or buying property in the UK to provide the information about their true owners. Clause 1 to 6 provide an overview of the register, define an overseas entity and establish the register and registration process. Clauses 7 to 11 set out the duties for updating and removing entities from the register, and Clause 12 to 19 set out mechanisms for obtaining, updating and verifying information, penalties for non-compliance and exemptions of various requirements. I'll give way.
24 and 25 would require that when somebody is registering or when they're updating, they also have to notify the fact that one of the people that they are referring to as an overseas person is a sanctioned individual. Will the government be accepting those amendments tonight?
Certainly. This is yours, isn't it? Yeah. Indeed, I thank the honourable right honourable gentleman. I've indeed spoken to colleagues across the House, and it's something that we will certainly be looking at how to draft it correctly to make sure that it serves its purpose, and it's certainly something that we'll actually be looking in the other place to debate further. But in terms of, I'll cover those. I won't give away just for a second because I want to make sure that we can cover the ground, and I will actually deal with some of those the opposing amendments at the right time at the end of the committee session. But turning to clause 20 to 30, they cover the annotation and inspection of the register and the disclosure and protection and correction and removal of information. 31 to 39 covers measures including the false statement offence, amendments to land registration, as well as provisions about offences and penalties. And the schedules define key terms like registrable beneficial owner, and indeed cover amendments to land registration laws such as regarding land ownership and transactions for England and Wales and Scotland and Northern Ireland, respectively. I'll give way.
On the issue of registrable beneficial owners in Schedule 2, that schedule describes the meaning of a beneficial owner as someone, for example, who has the right to exercise or actually exercises significant control over an entity. However, in Part 4 of Schedule 2, beneficial owners exempt from registration, it goes on to describe such a person as having the right to exercise or actually exercise significant influence or control over an entity. Now, it may be this apparent confusion is dealt with in Part 3, that is an entity subject to its own disclosure requirements, but it is not at all clear if someone has to be a registrable beneficial owner or if they are exempt for precisely the same criteria.
And then actually it comes back to something that was said in the previous debate about the persons of significant control, which I didn't address at the time, but that is certainly something that we'll take away and discuss with the Honourable Lady and with others to make sure that we can get that exactly right. Any drafting on this that we can get right. I won't give way just a second because I want to make sure that we can cover all of the areas, and we're going to be short of time. But important changes in Part 2 change the unexplained wealth order regime, increasing the scope of existing powers to ensure that an enforcement authority is able to obtain the information they need, even when those assets in question are held in trust or other complex ownership structures. And that's to ensure that the true owners can't hide their claim over assets to avoid the force of law. And the introduction of an alternative test to the existing income requirement also provides flexibility for agencies to tailor UWO applications to the facts of a case. And clauses 44 to 47 of the bill will mitigate the significant operational risks to an enforcement authority and provide a more encouraging basis for them to use their powers to seek a UWO. First, by extending the period for which an interim freezing order has effect, enabling agencies to review material provided in response to a UWO without significant time pressures. And secondly, by reforming the cost rules to protect law enforcement incurring substantial legal costs following an adverse ruling. And Part 3, clauses 48 to 51, strengthens the financial sanctions legislation to change the monetary penalty test and the internal review process. Those changes will allow Office of Financial Sanctions implementation to publicly name sanctions breaches, even when no monetary penalty has been imposed, and allow for greater information sharing across government. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we're really grateful for the support of all parties in passing this legislation as quickly as possible in response. But in light of the deterring situation and the government's desire to work together to strengthen and accelerate this package, I just want to outline some further measures briefly, which we've tabled as government amendments. We've amended The amendments, new clauses 32 to 40, will amend the Sanctions and Money Laundering Act 2018, the Sanctions Act, to streamline the current legislation so that we can respond even more swiftly and effectively to sanction oligarchs, individuals and businesses associated with Putin's regime and others like them in the future. New Clause 32 will simplify the procedural requirements, which can delay the implementation of sanctions. 33 and 34 are designed to streamline the designation of individuals and entities, allowing us better to respond to fast-moving events. New Clause 36 will ensure that the proposed amendments in new clauses 33, 34 and 35 will apply to sanctions regulations already in place. And new clause 37 will remove the requirement for ministers to review each sanctions regime every year and to review each designation every 3 years. That will free up vital resource to focus on developing new designations. She's been trying so hard.
I thank the Minister for giving way finally, but it all counts. He seemed to be saying to colleagues earlier that his attitude to the amendments that we have down is that he's willing to discuss them after the common stages and do something in the Lords. Is that what he's saying? Is he telling us today that the government's not going to accept any more opposition amendments or amendments from the backbench, but he's going to leave it to the House of Lords to change these things? Because clearly we need to know this if that's going to be his attitude.
As I say, I will cover them more fully in my closing remarks once those amendments have been removed. But nonetheless, what I would like to do is to make sure that the amendments which we have sympathy with do exactly what they were intended to do, that the drafting is right. I'm happy to work with colleagues that have moved those amendments to make sure that we can get that right and see what more we can do in the other place. I'll give way.
The Minister accept that many of the amendments which are down today are down because genuinely people want to make this bill a better bill. And there will be no better signal to send from this House tonight than the government to accept the reasonable amendments, regardless of where they come from, if it is believed to strengthen the bill. And if it is found that they don't do what they're meant to do, then the opportunity in the other House to make them do that is available. But at least it would send a great message from this House tonight that there's widespread support for this bill and the government is listening.
There are a number of amendments here. Not all of them do what they intend to do, but indeed amendments 24 to 26 that was outlined. There was something I would respectfully ask the members not to push them to a vote, but I'll happily work with them to see what more we can do in the other place. I'll give way.
24, 25 and 26 is amendments that the honourable gentleman spoke about now. My understanding is that the government accepts them in principle and will work to put something that delivers what those amendments say in the bill, in the legislation, in the Lords. Am I correct in that?
Essentially, yes. And this is what we want to make sure that we can work with you on that. So, as I say, what I don't want to do is be accepting amendments, just all those amendments here now. But I do want to make sure that we can get it right in the other place, working with them at that stage. Yes.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I'd just like this to be rendered in English for the world at large to understand. Right? If he actually puts into law in the Lords all of the amendments that we proposed, will it not still be the case that nothing can be done to stop a Russian oligarch from moving, selling, transferring his assets, even if we know all about it, until the moment when he is actually sanctioned?
Well, first of all, I thought it was quite clear that actually I said effectively yes. It's quite a clear two-word answer to a simple question. So that was that one. But look, I get, and again, I will cover the right honourable gentleman, my right honourable friend's amendment in closure. I wanted to move the government members at this point, but just briefly, the new clause that he is amending is suggesting in his amendments actually does give the Foreign Secretary a huge amount of powers, not just for Putin's regime, but for future for future foreign secretaries as well. And so that's something I think we do need to tread carefully. We do need to look at really carefully before this House acts in that particular way. Yes, I'll give way.
Grateful. We can see that the sanction regulations will become much stronger, but our sanctions regime is still a long way short of the kind of sanctions imposed on, for example, Iran. where we are able to sanction secondary entities trading with sanctioned companies. Does this legislation allow us to enforce Iran-like sanctions on Russia? Because ultimately that's what's going to be needed.
As I say, I think where he's coming from is supporting my right honourable friend's amendment, and I don't want to delay this House in actually debating those in full before I respond towards the end. So let me just finally finish with speaking the amendments on the Register of Overseas Entities provisions. We're going to increase the ceiling of criminal penalties for non-compliance from £500 a day to up to £2,500 a day, again, whilst listening to representations across the House, increasing the limit to allow for stronger enforcement mechanisms, but also talking about up to, so making sure that we're not criminalising people, as I say, who maybe haven't got their house in order, but are using these entities for perfectly legitimate reasons. We're reducing the transition period, as I say, to existing overseas entities to register their beneficial owners from 18 months to 6 months. We do want to ensure that there's no place for corrupt elites and kleptocrats to hide, but there are many legitimate individuals and businesses who are likely to be holding property through overseas entities for understandable reasons, such as personal security. And as I said before, we want to make sure that we can work with people from across the House, including my honourable friend from Thirsk and Moulton, to actually make that even more secure, see what more we can do to tackle these issues that we are facing in the here and now. It's important to remember that once that legislation is in place, so that register is in place, new transactions are caught day one, regardless. So that's really important to remember. But I'm grateful, just regarding Part 3, Schedule 4 of the bill, I'm grateful for the engagement of the Scottish Government. The Government is committed to consulting Scottish ministers on regulations made under this part of the bill that contain provisions that are within the legislative competence of the Scottish Parliament. Similarly, the Government is also committed to consulting Northern Ireland ministers on regulations made under a similar mechanism for Northern Ireland, which can be found in Clause 32, subsections 4, 5 and 6. I'll give way finally.
For giving way, because it is an important issue that there should not be any part of the United Kingdom where money can be hidden or money can be moved to be hidden. Could you just confirm, because I wasn't quite clear in the response he gave to my colleague from East Belfast, does this schedule require a legislative consent motion from the Northern Ireland Assembly? Or does its inclusion in the bill today mean that all of the registration requirements, etc., will apply to Northern Ireland, regardless of whether there's legislative consent from the Northern Ireland?
That honourable gentleman, and indeed, we would, as I say, it does touch on devolved matters in Scotland and Northern Ireland in particular, and ideally we'd have an LCM, but I don't think we can achieve an LCM given the current status at the moment and the timescale that we're trying to formulate this. But we are working with representatives in both the Northern Ireland Assembly and the Scottish Government to make sure that we can carry on the positive approach that we've had within this. But one more time.
For clarity, given what has happened in Northern Ireland at the moment as a result of the Northern Ireland Protocol, etc., if a legislative consent motion is not available, can the Minister confirm that that will not mean that this legislation cannot apply in Northern Ireland?
No, indeed, we will be moving up so that it does apply in Northern Ireland. It's really important that we get this running so that there is no hiding place in any part of the UK for dirty money. It's absolutely important that we all work together on this, and I'm really pleased about the positive nature of this. But in that spirit of working together to strengthen and accelerate this package, I urge all parties to accept these government amendments. I beg to move.
Thank you. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. Seema Malhotra.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and it's a pleasure to speak today in the bill on behalf of both myself and my honourable friend, the member for Halifax, and to speak in support of the amendments that we have tabled in our name and the name of the Leader of the Opposition. May I just start by echoing the sentiments expressed by the Minister, the horror of what is happening in Ukraine and the importance of the debate that we are having today. And indeed, we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need this bill to succeed and to achieve its goals. The government have dragged their feet on stopping dirty money flowing through our economy, and these measures were first promised 6 years ago. And even now, this bill will be implemented too slowly and with serious loopholes. I thank the Minister, however, for our conversation last week and for tabling amendments, some indeed, that recognise Labour's concerns with the bill. However, key problems remain, and in my remarks today, and I know time is tight, so I will try and keep my remarks brief, I will speak to the amendments that we still have and our concerns with the bill. On Part 1, registration of overseas entities. This bill establishes a public register of beneficial owners of foreign entities that own or buy land in the UK. Currently, far too many corrupt individuals are hiding their identity behind a foreign company. And as the bill stands, a foreign entity only needs to update their entry on the register annually. We are concerned that this gives an opportunity to register an entity in a non-controversial individual's name, change the beneficial owner the following day, and then have 12 months before they have to declare this change, by which time property can be sold and money laundered without record. The integrity and the quality of the data on the register will matter, and it needs to have a framework of rules from the start that commands confidence and ensures the completeness and accuracy of that information. So our amendments 5 and 6 to clause 7 will require that entries on the register be updated within 14 days of any trigger event, the change or removal of beneficial owners. UK companies have clear obligations to notify Companies House in the days after an ownership change. Why do these overseas entities have a year to do the same? Has the government considered this, and what measures will it take to address it? Now, Amendments 7 and 8 to Clause 8. The bill currently states that a daily fine of £500 will be made against entities that fail to update the register. The idea that this fine would deter those failing to comply was frankly ridiculous. We therefore support the government amendments which directly replace our amendments and are raising this fine at least up to £2,500 a day. Our amendments 10 to 12 focus on verification. The government has accepted Labour's argument that a verification process needs to be established before the register is operational and has tabled its own Amendment 49, which we support. It was unacceptable that the register would have become operational without verification regulations. Could the Minister therefore confirm when the secondary legislation needed to design this verification process will be published? But Labour also has a wider concern that the government has not yet addressed. The bill currently does not stipulate that verification must take place between an application and the registrar entering an overseas entity onto the register and allocating an overseas entity ID. We are clear that the regulations the government brings forward must specify that the registrar must take action to verify the registrable beneficial owners before an entity is put on the register. It is not good enough to rely on the compliance of the entities themselves, and I would be grateful if the Minister could confirm that this will be the case. Now, on our amendments 15 to 17, a shortened transitional period. We urgently need to close in on Putin's cronies who have illicit money in our economy. And we know that this is not just about oligarchs, it's about money launderers, tax evaders. We need to know where the money is and who owns what in Britain. Transparency is vital and the register essential. The government has seen some sense and reduced the transitional period from 18 months to 6 months. But we are not being unreasonable to say that the transitional period should be 28 days. As the Honourable Member for Stalybridge and Hyde has said, this legislation was promised by David Cameron in 2016 and began its passage in 2018. So when we say 28 days, what we are really saying is 28 days plus the preceding 6 years. And 6 months provides still ample time for criminals to sell properties and find other assets in which to invest. And these concerns have been rightly raised by honourable members, and indeed with the manuscript amendments that's been put forward today. It's also why Labour has tabled amendments 15, 16 and 17 to Schedules 3 and 4, reducing the transitional period to 28 days. It does, in our view, provide enough time for overseas entities to get documents in order, while still recognising the time and the need to act urgently. But this isn't enough. It is unacceptable to say that the bill does not apply to all properties owned by overseas entities, only those bought after 1999 in England and Wales and after 2014, just 8 years ago, in Scotland. It doesn't matter if corrupt oligarchs bought property 4 weeks or 4 decades ago. The point is that UK property should not be used as a vehicle for money laundering. And that is why Labour is tabling amendments 9, 13 and 14, so that all foreign bought properties fall within the scope of the bill, regardless of when they were purchased. We recognise that registering properties that were bought before 1999 and in 2014 in Scotland may take more time for some of the reasons that the Minister has discussed, which is why our new Clause 6 would allow an 18-month transitional period for those said properties. But it is important that we make sure that they are included within the scope of this bill. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, reform of Companies House. Changes to Companies House regulations are long overdue. It beggars belief, in fact, that despite the length of time that this has been on the agenda, all we've had from the government in the last week is a white paper. The Minister, I know, knows this is urgent. The legal framework that Companies House operates in needs an overhaul. It has been called for by business, by law enforcement agencies and civil society. And Companies House is a key tool in our fight to combat economic crime. This is why Labour have tabled new Clause 7, which would require that the Secretary of State lay draft legislation on Companies House reform within 28 days of this Act coming into force. And I do acknowledge as well the arguments being made by the Honourable Member for Glasgow Central in new Clause 4 on some of the areas around Companies House reform and verification. Let me turn briefly to Parts 2 and Part 3 of the bill. Unexplained wealth orders and the sanctions Unexplained Wealth Orders and the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Act. Since their introduction in January 2018, unexplained wealth orders have failed to live up to expectations. The government expected them to be used 20 times a year, and yet the National Crime Agency has so far obtained only 9 unexplained wealth orders. There were none in the last 2 years. So we welcome measures to make these orders more effective. Clause 40 grants enforcement agencies the ability to apply for more time as well to consider the information related to unexplained wealth orders. The government has accepted the principle of Labour's new Clause 8, which requires an annual update to be made to the House on the use of unexplained wealth orders in its new Clause 31. However, these changes on their own will not lead to more effective use of UWOs. The Prime Minister announced the creation of a combating kleptocracy cell in the National Crime Agency, which is welcome. However, money laundering prosecutions have dropped by 38% over the last 5 years, and the NCA's budget has dropped 4.2% in real terms since 2016. And as the Treasury Select Committee made clear in January, on financial crime there is a mismatch between the scale of the problem and the government's response. We all recall as well the Business Secretary's suggestion that fraud isn't a crime affecting most people. But he could not be more wrong. Economic crime affects us all, and the government must match those reforms with adequate resources. So our new Clause 30 calls on the government to create a funding plan that sees enforcement and investigative agencies benefit from the assets seized. The government has so far failed to adequately resource this vital work, but this new clause would allow for a rebalancing of the risk appetite which the government is seeking to address with its cost-capping proposal in Clause 46 and 47. The government also amended also accepted Labour's argument that the designation process under the Sanctions and Money Laundering Act was not fit for purpose, with its amendments in 59 to 62 and new clauses 32 and 40. It cannot be right that the UK is slower targeting oligarchs who prop up Putin than the EU, where unanimity is required across 27 member states. It's also worth noting that in all 4 of the NCA's most high-profile dirty money cases brought in the last 2 years, all of those under investigation had entered the UK with a golden visa. We have not tolerated dirty money, but courted it. We must amend the Act to remove the barriers that stop the UK from keeping pace with allies on Russian sanctions. We are pleased that the government agreed with us on this, and we expect to see the raft of promised designations soon. Finally, Chair, Mr Deputy Speaker, important amendments have also been tabled by my colleagues, the honourable members for the Rhondda, by the honourable member my honourable friend for the honourable member for Walthamstow, the right honourable member for Barking, and also the honourable member for Halton Price and Howden. I want to give thanks to our colleagues, indeed the right honourable member for Hodge Hill as well, for their commitment and work in tackling economic crime. We support amendments 26, 27, 37, 38, new clauses 2 and 9 and new clause 29, amongst others. They tighten up the register requirements and enforcement, they address the issue of the lack of resources and strengthen the effectiveness and powers of the registrar. Mr Deputy Speaker, in closing, this bill is long overdue and we support its passage. We do acknowledge that the government have taken on board in the last few days a number of our amendments, but we know that a lot more needs to be done. I cannot stress enough how important it is that the UK acts now and acts effectively to start to put right our embarrassing reputation as an international soft touch for fraud and money laundering. Putin and those who prop him up should have nowhere to hide, and least of all in the UK. I hope that members across the House will support us in the proposals that we have put forward to improve this bill.
Ian Duncan Smith.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm grateful to be called this early on the debate. I rise to speak to the amendments in my name and those of my colleagues on both ends of the House, 24s, 25, 26, 27 and new clause 10. Let me just deal first of all with new clause 10. I want to come back to the main issues around the other debates. New clause 10 is really about the issue here we have, which is about debate in this House and about being able to scrutinise properly the nature of what is being done or not being done to those whose ill-gotten gains are being used for purposes that they should not be. And that would put an obligation on the government to schedule a debate on the annual sanctions regulation report. Now, I know the government argues that that's the responsibility of the House, and of course it is, but it is also important that this would be very specifically tied to this particular issue. And there's a reason for that, because it's too easy for governments, frankly, having served them myself, to find lots of reasons why they don't end up doing that debate, or they schedule it somewhere else and it gets pushed away. So this would have been within 10 days of the report there would have to be a debate. I happen to think this is quite important. It opens us to a proper debate, proper scrutiny. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think, therefore, I wish that the government would give it further thought. But I will come back to that, if necessary, later on. I want to return, though, to the key area where I and others have brought forward amendments. Amendments 24, 25, 26 and 27 are linked and consequential, but they are very critically linked to Clause 31. Clause 31 concerned myself and others when we looked at it, because it seemed to leave a back door open to any enabler to avoid any requirements for reporting by appealing to the excuse that they did not know that the assets or money they were dealing with had any link to any individual or any entity, as it was. And in fact, I just draw the attention of my right honourable friend to what 31 actually says. 31 actually says, as it opens, section 1, it is an offence for a person knowingly or recklessly. Knowingly or recklessly. So the excuse is that I didn't know, or I'm not acting recklessly because I didn't know. And it seems to be very peculiar that we'd want, in the face of a bill a defence that they may want to use subsequently if they were in court. But this will mean they'll never get to court if they challenge the government. So let me just say, I give way to the Honourable Lady,
I thank my honourable friend and neighbour for giving way. Does he agree with me that many of our constituents will be looking at this and will be bemused because when it comes to their own tax affairs, they don't get the same leeway, that you can be both penalised for acting recklessly and carelessly? And so actually, if we want to make sure this legislation is watertight, we should take a lesson from HMRC and make sure that we are not giving people a loophole, especially if they're oligarchs in that way.
Yes, in fact, the point I'm really making, and I take the Right Honourable Lady's point, but the point that I'm really making here, quite rightly, is I think that we should assume that it's their responsibility. There's no let-out. It's their responsibility. If they then misrepresent their position, then they should face the full rigours of the law. It shouldn't be a case that they can defend themselves before they get... can I just first of all, the lady, and then I'll give way to my right honourable friend.
No, actually, it was the same point that was just made. We should expect oligarchs to abide by the same rules that all of the rest of us do.
Yeah. We all have to stop agreeing like this. It's going to give a bad reputation to the House. Can I give way to my right honourable friend?
I'm very grateful to my right honourable friend. He's making a very important point. I've looked at these amendments. Isn't the best way to achieve his aim to make this offence a strict liability offence, which doesn't require a state of mind, and simply with a set of facts having been established, there could be perhaps a reverse burden for the subject to demonstrate that they haven't acted unlawfully, but strict liability might be the best way to achieve his aim.
Well, I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I always bow before him in the knowledge of the law, of course I would. And I thought he was an excellent Justice Secretary, by the way. I just slipped that one in, gratis. I'm sure he can dine out on that. But I must say to him, I agree with him wholeheartedly because it's right. But I'll come back to the flexibility that's required, but the principle of what we're saying. So this amendment basically strikes out that little lacuna here, which says that a person knowingly or recklessly, just strike out the knowingly or recklessly. And in a way, that would then make this about the responsibility of the person concerned. That's it. No let-outs, no issues, no quibbling. They are. And that's why this is the key. And everything else that we've done on the other amendments all is relevant to this. So they all just backfill the various areas. And it's quite important that they are referenced to 31. And they make it very clear that responsibility, therefore, rests with the individual, the entity, should I say, in this particular case. And I won't go through them all. Indeed.
I think it's important to note that these amendments in my honourable friend's name and mine and others doesn't set us apart from what's happening in the rest of Europe and America. America is applying the same principles. What we need to make sure is, even though this bill is closing the front door on a lot of Putin's dirty money, we want to make sure there's no back door open. So we should most definitely be working in line with our NATO allies and many other European colleagues as well.
I'm grateful for that intervention. That's exactly the case. All we're doing is asking for the UK to be at the same level as the USA is. It's not exactly asking too much, I think. And I'm co-chair on the Magnitsky APPG, and this is very much what we're driving at. In fact, I love the idea that if an individual is sanctioned in the United States, they should be sanctioned here. And if we sanction them, they should sanction them as well, and in Europe too. So we'd have this common purpose. There's nowhere for them to go. In other words, they're sanctioned full stop. They can't use their money anywhere ill-gotten. OK, yeah, I will.
I just wonder if he might answer the question as to whether or not his amendment and what's been included in this bill will also address the point of nominees, because that seems to be a way in which someone could get away with it, is that I can hand my property to a nominee. Does the enforcement mechanism and the named individual allow us to actually be able to stop them from doing this?
Well, it should, because the individual has to declare up the whole chain. There would be no excuse under not knowing. So now it's their responsibility to know who those nominees are and declare them up. They can't defend themselves, and that was the point I was making. It may be better, my right honourable friend, unlearned friend's point, may be a better way to do it. But my point is, this would still, I think, address that. I was just going to come to another amendment. Yes, I give way.
I'm not sure it's correct, because a legal entity in the bill is defined a body, corporate, partnership or other entity, not an individual. I'm not sure it does cover an individual in that circumstance.
Well, it may not, but I think it does, because it covers it in terms of the information they're asked to declare. It may not cover the sanction on the individual, but it covers the knowledge of who they are. But certainly, listen, if there's a better way to do it, I'm up for it. I think it's feasible, and it may be that my honourable learned friend's way of doing it may be a better way. I don't know, but okay, I will.
Simply to clarify the point, I think we're all wandering around the same point, and I hope that the Minister agreed that he would look at our Amendment 3, which addresses this point of is it an entity or is it an individual? And if it's an entity, can you put forward a company provider or somebody to, and therefore hide the identity of the owner of the property? And I think the Minister has agreed that he's going to look at what could be a loophole in the legislation and come back to us and consult with us on it. So I think the point is valid, and I hope the Minister will look at it. And I hope between us we can all close that loophole.
Clarity here will be everything, and this is going to the other place. And can I just finish my point? And by the time it comes back, we're looking for these to be shut down and sorted after this debate. I agree. I give way to Honourable.
Grateful to him for giving way. I don't want to sow further confusion, but I think the point made by our honourable friend is the critical one here. Yep. Before this bill is passed into law, we need to understand whether or not a nominee can be the ultimate name at the end of the trail. If that's the case, then I'm afraid this register will be largely pointless. And if I wanted to conceal the ownership of a property, I would simply set up a shell company in the British Virgin Islands in a nominee. And then all of our efforts today, I'm afraid to say, will be for naught. So we have to resolve that before this bill finishes its passage through both houses.
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend. I will simply say that the purpose of this debate is to just tease out exactly that. And the reason why, therefore, we're having this debate, and I wish you'd had less on second reading and more on the details, but that's water under the bridge, as it were. But I do say that this is an important factor, and I'm just going to ask in a second, not quite yet, so he doesn't have to worry, I'm going to ask my honourable friend just to come to the dispatch box and explain what he actually plans to do, so that we're very clear about that, we're not lost on this. But I do agree, we need to understand what that relationship is completely. My assumption was, and it may be wrong, that they come together, but it may not be right. And if it's not right, we're going to end up back in the courts again with delay upon delay upon delay, and we'll never get these people sanctioned. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know we've got to make progress, and I simply, therefore, I'm not going to go through the details of each of them, but I simply say all of these are connected together, as I said before, 24, 25, 26, and 27. So what I'm going to ask my honourable friend is, because these are up, I hope, for us to vote on, and I therefore say to him, I am prepared to give some leeway with him, my colleagues are, exactly as the honourable lady said. Can you just tell me now at the dispatch box, on 24, 26 and 27, what his attitude is to those with regards to amending the bill as per these amendments? And I'd give way to him if he wants to.
Give way, and I'll also cover it at the end, but 24, 25, 26, I would like to work with him to make sure that we can make changes in the other place. 27, we actually want to go further than 27 in the second economic crime bill.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, so I'm going to take it from that on 24, 25, 26, he accepts in principle these amendments, and that therefore he will seek in the other place to deliver the meaning of these amendments through other amendments to the bill, so that by the time they return here, this point is established. And can I draw to his attention, therefore, the debate that we've just had in passing as to the definition of who this encompasses? Because that will be vital, I think, as my honourable friends have all made clear. This is not clear. And so I would urge him to take that. I wonder if he would agree with me, and I'm going to take a nod from his head at that point. Hansard can register the nod of the head. Because that's how it works. And I'm therefore grateful. So I'm going to end on that by saying to my honourable friend, I think this legislation is probably one of those great critical junctures where we finally decide and agree in this place, through an emergency that's going on elsewhere, that our procedures and our laws are wrong, and that we have to make change. And when we have to make change, we shouldn't balk at it. We should make wholesale change and make sure that what we deliver leaves the next generation clear about where they're going to be, and we didn't fail them. So I'm going to ask my honourable friend to stick to his agreement with us, having given us that particular agreement, and therefore when this bill comes back, we will look to this and otherwise we would have to amend it, but I take him at his word.
Alison Thewlis.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I would like to move the amendments and new clauses in my name and those of my honourable and right honourable colleagues. Amendments 41, new clauses 4, 21, 22, 23, 40, amendments 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 and 40. And I have indicated my support to a number of new clauses and amendments. Also, I dare say the cross-party nature of the amendments that we've had in the House over the course of the weekend, that if we'd had more time we would have had more names on all of these amendments, and the Minister would do well to listen to the cross-party calls from people across these houses, people like the previous speaker who I have very little in common with and disagree with vehemently on many different issues, but I have signed some of his amendments, such as the nature of this debate. Mr Chair, I share the horror of colleagues and of my constituents of news coming through from the Ukraine, and we condemn the flagrant and repeated breaches of the Geneva Conventions by Putin and his troops. And I thank the people of Glasgow Central who have been raising funds and gathering goods across the constituency, but particularly at the Hindu Mandir, dropping off goods to help the people fleeing Ukraine. Their sense of humanity has been undoubted, and I hope that this will be met by government ministers, not least the Home Secretary, who disappeared earlier before we could raise further issues with her, because the people of Ukraine deserve our support. This economic crime bill is patently not enough. The volume of very worthy and sensible amendments, and indeed the government's own amendments, testify to that. And action here is long overdue. Professor of International Relations at St Andrews and our former colleague in this House, Stephen Gethins, has said, "For years we've turned a blind eye to Putin's dirty money, propaganda and influence in our democracy. Those who called out the corruption were badged as anti-Russian when it was the Russians who were Putin's first victims. It's a shame that many are only paying attention to his crimes after such grave events. I hope real action will be taken. After years of inaction, we owe the people of Ukraine and Putin's other victims at least that." Well, I agree very much with Stephen Gethins. The situation we find ourselves in today, legislating in great haste, did not need to happen this way. It's not new. Putin and his cronies have been shifting their ill-gotten gains through the UK for many, many years now, unimpeded and indeed facilitated by UK governments of various stripes, while journalists, civil society campaigners and indeed, to their credit, many members across this House, like the Honourable Member for Barking and for Sutton Coldfield and others, who have repeated their calls for action throughout many bills. And in recent years we've had the Sanctions and Anti-Money Laundering Bill, where many of the same calls being made today were made then. Had the UK Government listened, we may not be here today in this complete and utter midden. It took the Salisbury attack to happen during the course of that bill for the UK Government to take action on Magnitsky sanctions. They had the opportunity to do more at that stage to stem the tide of dirty money, and they did not. With the Registration of Overseas Entities Bill published in draft, sent for scrutiny, but no action taken until today, Mr Chair. And still short of the comprehensive measures which would close the loopholes and shut the door on the kleptocrats once and for all. With the creation of the Office of Professional Body Anti-Money Laundering Supervision to tighten up, supposedly, on the facilitators and the enablers. But while some, like the banks, flooded the system with suspicious activity reports, others appear to have taken very little responsibility for their actions at all, and that is reflected in the Treasury Select Committee's report. And under Gordon Brown, we had the creation of the Golden Visa Scheme, which attracted these oligarchs in, gave them the veneer of respectability, treated them with the deference that very few of my hard-working and honest constituents receive from the Home Office, and allowed them to buy their seat not only at party fundraisers, but at the very heart of...
Order. There really is too much conversation taking place privately, and I'm finding it quite difficult to hear Alison Thewlis. Alison.
Thank you very much, Mr Chair. And I was talking about people buying their seat at party fundraisers and at the heart of British democracy, something that this House should reflect upon. This House needs to have a good long hard look at itself and what it has facilitated, allowed and ignored over the course of many years. To the SNP, we welcome this bill. How could we not? But we argue that it's long overdue and it doesn't go nearly far enough. The inaction and the prevarication by the UK government has given the oligarchs a head start to shift their assets and to lawyer up, to step down from companies and boards and to saunter unimpeded to their getaway yachts to places that will still have them. Coordinated and quick global action, including overseas territories, could have made this more difficult, as would action on crypto assets. The recent Treasury Select Committee report again highlighted the growing role that crypto assets have in economic crime. And we support Labour's calls to cut registration of overseas entities to 4 weeks. 18 months was ludicrous, and we all agree on that. 6 months is still giving people far, far too long to shift their ill-gotten gains. And I would be grateful if ministers could confirm what they are doing to monitor asset flight, and if they can provide an estimate of how much money has already left. Our amendments 18 to 23 lower the threshold for beneficial ownership from 25% to 10%, because evidence is already pointing to this threshold being gamed, to people appointing family members and those they can easily control. And the government needs to be aware of this and do more to prevent it. I will.
I apologise for interrupting the Honourable Lady because she's making a brilliant speech, but the point she's making about where assets are being handed over or where they're being hidden and the chain that goes with them, insurance companies need to be brought in on this, because the one thing insurance companies have are the list of every single asset and item in the name of these individuals. And yet over the weekend there are reports from insurance companies that they are seeing people come off their insurance lists because they're moving their property and their assets out already.
He makes an excellent point on this, and I hope the Minister was listening carefully, because I think we need to use all of the means, all of the levers at our disposal to trace where these assets are going, where they're going to, who's moving them, and who's helping them as well. I will.
Thank you very much. I'm pleased to see the amendment to reduce down to 10%. In the pre-legislative scrutiny for the Overseas Entities Bill, the government did indicate that they were willing to lower that threshold through secondary legislation and statutory instrument. I wonder if she has received word from the government that they would now honour that, that promise that they made to us only a few years ago.
I have not received that assurance from the Minister, and I would be very glad to receive it. And the two of us served on that bill committee together, and a lot of the evidence that was given then still stands today. Lots of the things that were warned about, such as shifting things into trusts, has happened, and the government need to act on the warnings that they were given. Turning to Schedule 4 of the bill, the register proposed in this bill is not as transparent as the Scottish Register, which will come into force on the 1st of April. Transparency International and the Chartered Institute of Taxation have said that the UK government could learn from Scotland on this. Scotland's register of persons holding a controlled interest in land in Scotland goes live, as I say, on the 1st of April this year. And I would like to thank very much Jennifer Henderson, the keeper of the Registers of Scotland, and her team of experts for taking the time to meet with me last week to discuss this. Transparency International have warned that this register the government is proposing is not going to be as transparent, because the legislation as currently drafted does not require the disclosure of the ultimate beneficial owner of the property, but rather the disclosure of the beneficial owner of the overseas entity, which in turn owns the property. Scotland's register notes per pieces of land who the beneficial owner of land will be. So, for example, the register notes which companies have land registered to them and who has significant control of that company. My understanding is, and I'm sure the diagram that I could draw is better than how I can describe it here, but my understanding is that if a holding company has about 5 or 6 different pieces of land for 3 oligarchs, the Scottish one would link which oligarch each piece of land belongs to, but the register, as laid out in the bill, would not. I would ask the government to take a lesson from Scotland, to speak to Registers of Scotland and to review changes such as this, so that we can understand properly who owns what. The Chartered Institute of Taxation have said if the government's aim is a public register of ownership of land, it does not achieve this. They have also said the UK government may want to look at the Scottish approach, which is to reveal the person who has significant influence and control over the owner or the long lease tenant of land and property in Scotland. And according to the Scottish Government, this means it will be possible to look behind every category of entity in Scotland, including overseas entities and trusts, to see who controls that land. Further to this, I would be grateful if the Minister could provide some clarification, as the Law Society of Scotland have asked for the way in which the 2 registers will interact, how any disputes between the 2 registers and what is registered and what takes precedence will be resolved, and whether any additional resources are going to be provided directly from the UK Government to Registers of Scotland so that they can continue this work. Mr Chair, it's vital that Companies House reform does not slip off the agenda.
Yep.
And we're seeking to, our new clause 4, which we would have liked to move to a vote had it not been so similar, I suppose, in intention to the official opposition, new clause 7. It's unfortunate that all we're getting in Companies House here is a white paper. We've already had extensive consultation in Companies House. We know the problems of Companies House. They are evident and they are obvious, and the government has no excuse really not to act and to act today. I will.
For giving way. Does she share my frustration? It was one widely voiced in the Treasury Select Committee when we were doing the report on economic crime, that the government have known for a very long time what's wrong with the register of Companies House, and yet we've had virtually no movement to reform it. Just the announcement that there may be enough money to do so in 2024.
And she's right, it's entirely inadequate, because every day that passes, more and more guff gets put onto the Companies House register, that less and less valuable it becomes as a register. We finally need to introduce verification, and it's beyond belief really that there is not a government verification scheme here. If you want to do your tax return, if you want to have a passport, if you want to have a driving licence, all of these things require the government verify scheme to be part of this. Graham Barrow, a Companies House expert, has pointed out that people need more ID to take out a library book than to set up a company in this country. It's absolutely ludicrous. And that verification, when it's brought in, once it is brought in, must apply retrospectively as well. Companies House must go backwards through the register and look at all the issues that existed there in the past. Because there is already so much nonsense within that register that needs to be weeded out. Not just for reasons of accuracy, but because it's been being used to defraud people, it's used for companies who are phoenixing, it is used for all kinds of things where people are losing out. Graham Barrow again has suggested that Companies House verification could reduce incorporations by close to 50%, but make practically zero difference to corporate commercial activity in the UK. Wow. That is the level of guff that is within the Companies House register. And there are many examples, legion examples of the failures of accuracy at Companies House. The Global Witness report in 2019 found an address in London where at least 2 company service providers appear to host a number of companies apparently controlled by children under the age of 2, who not only had access to the profits of the company but also the right to appoint directors and voting rights, which is really quite extraordinary, very prodigious 2-year-olds on this register. It is long past the time that this is needed action. SNP New Clause 4 would have Companies House be made an anti-money laundering supervisor, and it's quite strange really that it isn't currently an anti-money laundering supervisor. And I think that would also go some way to close the door on those who seek to abuse this system. In the government consultation 3 years ago, I had written to the consultation saying Companies House must have better and more robust mechanisms to ensure the information it's holding relating to beneficial ownership is adequate, accurate and current. This still stands today. There's also been a lack of action on Scottish limited partnerships, and when I submitted to that consultation, no fines, none whatsoever, had been handed out for non-compliance. It's 3 years and 4 months later, and this is no longer true, I'm pleased to report. Of the thousands of Scottish limited partnerships which had registered no person of significant control, there has now been a single fine for £210. So I think we can all agree it's not really the best deterrence if there is no consequence to not following the rules. And the Minister spoke earlier of action, but action is not really impressive if those who are not complying with the rules, who have continuously not complied with the rules, don't even face a fine for not doing so. And that goes for all the mechanisms in this bill where a fine will be levied. If the government isn't going to actually levy the fine and collect the money, there's very little point in putting it in the bill. Yeah. Our SNP New Clause 23 will ensure that beneficial ownership of Scottish limited partnerships must at last be published. And we need to ensure the beneficial ownership of Scottish limited partnerships are published to have that transparency. They are being used again and again in nefarious ways to move money and goods around the world. They've been involved in war crimes, child pornography and arms deals. And the loopholes existing in Scottish limited partnerships and Companies House have to be closed. They're harming not only individuals who suffer the effects of these crimes, but Scotland's reputation too. Because while they're called Scottish limited partnerships, Scotland really has no part in this whatsoever. They're a historic arrangement legislated for in this place. And the Scottish Government's crime campus at Gartcosh is doing great coordinated work in tackling economic crime in Scotland, but much of the legislation and the company registration responsibility that holds us back is still held here at Westminster. Our good name must not be tarnished any longer by continued inaction on these reserved matters. And it's not even the simple things like registering persons of significant control. SNP Amendment 41 would ensure that reasons be given for any company claiming to have no beneficial owner or person of significant control, because at the moment they don't have to account for that. They can just say, well, we don't have an owner, we don't know who the person of significant control is. Well, that's just not acceptable, particularly when you consider that Scottish limited partnerships possess a separate legal personality, allowing them to own assets, to enter into contacts, to sue or be sued, to own property, to borrow money and issue certain kinds of security. So typically limited partnerships are not treated as separate legal personalities and aren't able to do this. Scottish limited partnerships are uniquely different in that way. And for tax purposes, Scottish limited partnerships are taxed as though they do not have a separate legal personality. No tax is payable by the partnership itself, and instead the tax authorities look through the partnership structure and tax the partners on their share of partnership income and gains arrived at in line with their profit-sharing ratios. Provided the partnership is not trading in the UK, however, no UK tax will be payable by non-UK resident partners. And we have known for years that they are a dodge, that money has gone in and out without taxation. And we know that they've been used to launder millions of pounds in dirty money created by illicit business activities. And we need to see action to finally put a stop to this. Unexplained wealth orders were lauded by the government in recent weeks as being a powerful tool to tackle dirty money, but only if they're actually used. And only 9 have been used in 4 cases since their introduction in 2018. So we support improvements to unexplained wealth orders. We support bringing property held in trust within the scope of these, and hope that this will allow finally the National Crime Agency to actually do more with unexplained wealth orders and make them work. Tom Keating spoke to the Treasury Select Committee today, Tom Keating of Russie, and said that unexplained wealth orders have not survived contact with reality. So we can only hope that the reforms will make them more effective and more anchored in reality. And on the issue of enforcement, Susan Hawley, the Executive Director of Spotlight and Corruption, has cautioned the focus needs to be on confiscating and seizing assets, not just investigating them. Because without addressing the serious issues that law enforcement face, from shrinking budgets to decrepit IT systems, losing staff to the private sector, the new legislation won't make any difference at all. I support the other amendments on a cross-party basis from Patricia Moulton on whistleblowers. I think that's very worthy because a lot of the information that we have on economic crime comes via those whistleblowers time and time again. It doesn't come from the registers or from anything else. It comes from people who are brave enough to do that, and we thank them for it and we should protect them. I welcome the amendments 37-38 on SLAPs, because those again seeking to shine a light on corruption should not be silenced by lawyers with deep pockets. And I support very much all actions to improve enforcement. Helena Woods, a senior research fellow at Russie, said that the government had vastly underfunded enforcement agencies and that new powers would be pointless without beefing up the NCA and other agencies, saying, and I agree, law is completely ineffective if no one is around to enforce it, and hopefully there will be more budget for this. And finally, Mr Chair, I want to say I support, of course, my honourable colleague from Glasgow East's Amendment 63. I didn't see you switch. I'm terribly sorry, Madam Chair. My honourable colleague from Glasgow East's Amendment 63 to remove those people who have been found in breach of this from the electoral register, because there ought to be some consequences, of course, for being sanctioned, and that can certainly be one of them. And the government continues to say that donors to the Conservative Party are legit, that they're all fine because they've been given, because they're all registered to vote here, they're all citizens, or they all have the right to donate that money. But some of them, of course, are only able to do that because they have been given privileged golden visas, fast-tracked to citizenship, ennobled and feted by the party of government. And they do bear some responsibility for this. So I have a suggestion for them, Madam Chair. that they should return that money, the £2.3 million in donations, not to those Putin cronies who gave it to them, but to those who have been harmed by Putin and his regime. They should donate it to the Disasters Emergency Committee appeal and use it to support the refugees of Putin's bloody war, because these people deserve nothing less.
David Davis.
Madam Chair, I will speak solely to new clause 29, which is on the order paper in the name of a number of people on a cross-party basis. New clause 29 is a very simple clause with a simple purpose: to make sure that the sanctions that we intend against the oligarchs in Putin's regime actually are effective. And before I talk about the clause in detail, I'll just remind the House of a previous occasion we had a great fanfare of action against economic crime when we introduced unexplained wealth orders some years ago. And since then, we have only tried to operate them 9 times. Only 9 times against 4 individuals, and they've only worked twice. So 7 out of 9 times they have failed. And the government's done something in this bill, undoubtedly, to try to improve the equality of arms between government lawyers and the multi-million pound a year lawyers on the other side. And they've done some good work there, and that will help. But it doesn't address, because it can't address the most fundamental problem with unexplained wealth orders with Russia. Because since 1990, it's been almost impossible to get any evidential information out of Russia, any trustworthy evidential information. And the very least that that does is slow down the process which will lead to sanctions. The process leading to sanctions will be incredibly difficult and incredibly slow, even with the better balance, as it were. Now, the Prime Minister and the Foreign Secretary have confirmed that the government has, the tabloid quote, I'm afraid, a hit list of more than 100 oligarchs. So far, 11 days into this conflict, we have sanctioned just 17 individuals, with some very obvious and very notable exceptions, who we can see and hear redisposing their assets even as we sit here. Press reports are quoting government sources suggesting it will take 6 months to work through the rest of the hit list. Well, and the rest. It'll take longer than that, I suspect. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Gentleman for giving way, and I'm a big supporter of his amendment. President Zelensky is addressing us tomorrow, and wouldn't it be good for us to be able to tell him that the amendment the Right Honourable Gentleman is talking to has actually been accepted tonight, so that we can actually say we can crack down on this much faster?
Be good, because it would allow us to crack down more effectively, not so much more faster, but more quickly, but actually more effectively. Because think, what will we see during the months it takes to get these people sanctioned, get them to the legal point which we sanction? We'll see Russians scrambling to sell off their houses, dispose of their businesses, offload their football clubs, and many of the measures, we will know a lot more about it. We're much better informed, if none the wiser, with respect to what they're doing. Multi-million-pound car collections, we load them to jets, anchors we weighed on super yachts, priceless artworks will be squirreled away, all to wend their way back to Russia or some other safe haven for these people. By the time our sanctions take effect on many, not all, but many of the oligarchs, the horse will have well and truly bolted. Indeed, the background noise to this at the moment is the sound of the stampede of horses bolting as the door creaks shut on the stables here. And that's what we have to put right. Now, this new clause will help prevent it. It won't do everything. It's only one piece of a repertoire of things we need to do. But it will allow the government to publish a hit list. Again, sorry, forgive the tabloid phrase, a list of individuals who are being considered for sanctions. Considered. In the same way that you may wait on bail before you face trial. Your freedoms for that period are restricted so you don't flee. And once a person's name appears on that list, their ability to sell, liquidate or transfer out of our jurisdiction their assets, cars, homes, businesses, jets, investments, cash, and so on, will be frozen. They'll be unable to sell them or move them out of the UK. Now, They'll still be able to use them, there'll be beneficial advantages to them, but it will simply restrict the ability to thwart what we are trying to do today. Now, given my history in this House, I may be rather surprised that I'm willing to see a restriction of a specific human property right, which it amounts to, which is quite unusual. But unfortunately, we need to take action now, otherwise any sanctions the government seeks to impose will be entirely meaningless for a large number of these people. You know, we see Chelsea being sold today, we see all sorts of actions going on which can't be helpful to what we're trying to achieve. This gives the government breathing space, time to go to the legalities of formally sanctioning the oligarchs and pals of Putin that rightly deserve to be the target of these sanctions. And while the government has identified 100 oligarchs to sanction, other countries have identified more. This is going to be a long war. These sanctions are going to be in place for years, not months, but they will only have effect. They'll only have effect if we move more quickly than the targets. Not for the moment. I'm just about to finish. If we move more quickly than the targets, moving rapidly is the only way to ensure our sanction actually hits Putin where it hurts. I will give way. I've never not given way in my life. So there we are.
It's a very important amendment is tabled. One of the difficulties with it, and he would probably concede that what we also need alongside this is the transparency of a beneficial ownership. Otherwise, you wouldn't know they own those assets. That's the problem. Lots of those assets, the ownership, are hidden. Does he agree we need a day one right, a day one capability to be able to see who owns those assets for his clause to be truly effective?
Yes, I do. But bear in mind, one at a time, bear in mind the burden here falls on the person who's sanctioned, and the responsibility and the requirements fall on the person who's sanctioned. I give way to my right honourable friend.
I'm grateful. I wasn't going to intervene on it, but I was looking back through this list. Does he think there's a slight problem here, because it talks of selling any assets they own, moving any assets they own or have interest out of the United Kingdom, or moving any of their funds out of the United Kingdom. Doesn't cover anything about gifting out to an individual who may then transfer them immediately. Does he think that ought to be in there as well?
Yeah, I think he makes a good point. And the reason gifting, transferring to relatives, this is another category. And the reason it's not in there is because I almost ripped out of the legislation we put in place for Skripal, and that also omitted that. That's why. But he's quite right, and had we had an acceptance today, I'd have looked to make two changes going to the Lords. That would be one, which would be tightening it, and the other one will be an appeal right if it went on too long, the other way around, to balance the human rights issue. And bear in mind, the National Crime Agency, for example, has people on police bail. I know of a single case where they have people on police bail for 5 years. We know nothing about it, right? So this is a much less restriction of somebody who is facing possible sanction than the NCA imposes on other people. So it will vital that we prevent these ultra-wealthy individuals with their teams of highly paid lawyers, advisors, accountants from exiting the UK with their ill-gotten gains, or hiding them where we cannot find them or get them. And by the way, I am a great believer in the presumption of innocence. But if somebody comes out of the old Soviet Union, Russia, in the years between 1990 and 2010, with 1, 2, 3, 4 billion to their name, and they've previously been an officer of the Russian state, I don't quite start with the presumption of innocence I normally would. I would start with a requirement on them to explain where it came from. It seems to me a reasonable common sense modification of my normal mad libertarian interests.
On that point,
I give way to
the presumption of innocence surely must be broad and not sort of subjective to any one individual, but he makes the point here about people on bail. The whole point is if someone is on bail, a case has already been presented and built up. And of course I understand the point that he's trying to get to that point where the case has been built up. But my specific question on his amendment is how is it reversed if someone is not needed to be on that? Because there's nothing within his clause. How is it reversed? How does the Foreign Secretary turn around and say they're no longer on the list? Because there's nothing that specifies how that will work within his amendment.
He's right, and we would if we put this in place, we'd have to have, there would be a decision at some point. You're on the list, you're no longer on the list. We've decided you're not subject to sanction. That's clearly got to be a part of the operation. And by the way, on bail, police bail doesn't quite work the way he thinks it does. I'm afraid. The case I had in mind, there's no case, but they've been on police bail. So I'm just giving it as an example to demonstrate that this is not an unheard of option. And I'm looking at Madam Chairman. So let me finish by saying, backing new clause 29 will ensure our sanction regime will have real effect. It's proportionate, it's simple, and it will be effective.
Thank you. Margaret Hodge.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. I'm rising to speak specifically to new clause 2 on the funding of enforcement agencies, but I just want to say generally a couple of things about the amendments. First of all, I am grateful to the Minister for the spirit and approach taken by the government on these amendments. We all want the same thing, and I think that what we're attempting to do is to try and find the most effective wording and the most effective mechanisms that will actually achieve our shared objectives. I hope that the Minister will see the amendments that go to a vote tonight as being utterly constructive, and I can assure him that they really do have cross-party support among backbenchers in the most widest possible sense that can be achieved. And there are a lot of people behind them. And again, I hope that gives him the reassurance that we want to help. We're not just there to cause him problems. I will say I'm grateful for the concessions that have already been taken up by the government on penalties, on the implementation period, on speeding up sanctions. I very much welcome those new clauses, and on the reporting of unexplained wealth orders, which I've been after for a long time. Our amendments are both, as I've said to him privately, I will say now, they're both drafting amendments, which is, I'm glad that he's going to talk to us about our Amendment 3, because I think, and he will have heard from across the House, that there's general concern whether actually the wording targets those individuals that we wish to target. But the other amendments are about strengthening the bill. And some of the amendments, just to talk generally, point to the fact that this isn't an economic crime bill. So there are a range of vital issues that have to be addressed in a substantial and substantive economic crime bill. A lot of people have talked about Companies House and the tougher regulation. I'd include in that company formation agents. We've talked about other enablers. We've talked about effective enforcement, and our amendment takes that. But there's also issues like SLAPs, which my honourable friend has raised. There are issues about whistleblowers, which have also been raised, and there are issues about Scottish limited partnerships, which I think are also important. So that all shows that we do need a comprehensive bill, but I accept that this is a very important first stage. On new clause 2, it is very, very narrowly defined because we had to get it in scope. But we're really talking about the resourcing of all the enforcement agencies in relation to their ability actually to meet the objectives of the legislation that we're passing tonight, and other legislation on the statute book. What we are trying to do is to challenge and punish those responsible for economic crime. But if the enforcement is weak, then actually we simply don't achieve our objectives. There is an issue about we have too many enforcement agencies, but I think that's for a debate at another time and in another place. But I genuinely say to the Minister, we have hollowed out, under the austerity of the last decade or so, the resources that are available to our enforcement agencies, and they are no longer fit for purpose. What we're asking in our amendment is that within 28 days of the Act being passed, the government must publish a report on the funding of enforcement agencies for the purpose of unexplained wealth orders. I would have loved this to go further, but we've done it within the terms of the bill. And if you just look at the facts, I mean, I could go on about this forever, but money laundering prosecutions have dropped by 35% over the last 5 years, just as money laundering has increased and intensified in the UK economy. Fraud is now the most common crime committed in the UK, with over 5 million offences. Hardly any are prosecuted. The National Crime Agency has obtained fewer than 5 prosecutions a year for economic crime offences over the past 5 years. The number of individuals convicted by the Serious Fraud Office every year is also on a downward trajectory, from 13 in 2016-17 to 4 in 2020-21. And the agency's overall conviction rate has fallen from over 86%, 86.7% in 2016-17 to 67% in 2021. So we're pursuing fewer criminals and we're being less successful in getting convictions. The UK spends, I think one of the honourable members on the opposite side raised this in their second reading of the debate, spends around 852 million on enforcing economic crime laws. That's equivalent, just to be absolutely clear, of 0.042% of GDP, and that's a generous estimate that I put together. Even though the most recent estimates I've seen of the cost of economic crime is around 290 billion, which is, well over 10% of GDP. The National Crime Agency, as the honourable member opposite said, has suffered a 4.2% cut in its core budget over the last 5 years. And in contrast, I met a group of anti-financial crime executives working for the banks, and they told me that the regulated financial services sector spends, and hold your breath, 49.5 billion every year on on compliance and on financial crime. So our 852 million in relation to that is just too small. And you look at us others have made the comparison, us and the USA. There's a massive difference in the effectiveness and enforcement between us, what happens here in the UK and what happens in the USA. And you see it through all the actions that have been taken on the leaks, for example, the FinCEN leaks and others. In 2019, the Americans are just more aggressive, they're better resourced, they have a system whereby the agencies can hold back some of the money they get in the fines to fund their work. And I would suggest in a minute that I think somebody said, how would you fund this? I think that is one of the ways. The fines don't all have to go to the Treasury. Some could be held by the enforcement agencies themselves for them to do the work. I'll give way to the Honourable Member Howard and then the Honourable Member there. Because he did.
The Right Honourable Member knows that I'm supporting her amendment tonight. But can I just suggest to her that I do think we need to look at this innovatively with regards to how we fund these agencies, and maybe they should be taking a share of successful prosecutions. But can I suggest initially we need a big increase in funding to these enforcement agencies to get them off the ground, to make them fit for purpose, and then we can explore longer-term solutions with regards to funding.
I'll reply to that and then I'll take the intervention from the Right Honourable Member from opposite. I mean, just to say that it always seems to me absurd. It costs £12 to establish a new company in Companies House. Now, we obviously want to make it easy for new businesses to enter the market. Obviously we want to, but £12 is absurd. Not only does that get exploited in the way that we know with shell companies, and does it facilitate economic crime, but if you raise that to £50, still not a fortune, quadrupled it, you would then have a massive investment that you could put into your enforcement agencies without raising any further money on taxation. So there are a whole range of mechanisms which don't have a direct impact on public spending. They may mean the Treasury get a little bit less than they thought they would, but nevertheless they don't have a direct impact on public expenditure that we could employ to make these enforcement agencies fit for purpose. Thank you very much.
Lady, I raised a point earlier on. I wonder whether she saw some way forward on this. It does seem to me that with Europe, the UK and the USA, all with their separate bodies sanctioning, with the USA way ahead of the pack in this, there is some reason for us to say, look, if the USA is sanctioning somebody, it surely should be for this government, or for that matter for the European governments themselves to decide, to argue why they won't be sanctioning the individual against the evidence that is shared from the USA rather than looking to sanction the individual here. It seems if we're all in this together, it'd be far better if we had a much closer setup so that we sanction people if somebody else had found the evidence and we think it's okay.
In that there are already arrangements for sharing of information and data, but it's not enough, and it is absurd. And actually, when I talk to the banks, the enforcement agencies, the anti-money laundering people working in the banks, the interesting thing is they can't share information. So if one bank has information that it makes them suspicious about a particular client, they ought to be able to share it around the banking system so that they could take action. So there's these very pragmatic steps we could take of sharing information and sharing the knowledge across jurisdictions from America through to Europe to us, which would massively improve and actually bring money in. I mean, if I take one example which came out of the FinCEN files, Standard Chartered Bank, it's a British bank. And in 2019, it was fined by both America and ourselves for poor money laundering controls and other offences. They included breaching sanctions in Iran. And the British bank was fined £842 million in America, but was only fined £102 million here by the FCA in the UK. So, you know, there are, you know, the Americans have got it right. I think there are lessons we can learn from them, and I think there are ways in which we can properly resource all the enforcement agencies, perhaps reduce them as well. We don't need all these people. You know, every time I refer a matter where I think there's been corrupt or illegal activity to one enforcement agency, either I get it back being told it's the responsibility of another, or it goes into a big black hole and I never see anything arising out of it again. And that situation is just completely and totally unacceptable. Yeah.
So on this point about information sharing, it's so important. We have an established financial system to do that. Does she share my concern that a lot of people who are affected by these sanctions may use cryptocurrency both to hide money and to move money? And many of the cryptocurrency exchanges are saying they won't take enforcement action against, say, Russian nationals, only against named individuals on the sanctions list.
The whole issue of cryptocurrency and how that is now become the new way in which money goes over, money is laundered and illegal and stolen money, or corrupt money that ends up in the pockets of one individual, then gets back into the system for them to spend it elsewhere. Cryptocurrency is really, it's important that we get our heads around it and that we legislate appropriately to tackle it. I completely agree with my honourable friend. The other way of looking at this, and the reason we bring this particular new clause, is that law enforcement bodies they're not as good as the Americans, but they do actually bring resources back to the UK in the fines. So between 2016 and 2021, the law enforcement bodies brought back £3.9 billion into the UK coffers. If this money had been reinvested, one of the ideas that are around about how you would fund these enforcement agencies, that could have brought an extra £750 million to be spent on enforcement in all those agencies. There's a lot of money. It would have been effective. It would in itself have had that snowball impact of increasing our budget. So new clause 2, Madam Chair, is really there to ensure that we get the enforcement right, to ensure that we have not just the powers that we need, but the resources that we need to make sense and to put in effect the very important legislation that we're passing today. I hope that this particular clause does have the support right across the House. It's certainly got support across the House among backbenchers, and I would love it if the government accepted this new clause too, and it became part of the bill. Thank you very much indeed.
We have a great many amendments to consider this evening, and it wouldn't be right if the people who have put down these amendments didn't have the chance to speak to them so that the House can be helped to make their decisions on them. So I must appeal for shorter speeches now. I'm not complaining so far we've had substantial speeches about substantial amendments, but would people who are supporting amendments rather than putting their own amendments please consider making shorter speeches? Kevin Hollinrake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a real pleasure to speak after the Right Honourable Lady for Barking. We work together on so much, and this legislation tonight is something we've been working on for such a long time. So, real pleasure. And I will talk about New Clause 2 when I come to my bits on whistleblowers. But really, number one thing I want to talk about is Amendment 64. I mean, I think what many people in this debate have spoken about is the danger of asset flight. And in reality, we know this is happening already. They're not going to wait for this legislation to come into effect to try and hide their money. So whether it is 18 months or 6 months or 28 days for a transition period doesn't really matter, because these kind of individuals can move this money around so quickly. So, as I say, much of this will have happened already. So I did support Amendment 16 in the name of the opposition, but I'd like to think the manuscript amendment, I'm very grateful to the Speaker and the Deputy Speakers for allowing this to be selected, for selecting this amendment, might be more effective than that. I think there are some other amendments that have been put down as well, New Clause 28 and 29, very important amendments about freezing orders. I think the difficulty with those amendments, as I said in my earlier intervention, is you can't freeze something you don't know exists. It's very difficult to do that. What you need to do is look behind the curtain, look at the who owns the assets, and that's obviously what this legislation does. It's primarily about transparency, it's being able to see who owns what. And I'm very grateful to the support of many people on this manuscript amendment 64, including my honourable friend, I think he's honourable, should be right honourable, but the member for Weston-super-Mare, the government's anti-corruption champion. We worked very closely on this, and straight away when we looked at this legislation, we thought there is something missing here. Clearly, these people are going to move this money around very quickly to make sure it's not touched. I think this probably does something. I'm not a lawyer. I looked at this over the weekend and I didn't have any legal input, so I can't say it's totally fit for purpose. So really interested in what the Minister has to say about it. And he's been engaged in this all the way through, and we're willing to discuss with me, as we did yesterday, talking about this, what we do to close this potential loophole. I think it simply does. It requires the beneficial ownership to be registered with Companies House, and that links into the Land Registry's requirement to make sure something is properly registered with Companies House before it allows a transfer or a sale to happen. So really, and without Land Registry doing that, of course, you can't sell or transfer a piece of land or property. So I think very happy to do that. Yeah.
He's making a very good speech about the importance of that relation with Land Registry and Companies House. Would he agree with me that, to the government particularly, a point, that the requirement still to pay to access the Land Registry dims that light when it is shone rather than enhances it, and actually making it an open registry with Companies House as an open registry would actually aid this process of light shining as well?
That's what it will do. This is a public register, of course. The beneficial owner will be revealed, and that person then can be, if that person's on the sanctioned list, for example, that asset can be frozen. That's the way this will actually work. And if you're in the legislation, I think page 49, Schedule 3, clauses 2 and 3, 1, 2 and 3 require the Land Registry to do that, and it can prohibit or restrict a transfer or a sale. That's the key to this. So the only where it's not currently fit for purpose, in my view, this doesn't take effect for 18 months. If you took those clauses out or changed the timescales, made it immediate, this comes into immediate effect upon the commencement date of the legislation. It means from day one, I think, potentially it would prevent that sale or transfer of assets from one person to another or one entity to another, and then therefore move those assets around to prevent what we're all concerned about, which is asset flight. I would appreciate, I know the Minister's responded to this a couple of times from the dispatch box. I think there's a good chance this legislation, this particular amendment would pass if pushed to a vote. So I'd appreciate confirmation from the Minister, if he's listening, the Minister right now. I'd appreciate confirmation from the Minister for the dispatch box, whether he would, I know he's indicated he would, bring forward something similar in the Lords that has a similar effect. So we have a day one restriction or prohibition on the sale or transfer of assets from one to another, if he's willing to do that.
No, listen, we're not having this. We're getting on with this. Otherwise, people who have got something to say won't get a chance to do it. Mr. Hollenrake, come on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was just trying to establish the fact that this would be done in the Lords if it wasn't done here tonight, Madam Deputy Speaker. And perhaps in his summing up, he will say that later. He's nodding. He's nodding. Yeah, thanks very much. Hansard have got in the face nodding. So that's very, very important. Okay, the other very important thing I want to discuss here, mention here in my remarks, that often gets missed in this, and we've talked, that's on the record, that's great. Many people members across the House have talked about resources, absolutely right. New Clause 2, New Clause 9 deal with resourcing, absolutely right. And there is nowhere near enough resources applied to economic crime. It's 40% of all crime or 1% of the resources. The Office of Financial Sanctions Implementation, for example, one of our bodies required, charged with the responsibility for enforcement, I think last year sanctioned two individuals actually, or two companies, collective fines of £85,000. In the US, the similar body did 87 fines for £1.5 billion because they are properly resourced. It's hugely important. New Clause 14, New Clause 27 seek to do this in a different way, however, because what it does, it provides protection for whistleblowers. There is pointless having lots of law enforcement people charging around, not knowing where to look. Whistleblowers tell you where to look. 43% of all financial crimes are identified through whistleblowers. Yet it's something we don't talk about. It's not just more regulators we need. We need somebody who's going to point us in the right direction. Regulators will always be watchdogs, never bloodhounds. You need the bloodhounds in the organisations willing to speak up if things are going wrong. Every single economic crime I've dealt with in the work on the banking side of things and in stuff like the Economic Crime Bill has come as a result of information provided by whistleblowers. GPT Special Projects, my own constituent Ian Foxley, for example, Airbus, $3 billion in fines internationally, £900 million into UK Treasury. All that money came as a result of a disclosure from whistleblowers. Every single case you want to think about, HBOS, PPI scandal, all this, whistleblowers. Yet the protections and compensation we offer whistleblowers in the UK is pretty much non-existent. I mean, in the case of Lloyd's HBOS, the FCA themselves were guilty of not protecting the whistleblower. Barclays tried to identify the whistleblower in a case within Barclays, yet very little or nothing is done. So you've got to think, as a whistleblower, I'm thinking of blowing the whistle. Ian Foxley, my constituent, GPT Special Projects, which resulted in £28 million of financial sanctions in a Southwark court last year. He has been 11 years without a single penny. That man was earning £200,000 a year. 11 years without a single penny. Do you think he would step forward next time, or somebody else would do the same? We've got to make sure we protect whistleblowers. Happy to give way.
A very important point in relation to whistleblowers in a domestic context. In the context that we're talking about, and by the way, I support him enormously in what he's been saying about the banking frauds in this country, but in the context in which we're debating this evening, we're talking about sanctions against people who potentially undermine the law of this country by taking action into their own hands against whistleblowers in this country, as we saw in Salisbury, trying to take them out. This is an entirely appropriate matter to defend the personal safety of people who undertake whistleblowing for these people.
I'm very grateful for his support. So New Clause 14 and 27, I will conclude, Mr. Speaker. I won't push to a vote tonight, but I really think it's very, very important in the Economic Crime Bill Part 2 that this is included, modernised legislation, Office for the Whistleblower, provide the protection and a compensation regime so these people are fairly compensated for bringing forward the information that leads to the prosecution of these crimes, which will lead to the resources for the National Crime Agency, Serious Fraud Office and others. That one thing will lead to another. The Security and Exchange Commission in the US, which is hugely successful in bringing forward fines on financial organisations, was a relatively small organisation before their whistleblower legislation came into effect. So that's one for later, but the one for now in this legislation has to be Amendment 64 or something similar. I'd really appreciate his confirmation that is something we will do in the Lords as the legislation progresses.
Thank you. Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's worth recognising that we are all acutely aware of just how important this legislation is, that in less than 24 hours this House will be addressed by President Zelensky, and all of us want to be able to look him in the eye and know that we have done everything we possibly can to help him and his people, knowing how urgent the situation is, that we are days, if not hours, away from further atrocities in Kiev, let alone across the country. And it is in that spirit of the urgency of getting this legislation right and for it to be as powerful as it can be that many of us have tabled amendments, and many of these amendments are cross-party. I want to, sadly my next-door neighbour is not in his place, to follow up on the conversation earlier about carelessly or recklessly and the amendments that I have tabled, which try to learn from tax legislation. And I hope the Minister will take that spirit forward, as he's made the commitment tonight that he's going to bring forward further amendments in the other place on this, to look at what we can learn from tax legislation. Because the difficult truth for all of us, as I think all these contributions are highlighting, is that if these amendments don't go in, many of us feel this legislation will be toothless. And it's that which brings the shame that means that we can't look President Zelensky in the eye. So the amendments in particular I want to draw the Minister's attention to are 29, 30, 34 and 31, which are about what we might do instead of having the omission of knowingly or recklessly, but I support the calls made to remove those three words. They are to recognise what all of us recognise in our day jobs, the difference between tax avoidance and tax evasion, between people acting deliberately and people acting carelessly. Our constituents understand all too well, many of them I'm sure we see it in our casework, that if they have acted carelessly, they still face penalties under the law, as well as if they have acted recklessly. But right now, this legislation does not apply the same tests to the oligarchs that we are trying to challenge. It does not recognise where somebody may have carelessly, I mean, many of us might think that carelessness doesn't come in when you're paying that amount of money to the enablers that we're talking about, but nevertheless, the idea that they might be able to say it was a mistake had they not declared who the person with significant control would be, who the beneficiaries are. It's clearly a breach of the rules when that happens, but when they're challenged, as this legislation currently stands, many would no doubt say it was just an unfortunate accident and wasn't it a pity, and they would put it right. So I say to the Minister, if our constituents cannot get away with that excuse when it comes to their tax returns, then certainly an oligarch should not be able to get away with that excuse. And we should make sure that we show that we are not just focused on those excuses, but also that we care about those excuses. Since 2016, the government has made it compulsory for anyone setting up a company to name the individual who actually controls it, the PSC. But nobody checks the accuracy of that information. As we've all said this evening, we could pretty much register companies in everybody else's names in this chamber, and nobody could claim that that was impossible to do. Now, someone might claim that that was a mistake, but if you're an oligarch, how do you make sure that that person doesn't do that? And one of the things about the amendments I've also tabled is about the nature of the penalty. And we haven't really talked this evening about the penalty. It's welcome that the government has increased the penalties, but I still fear that we're talking about people for whom billions of pounds are the standard currency that they're dealing with. So one of the amendments that I have tabled, Amendment 31, makes a reference to the market value of the properties at stake and the market value of the properties that are not registered. Further subsequent amendments recognise this difference between carelessness and recklessness, so that if somebody has accidentally not registered a company, the penalty they might face would be lower than if they had deliberately not. Now, all of this only works if you also bring in the other part of civil law, which is the balance of probabilities. Because, again, our constituents don't get the benefit of the doubt, but right now, under this legislation, oligarchs would do so. So these amendments bring in the balance of probabilities to give the law enforcement agencies, and I completely support those who are calling for additional resources for law agencies, the ability to go after people on the balance of probabilities, to not have to hope that they've got the evidence, but to recognise the same test and threshold that we set in civil law when it comes to our tax returns. Indeed, for minor errors like submitting a late return, there's usually a fixed penalty of a few hundred. But if a tax return is intentionally wrong or there's been a lack of reasonable care, HMRC levels penalties as a percentage of the tax due, up to 30% for carelessness and 70% for deliberate inaccuracy. The government indeed warns that penalties can apply if your client does not tell HMRC if an assessment is too low. This type of penalty is known as an inaccuracy penalty, and it applies to taxes and duties. So I hope the Minister can understand that point, and why, when it comes to just deleting knowingly or carelessly, then we might also want to be clear about where people act with intent and where people act as though they don't care because, frankly, they have so much money. This is just an occupational surcharge that they may take on. And the other amendments that I've put in reflect that differential. I've also put in an amendment, Amendment 34, to recognise where an advisor is part of that, because, again, many of us are concerned about those who enable oligarchs to get away with this, but actually would perhaps live in that land of the accidental omission rather than the deliberate reckless omission. The other set of amendments that I just want to flag with the Minister are about some of the other loopholes. Now, many of us spoke this evening about our fears that assets will be taken abroad, they'll be taken away, that they'll be hidden, and in particular the idea that people will hide them in their family members. Amendment 39, if we were in proper committee, I would say was a probing amendment to see where the government was going on this. It talks about connected parties. It's about recognising there is a history amongst the people that we are talking about of registering and hiding assets, not just in shell companies, but literally in the names of their family members. 2 years ago, the anti-corruption group Global Witness looked at the PSCs and found that 4,000 of those people registered as a person of significant control were under the age of 2. One hadn't even been born yet. At the opposite end of the spectrum, its researchers found that 5 individuals each controlled more than 6,000 companies. There are more than 4 million companies at Companies House, so it's a very large haystack in which to hide needles. If those needles happen to be connected to you, we should be able to track that, and we should be able to acknowledge that in this legislation. Indeed, according to the New York Post, the former owner of Chelsea Football Club transferred £92 million worth of New York City property to his ex-wife, Dasha Zukova, just before the 2018 round of sanctions was announced. Those were sanctions, again, that were designed to be people close to Putin and encounter the malign Russian activities that were harming democracy around the globe. Now, our counterparts in America have already sanctioned family members alongside oligarchs. The American Treasury announced that Nikolai Petrovich Tokarev, who is the president of Transneft, has been sanctioned, but so too has his daughter, Maya, and his wife, Galina. Maya's real estate empire covers more than £50 million worth of property in Moscow alone and includes at least 3 companies. Katina owns prime real estate in Croatia. The EU and Canada have also sanctioned this family, and Canada has also designated Galina and Maya. We have not yet, as far as I can see, sanctioned a single family member. Amendment 39 would make sure that we would have the information about those connected parties. It is not perfect, Minister, but I hope the Minister in his response will come up with how the government intends to make sure that it's not just hiding in shell companies, but shell relatives that we can avoid. As part of that as well, can I put my support for New Clause 29 and New Clause 2 about the resources and the asset freezing? Because this isn't just about bolting the stable door. This is about those people who are running for their lives now. We have in this place ruled out military intervention. NATO has ruled out military intervention because we've rested our hopes on economic sanctions as the way to call Putin to a halt, to stop what he's doing. Minister, we have to get this right because there are people tonight not just... Madam Chair, then, I apologise. We have to get this right because there are people tonight sat in Calais looking to this government that's failed to give them a visa. There are people tonight sat in Kiev waiting for the air raiders to go off, and they are asking what we are doing. This is what we are doing. So if we don't make sure this legislation is watertight now, we are sending a green light to Putin to carry on, and I know that nobody in this House wants to do that.
Kieran Mullen. Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of Amendment 64. Economic crime is something that we should always have the attention and concern of this House. It's theft on a grand scale, and often, sometimes in a quite far removed way, supports criminal networks and enterprises that are guilty of a much wider range of crimes, including violence, trafficking, drug dealing, and all manner of actions that leave a trail of human suffering behind. It may be these crimes are committed in faraway places or in the distant past, and that may go some way to explaining why perhaps tackling this issue globally hasn't to date had the support that it needs. But of course now we're considering this bill in a changed world, when the very real human consequences of one major source of this kind of activity are playing for everyone to see. Putin's corrupt criminal regime is waging war on the innocent population of Ukraine with absolute barbarity, almost certainly committing numerous war crimes. We've all seen the horrendous images of families lying dead on the street, shelled as they tried to flee what was supposed to be a ceasefire. We've all seen the reckless assault on nuclear facilities. We've all seen the apparent use of cluster bombs and indiscriminate weaponry on civilian areas. But what we've also all seen is the incredible bravery and patriotism of the Ukrainian people. Hundreds of thousands of volunteers from all walks of life picking up arms and fighting and dying for their country. We can be proud of what we've done to help these people. We're the first country to supply lethal arms to them. We've trained more than 20,000 of their soldiers, and we join the United States in trying our absolute best to warn the world, often in the face of strong criticism of what was going to happen. And whilst they're fighting for themselves and their own country, they're also fighting for us. They're on the front line of a battle that decides whether the world order that's kept us safe for decades is upended. I understand why getting involved in this conflict directly could lead to much wider suffering and much wider conflict. But because we are letting others fight and die on our behalf, it's incumbent on us to do everything else we possibly can do to help them. But I do want to begin by challenging the impression for people that have heard the debates today in the House and listened to the media, that somehow the London, the UK alone, has been uniquely susceptible to the finance that's been flowing from the Putin regime. This issue predates Putin. The transfer of the wealth of the Russian people from the state to private individuals took place in the 90s. That is where the source of all this money has come from, and every company and every government and every individual that's had dealings with them since then has been tainted by it. And I'm afraid there is plenty of blame to go around. We know, of course, it was the Labour Party that introduced the Tier 1 visa, which seems to have been one of the ways in which this country has been exploited. And I would remind members it was Prime Minister at the time, Tony Blair, who said that increasing reliance on Russian oil and gas was not something to be concerned about at an EU-Russia investment conference that he chaired. And a number of former Labour Prime Ministers and members of the Lords have received handsome speaking fees for speaking at Russian investment summits. Furthermore, Labour and Liberal Democrat members opposite actually argued against some parts of the original legislation in 2018 as being too enabling of ministers, with the shadow spokesperson saying it contained excessive power and, I quote, was not justified by the need for speed. And the oligarchs' property empires are spread around the world in Paris, New York, the French Riviera, Berlin. Just look at the media, you'll see for most of these capital cities, politicians identifying that they've been too lax on this issue for many years. The justice system in the Americas suggesting that there are billions of pounds worth of properties hidden in New York limited liability companies. As a financial centre of global importance and a high-value property market, it's not surprising that London seems to be a focal point for these oligarchs and their stolen wealth. So whilst I accept that things should have happened sooner, I question whether the world would have acted in the same way with us, and there would be very little point in cracking down on shell property ownership in London if all of it just fled to New York or Berlin and other capitals. So I would caution against some of the self-righteousness we've heard from those on the opposite benches. The whole of the West has been too slow to act, and we can see that we're all paying a price for that. Every time we've dealt with this regime's puppets, we strengthen Putin. Every time Europe allowed its energy dependency to grow, we strengthen Putin. Whether it was behind closed doors or in plain sight when they proceeded with Nord Stream 2 plans, we know ultimately that money and those projects date back to a corrupt criminal regime that stole its funding from the Russian people. In the end, authoritarian regimes get worse and worse. They always do. They're especially like to do so in modern times, now that we have a modern surveillance state that makes it very difficult for the people to challenge or dislodge the regime. So I welcome this bill, and I welcome the spirit of the House generally in getting this legislation pushed through, if at times I feel people have been using it to make party political points. I welcome the explanations we've had from the Minister in the second reading in terms of a further bill being drafted to tackle some of the wider issues. For example, tackling false declarations. It's right that we're focused on the priority we have now, but this is a wider and bigger bit of work. I would also draw Minister's attention to the challenge our enforcement agencies will have, and we must do more to help them. They can expect challenges in the courts. As others have spoken about, the National Crime Agency and Serious Fraud Office often face an onslaught of uneven legal competition whenever it proceeds with any cases, and we can expect agencies like the Companies House to face the same. They can expect those also supplying them with information to face legal attacks through the misuse of data protection laws. We had a debate in this place on lawfare a few weeks ago that discussed strategic lawsuits against public participation, known as SLAP. It isn't just journalists that these lawsuits go after. It can be the kind of investigative companies that might help us tackle the huge task of proving who owns what. If we were already considering anti-SLAP legislation, surely we need to put a rocket under that exercise to see if there is more that we can do. And I know the member from Hodge Hill has laid down some amendments in that regard. In terms of the arguments around, as the member for Thirsk and Moulton has described, capital flight, I think this is a key issue, and I welcome the commitments that have been given at the dispatch box to ensure that the action we take is not too late. There have been suggestions that we either shorten the time for registration or, as Amendment 64 seeks to do, put in place day one restrictions when it comes to sale or transfer of assets during this transition period. This latter suggestion seems to be more proportionate and achievable, and as I said, I welcome the commitment from the Minister on delivering this. I accept there may be challenges at Companies House and the Treasury in delivering on what are very ambitious and wide-ranging changes to our approach. I understand that, and I don't say this lightly when it comes to making the commitments we should make to deliver on this. But the resources we put as a government to this task should reflect the seriousness of what is happening in Ukraine, with Putin determined to upend the global order. As the Prime Minister has said, we must do everything we possibly can to ensure that he fails. If we're asking the Ukrainians to fight and to die for their democracy, and if the West has to answer for its role in failing to take action against the Putin regime for many, many years, this is the least that we can do.
Thank you. Chris Bryant.
Dame Eleanor, thank you for calling me. I'm afraid that I thought that was a shabby little speech. Utterly shabby little speech. You've only just spoken. He's only just spoken. No, I'm not going to give way. I think that was shabby because it was partisan and it was completely inaccurate. Actually, many of us across the House were arguing for a very long time, all the way from 2010, for a proper sanctioning regime in this country. I think I personally asked different Prime Ministers 32 times for Magnitsky sanctions, and I was delighted when the government introduced that legislation in 2018. I worked closely with the member for Esher to try and secure that, and I was delighted when he became the Justice Secretary because I know that he cares about this issue, and I've worked with him on it for many, many years. Some of us argued for many, many years that it was wrong to have Tier 1 visas doled out to people from authoritarian regimes around the world, including China and Russia, without so much as asking any proper questions about where the money that they had come from, that they supposedly had, so as to invest in the UK. 2 million, 10 million. If you had 10 million, you could get your permanent right to remain fast-tracked into the UK, and you could end up with UK citizenship. I think that has led to greater corruption of the British state. And so I think it is absolutely disgraceful that a member should come to the House today and try to blame the opposition for not introducing legislation when we weren't in government. No, I'm not going to give way to the honourable gentleman. And I'll remind him what happened on the 1st of May 2018 when we had the remaining stages of the sanctioning and anti-money laundering bill. We had a vote on whether we should introduce, guess what, an economic crime bill introducing a public register of the ownership of properties, exactly what they all voted against on the 1st of May 2018 and we voted in favour of. So I am not going to take any lectures from the honourable gentleman on this issue. Yeah. I care passionately about this, Dame Eleanor, because we are facing now an absolutely critical moment. None of us, I think, who came to be elected as MPs in this generation thought that we would see the mayor of a town gunned down by Russian mercenaries when giving out aid in a democratic society. An elected mayor gunned down, as Yuri Pralipko, the mayor of Hostomel, was today. None of us thought that we would see
the Russian government bombing refugees when there was meant to be a ceasefire. None of us thought that we would see ceasefires repeatedly ignored day after day, and so timeliness is all today. This isn't really emergency legislation, it's just long out of date, long overdue legislation. Exactly. But it is timely and important, and in fact, I would suggest that the amendments are even more important, that the government has tabled are even more important than the actual material in the original bill. But what still depresses me is how many oligarchs, Russian oligarchs, Putin-related Russian oligarchs, and people with large assets in the UK have yet condemned the invasion of Ukraine. It's a deafening silence, absolutely deafening silence. And this shames the whole of us. The fact that we've only managed to sanction so far, different ways of counting it, I think it's 11 oligarchs. It depends what you count as an oligarch, but maybe 17 individuals, whereas the United States of America has done far more, the European Union has done far more. The Foreign Secretary this afternoon in the Foreign Affairs Select Committee tried to blame me for not having done enough. It was all my fault because apparently I said something which she subsequently had to retract because it turned out that it wasn't true and I hadn't said it at all, and she's apologised. But all of this that we're doing today should have been done in 2018. This is the point. So we are frustrated. We are genuinely frustrated. And what are we seeking? We're seeking, first of all, transparency about who owns what. Now, the government's bill does a substantial amount of this, of course. But we also want enforcement of that, because there is a major problem that Companies House can't even question whether the information that they've been provided is accurate. And indeed, if you look up a director on Companies House's website, it actually says we cannot verify whether the information here is correct or true. So, of course, we want to go that one step further, and it seems bizarre not to have included that in the bill today, which is why there are amendments about that. We want sanctioning of individuals, and I think that the measure that the Minister has introduced has gone some considerable way to make that easier, but I still don't quite understand why we made it so difficult in the first place. But we also want seizure of assets. There's not much point in sanctioning people if it's not going to have any effect. And this is also extremely timely. It has to happen rapidly because of all the things we've said about asset flight. And my anxiety is that without new Clause 29, I'm not sure we do that last part at all. And my guess is that if we're going to wait for the government to introduce further legislation, it's not going to be until after the Queen's speech, which I guess will be sometime in May. So it won't be going through both houses until, for another 6 months. And I think if we leave things that long, we will do exactly what we did in 2014 over Crimea. The moment will have passed. We'll forget. Our memories will be short. There'll be another issue that will come along, and Putin will have won. So that's why the 4 amendments that I've tabled, which I beg to move, Dame Eleanor, are fairly simple. Amendments 24 and 25 both say quite simply that when you're registering or when you're updating the register of beneficial ownership, you simply have to say if any of the individuals that you're referring to are sanctioned individuals. That's important because it means that the people who are doing the registering have to check whether they're sanctioned individuals. Now, you might think that they would want to do that anyway, but forcing them to do it means that when they then register and register incorrectly, they are then committing the offence rather than the sanctioned individual. That's why that's important. Amendment 26. This one, I just say to the Minister, of course, it's absolutely delightful that the Minister is saying they're going to do all of this in the Lords. I've never understood